The Rise of the Argentine Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Decay Group. Oh? It seems Blanca City doesn't have any oil resources. San Jose was a bit surprised. Although Southern Oil's actions in Rome weren't exactly hidden, very few people in Argentina could have gotten this news having learned many lessons. This cooperation with Italy is quite low-key. Blanca City is San Jose's territory. He couldn't help but look at Land, who was about the same age as him, had taken over the consortium for several years, and could be regarded as a dragon among men. He probably has some ability. The only pity is that his father offended Perón, but San Jose is not afraid of offending Perón now. Our company has information from the National Oil Company that an oil pipeline will be built here, and since the establishment of Southern Oil Company, the country has opened up some oil access thresholds, Land said calmly, explaining the reason. How much capacity refinery can you invest in? San Jose nodded. So it wasn't Southern Oil leaking the secret, he asked. Otherwise, he would have to doubt the level of his company. 800,000 tons, which is almost our limit, Land said. That seems a bit too little. I hope you can increase production capacity. San Jose shook his head. Compared with Southern Oil's 3 million ton refinery supported by the Italians, 800,000 tons is not enough, although it is already considered large in Argentina. Argentina currently produces about 3 million tons of crude oil, imports 2.8 million tons, which consumes a lot of foreign exchange, and the domestic refining capacity is only 1.1 million tons. The National Oil Company's technology is backward, and the mining equipment is almost at the level of the 1930s, and there is no money to continue investing. Oh? Mr. Mayor, you should know that a production capacity of 800,000 tons is already the largest refinery in Argentina, Land said with some disbelief, but he was quite disdainful in his heart. He saw that Argentina's national plan was to build a 2 million ton oil pipeline here, so he planned to lay out in advance. Our Blanca City will have a 3 million ton refinery, and at least 10 million tons of crude oil will be transported here every year to develop the petrochemical industry, San Jose said directly. Southern Oil's transportation capacity is 10 million tons, and there is still a lot of surplus. Deep processing is more conducive to industrial development. That's impossible. 3 million tons requires at least $15 million in investment, 5 years of construction time. How much money can you invest in building this Blanca City refinery? San Jose asked again. If it is a refinery that produces gasoline, the process is relatively simple, and it seems that they are directly importing production equipment. Land gritted his teeth, thought for a while, and then said, he also wanted to know more about Blanca City's attitude, but he used a trick. That is, he only said the company's wealth, but did not say the family's wealth. Our company has about $3 million in reserve funds. German banks can lend us $3 million, which is also our source of technology, but we want to build an automobile factory, and the financial pressure is too great. Oh? Automobile factory? Where is the source of technology, and how much is the output? San Jose asked with interest, changing the topic. The technology comes from Germany, with an annual output of 1,500 units. All parts are domestically produced by us. After San Jose heard about the automobile factory, he felt little interest. Although it was already very remarkable, German cars were far inferior to those of later generations. His plan for Leighton Motors is to get the most advanced American automobile technology. He has already asked Sequoia Capital to inquire about it. It is best to dismantle a production line and bring it back, with all the supporting factories and the engine production line. The engine production line is the heart of the car, and the technical level of the diesel engine factory is still a bit poor, and it is also handed over to them for technical reserves. Building a real automobile factory, even if it produces 1,000 vehicles a month, is very remarkable. So he looks down on the Siam automobile factory with 1,500 vehicles per year. He still knows a little about the automobile industry. The most important thing is the internal components. As for the shell, each has its own characteristics, and many popular styles are somewhat convergent, especially when the automobile factory is just developing. As long as the core components, production lines and processing equipment can be obtained, the shell is not difficult. Just copy the good-looking models in the world. He can already draw some classic best-selling models directly. This is the case in the world's car-making industry. Many automobile companies started by imitating other people's famous brands. For example, Japan's Toyota started by imitating Ford, and South Korea's Hyundai started by imitating Mitsubishi, and Toyota Honda is still producing motorcycles. How about this? You double the production capacity of the refinery, and I can help you contact for loans, and construction can provide certain support, probably providing $3 million in low-interest loans. He suppressed the emotions in his heart, switched back to the topic of the refinery, and said to Lant, the oil and automobile industries complement each other and promote each other. In addition, there are the steel and non-ferrous metal industries, which can stimulate development together if automobile sales are good. The steel body is also large, which is a huge stimulus to the steel industry's special steel plant. After all, the biggest demand for special steel plants is for civilian use. He is already very pessimistic about the development of Rheinmetall, and the demand is not high. He regrets the construction of the tank factory. It would have been better to build a truck factory. Fortunately, after the construction of the diesel engine factory and the tractor factory, it was not too wasteful, but there was no need to build a production line, and many design engineers also went to the aircraft factory and the tractor factory. 1.6 million tons of refinery? The price will be much cheaper, but we don't have so much crude oil to refine. Lance's heart was racing, very tempted. Building a car factory was something he was very optimistic about for Argentina's automotive development, but the oil refinery was Siam's main business, and extremely profitable. Don't worry about the oil, I already have a source. Seeing that Lance seemed hesitant, St. Tessa said confidently, throwing out a bait, just to see if this consortium would take the bait. Lance didn't tell the truth, of course. The current domestic oil production is not Argentina's limit. According to St. Tessa's estimation of Argentina's crude oil extraction capacity in later generations, Argentina's reserves can extract at least 20 to 30 million tons of crude oil per year. Therefore, he is doing it all at once. Even if it costs more money, he will build a 10 million ton oil pipeline. This does not include Argentina's vast shale oil resources. This is also the source of St. Tessa's confidence in establishing Southern Oil Company, especially the Neuquén Basin in the Patagonia region. Thunder Mining has already discovered a batch of good quality oil fields. Once the Italian exploration equipment arrives, it can be extracted. As long as the extraction is successful, the oil produced by Southern Oil can quickly meet domestic needs, and it can quickly increase his wealth and alleviate the domestic energy crisis. Regarding oil, Southern Oil Company has already obtained exploration qualifications in the south, and we will build a 10 million ton oil pipeline, so there is no problem at all. In fact, 10 million tons is not his limit. When the special steel pipe factory is successfully built, and another parallel line is built, it will have an oil transportation capacity of 20 million tons. Okay, I will go back and discuss it with the board of directors. I will seriously consider it. Lamp chatted with St. Tessa for a long time, and had a feeling of enlightenment. He was already very tempted, but the current Siam was not entirely up to him. In fact, the current Siam has established many overseas branches, but they are all lukewarm. After all, they are completely different from St. Tessa, who has a development awareness that is decades ahead, talent selection, project management, assembly lines, and sufficient funds. It would be difficult not to develop. Moreover, St. Tessa is not always completely smooth sailing, but can solve problems very quickly if this negotiation and cooperation is successful. Lant couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy in his heart. Although he has taken over the Dietrich Consortium for several years, he has not made much progress. Despite his uncle's help, he is still struggling. The development of many factories is very slow. Southern Oil is St. Tessa's industry, and Italian Oil can provide senior workers. He is very confident that it can be built successfully in 3 to 4 years. Of course, building an oil refinery is not that simple. You can only learn while building. The construction of Southern Oil's major factories alone can provide at least 5,000 high-quality jobs. St. Tessa will also simultaneously build an oil school. Argentina's domestic oil industry has developed for more than 30 years, and there are still many oil construction talents. Moreover, they can also be hired from abroad, so this is not a big problem. As for the construction of the Dietrich Consortium, the time may be much slower. They estimate that it will take at least 5 years to build successfully, which is a long-term investment. Oil and steel used to be Argentina's two largest imported products. Now the import of various mechanical equipment has exceeded steel, most of which are imported by St. Tessa's companies. In the evening, St. Tessa specially spent money to entertain Lant and the others. To be honest, he rarely comes into contact with these large consortium families in the country, and rarely cooperates with them. For him personally, one is that it is not necessary. And the second is that it is still not necessary, but as the mayor of Blanca City, it is very necessary to unite some large consortium families. This is also attracting investment and building nests to attract phoenixes in the early stage. Most of the company's factories were his own people, and then they slowly attracted steel factories and electronics factories. This time, he caught a big fish, but Saint Tessa didn't appear too eager on the surface. He wasn't the one who was anxious, it was the people of the Dietrich family that had already been suppressed very hard by Paron, so he stopped there and didn't offer any more preferential terms. He prefers to cultivate a group of small and medium-sized factories. The number of small clothing factories in the East District has already reached more than 50. Which can also solve a large number of jobs, and a textile equipment factory will be built separately and independently. He believes that more and more factories and consortia will be stationed in Blanca City in the future. It seems that the construction of infrastructure and housing needs to be accelerated. He doesn't want to turn Blanca City into a slum. The winter nights are especially long, and it snowed again at night the next day, at more than 6 o'clock in the morning. Although the weather is cold today, it is nothing to Saint Tessa. Saint Tessa has benefited a lot from his strong physical fitness, and he also insists on exercising every day. Occasionally, he also goes to the security company to train his shooting skills to prevent them from becoming rusty on such a cold day. Eilina and her daughter are naturally sleeping in a warm bed. Saint Tessa got up gently without disturbing them and started his morning exercise. He practiced a set of boxing in the yard wearing only a single layer of clothing, and also did some simple exercises. He also practiced with his security captain, Akil Cooper, before preparing to go back for breakfast. Akil is already in his 30s, very strong, with a bare upper body and full muscles, but his physical fitness is no longer at its peak. Nevertheless, his fighting skills and experience are very rich, and he is a very good sparring partner. After practicing, Saint Tessa stood still in the yard, watching the white snowflakes continue to fall. The branches were already covered with snowflakes, and a gust of cold wind blew, rustling down. Saint Tessa looked at this pure white world, and suddenly felt refreshed and spiritually empty, and couldn't help but think of a famous poem. The cook, Anna, has already prepared breakfast for the greater Buenos Aires city of nearly 4 million people. This is a difficult winter, and unemployment is an unbearable burden. The emerging industrial city of Blanca City is showing vigorous vitality. The population is increasing every month. For only one reason: it has the most scarce resource in Argentina today, jobs, and the businessman's sense of smell is the most. And the already weakened Dietrich Consortium also hopes to establish achievements in Blanca City. Saint Tessa, of course, is happy to support large consortia. The more oil refineries, the better. Chapter 227: New Petroleum and Oil Shale. In addition to his daily office work, Saint Tessa also took the time to watch a few soccer games recently. With the Southern Oil Rome matter nearing its end, the Southern Oil Exploration Department has reported good news from Neuquén Province, west of Blanca City. Besides the oil in Neuquén Province, the team in Chubut Province in the south also has good news. With successes in both locations, Southern Oil Company is now fighting on two fronts. Apart from the cooperation with Rome's Italian oil company, the Southern Oil Exploration Team is entirely sourced from the Thunder Mining Exploration Team. Without needing to be rebuilt, Saint Tessa had actually coveted the oil in Patagonia for a long time, and before obtaining the oil extraction license, he had already used Thunder Mining's exploration team to establish mining sites in the south. The result was that Thunder Mining discovered oil in the closer Neuquén Province, which made him extremely excited. Without carefully reviewing the report, he planned to go and see it. Even more excited than securing the iron ore mine in Uruguay's 33 Orientales Province. Neuquén Province is next to La Pampa Province, and the place where oil was discovered is only 100 kilometers away from the capital of Neuquén Province, Neuquén City. There is a direct railway, and the distance is very short, perhaps allowing for faster pipeline construction. Saint Tessa plans to go and take a look first to get a vacation. He plans to take a team to the south and west, but this requires the approval of the council, so he can only wait patiently. In Argentina, there is nothing that cannot be solved by watching a soccer game. If there is, then watch another one. The weather in Blanca City has just risen to 3 degrees Celsius, and Argentinians are already starting to prepare for soccer games. This kind of weather is not suitable for outdoor construction, so construction workers start looking for happiness on the soccer field. It even drove the increase in sales of Pratty food beer in winter. It must be said that eating barbecue in winter is also the best social activity for Argentinians. Argentinian steak, even the most common variety, is very delicious and juicy after being raised for a long time. This may be a gift from the fertile land. A cow basically needs to be raised for more than 10 years, and they move freely on the grassland, which is much more comfortable than their relatives in captivity. This is also one of the reasons why Argentinian beef has always had a market against American beef. The Pampas Super Ranch, although Saint Hessa feels in his heart that this utilization rate is not high, his mouth is honest. On Saturday night, around 10 o'clock, Saint Hessa, after watching a soccer game with Elena, chose an ordinary steak restaurant near his home. The second floor was a bit quieter. Saint Hessa added some black pepper to the beef. The beef was already grilled perfectly, and he was about to start eating. Many people in the restaurant were eating meat like him and didn't notice the mayor at this time. Saint Hessa didn't speak or look at Elena's movements in her hand, but turned to look at the bustling crowd outside the window, wondering what he was thinking. After cutting out a small piece, Saint Hessa put the steak into his mouth with a fork. The steak was crispy, soft, tender, and juicy. Under Saint Hessa's advocacy, Blanca City's major stores and night restaurants have become the last to close in the city, which has boosted consumption in Blanca City. This has even become standard in Blanca City. Because of the sufficient power generation capacity, the main streets in the east and west districts of the main urban area have been fully covered with street lights. The nightlife is very unrestrained, and the public security conditions are very good. The reason why Saint Hessa is a little dazed is that the peaceful nightlife is so rare. Even so, the night security in the suburbs of Blanca City is still a bit poor, but it is already very rare. Saint Hessa thought for a while. He hasn't been to many places. Even in Cordoba, Montevideo, New York, Chicago, and Buenos Aires, he rarely goes out at night. Of course, even if he goes out, he will definitely be accompanied by a reliable security team at all times, otherwise he would rarely take Elena out at night. In the end, Saint Hessa persuaded the council members, obtained a 7-day vacation, and arranged the specific work matters. Saint Hessa's first stop was Neuquén province to see the oil there. On June 18, Saint Hessa took a professional team and traveled by train from Blanca City to Neuquén City. Neuquén City is the capital of Neuquén province, a city and river port in west-central Argentina, located at the confluence of the Limay and Neuquén rivers. At an altitude of 265 meters, this small provincial capital has a small population of only over 30,000 people. As soon as Saint Hessa got off the train, he felt that the temperature here was higher than in Blanca City, and there were also many dogs in the city. Saint Hessa couldn't help but think of an anecdote he heard on the news that the people of Neuquén City especially like dogs. The most important animal in the city is dogs. There are at least 50,000 dogs here, more than the people in the city. This is also one of Argentina's important wine-producing regions, with a large temperature difference between day and night, and the weather is relatively dry. In the simple reception room of Southern Oil in Neuquén City, Saint Hessa warmly shook hands with Dr. Duque Sachi. Dr. Duque was originally one of the chief exploration experts of Thunder Mining, in his 40s, and came to the provincial capital in advance to greet them. This time Dr. Duque felt flattered because his exploration report had only been submitted a little over 5 days ago, and he received a response so quickly, and the big boss personally led the team over in Neuquén province. The Vaca Muerta formation is fueling a new boom in Southern Oil development. This mining area is near the town of Anello, about 100 kilometers from the capital of Neuquén province. To meet the work, living, and housing needs of the thousands of workers and technicians in the oil and gas development projects that Southern Oil Company may launch, Dr. Duque has built a small settlement area. After exchanging a few pleasantries in the capital of Neuquén province, Saint Hessa took a car and went to the oil field mining area with Dr. Duque of the oil exploration team. A few days ago, Southern Oil's first commercial oil well produced oil is the maximum reserve here, only 1 million tons. That's far from enough. 1 million tons can be mined in a few months if it's fast. What he needs is oil, a black gold mine. It seems that there is no need to continue investing in Neuquén. It is not worth continuing to mine at all, or with the current Southern Oil, there is no need to spend money here. Yes, the reserve of 1 million tons is already one of the largest oil wells in our country. Dr. Duque continued to describe, not seeing that Saint Hessa's face had turned a little ugly. It only needs an investment of $2 million to be completely mined, and it is possible that there is a huge mining area nearby. Saint Hessa had already planned to leave here and head to Chubut province. 1 million tons is a bit too little. It doesn't seem to have the value for large-scale mining, Saint Hessa said euphemistically, calculating in his mind that at a price of $1 per ton of oil for equipment, plus transportation costs, it might reach Blanca City. He planned to take a look and wasn't preparing to invest further. The money needed to be spent wisely, not including subsequent mining and maintenance costs. These 1 million tons of oil, approximately 7 million barrels, are worth about $14 million. It doesn't seem very cost-effective, especially if various facilities need to be built, adding up to an estimated $8 to $10 million, and there's no potential for further extraction. If the estimated reserves were on the scale of 10 million tons, it would be quite worthwhile. After getting out of the car, St. Hesser saw the members of the exploration team, enduring the cold winter here, exposed to the elements. Boss, take a look, it's like this everywhere here. Oil shale can also be mined as a petroleum energy source. There are at least 20 million tons of shale oil here, Dr. Duke was a little anxious, quickly grabbing a handful of brown mudstone-like material from the ground and handing it to St. Hesser to examine. What is oil shale? Hearing about the scale of 20 million tons, St. Hesser finally perked up a bit, but he only wanted to mine cheaper and more useful light crude oil, not shale oil. Oil shale, also known as oil-bearing shale, is a kind of sapropellic substance formed by lower plants and minerals under the reducing conditions of inland lakes, seas, or coastal lagoons. It is a high-ash sapropellic coal. Dr. Duke seriously introduced, educating St. Hesser. The development and utilization of oil shale can be traced back to the 17th century. By the 19th century, the annual production scale of oil shale reached millions of tons. Oil shale can produce kerosene, lamp oil, paraffin wax, fuel oil, lubricating oil, grease, naphtha, illuminating gas, chemical fertilizers, ammonium sulfate, and other products. At the beginning of this century, due to the emergence of automobiles and trucks, oil shale was heavily mined as transportation fuel. Oh? What is the estimated mining price? St. Hesser was still not very interested after listening. He seemed to vaguely remember shale oil. Wasn't that what the Americans mined a lot of in later generations? It seemed like there was also shale gas, about $8 per ton. Dr. Duke gritted his teeth and gave a number. So expensive? The international market price for a ton of light crude oil is only $14, about $2 a barrel. St. Hesser had read international news reports that the crude oil extraction price of British Petroleum in Persia was only 50 cents a barrel, which is $3.50 a barrel. Moreover, $8 is not the final cost. There are also transportation and other aspects. Now shale oil has almost been replaced by Middle Eastern oil. Kuwait, Syria, Egypt, Persia, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Iraq have all discovered large quantities of light crude oil fields, selling at very cheap prices closer by. Brazil, Venezuela, and Colombia also have large amounts of oil available for extraction. To be honest, there isn't much mining value here. As a profit-oriented company, Southern Petroleum doesn't have a lot of capital to invest in an oil field with an uncertain situation. This will probably have to be left for future development. Chubut province seems more suitable for extracting higher quality oil, boss. As long as we have more advanced equipment, the estimated price can be cheaper. If the company can provide another $200,000 in exploration funds, I am confident that I can discover several more oil fields. We have only explored a portion of this basin. Dr. Duke had already realized that St. Hesser was not interested in this place. He said in a pleading tone, it is not easy to discover oil in the Nukaing region, and shale oil is a relatively inferior and expensive oil. Even with 20 million tons of reserves, it is far from enough. Then I'll give you another year. I will allocate more exploration funds to you. With a final decision, St. Hesser ultimately decided to support Dr. Duke's exploration plan. It's a backup plan. After all, being able to discover a 1 million ton oil well means there's a chance of discovering several large oil fields. Moreover, looking at this exploration team, the scale is indeed a bit small. Being able to spend so little money and discover an oil well is not bad. At Dr. Duke's invitation, after a simple dinner, St. Hesser hurriedly left Nukaing and took the train south again to Comodoro Rivadavia in Chubut province. Comodoro Rivadavia is the largest port city in the Patagonian region of southern Argentina, located on the shores of the San Jorge Gulf. The city currently has a population of 47,000. Originally a wool export port, it developed into the country's main center for oil production and export in 1907 due to the discovery of oil nearby. The Patagonian region is mainly located within Argentina, encompassing almost all the land in the southern part of mainland Argentina, with an area of approximately 673,000 square kilometers. The special structural foundation and complex geological conditions have created a good resource environment and abundant mineral conditions in Patagonia. Patagonia is the region with the most promising development prospects for the Argentine mining industry. This is also one of St. Hesser's confidences. The Patagonian region has large and widely distributed oil reserves, and more and richer oil and natural gas resources have been found on the offshore continental shelf. The Patagonian region, centered on Comodoro Rivadavia, has become Argentina's largest oil base since the 1940s. Both Argentine governments have attached great importance to the colonization and development of the Patagonian region, formulating and implementing policies to encourage the migration of various populations, funds, technologies, materials, and equipment conducive to the region's development, hoping to turn it into a region with well-developed animal husbandry, agriculture, and industry, and then become a new growth point driving the development of the entire national economy. These policies to encourage development, released by Perón last year, mainly include, first, formulating preferential conditions to attract inland residents and foreign immigrants to reclaim and develop here. Second, encouraging the development of industry in this region, stipulating that newly built industrial and mining enterprises are exempt from value-added tax for 10 years from the date of production. Third, encouraging domestic and foreign private capital to explore and develop oil and natural gas. The implementation of these policies is expected to strongly promote the development of the Patagonian region. St. Hesser had more confidence in this place. He carefully read Dr. Tristão Laulers's report, and saw in the report that the reserves of the oil wells they discovered here were 150 million tons, enough to meet Blanca City's future petrochemical industry needs. Chapter 228 Patagonia Trip. General Alvear City, a key investment city for Southern Petroleum, is naturally not as rudimentary as Neuquén City. Moreover, a highly professional oil exploration team is already stationed here. St. Hilaire saw the offices leased by Southern Petroleum, looked around, and nodded. The office space, spanning over 1,000 square meters, had only a few people working on site, handling logistics. Well, the office area is arranged quite nicely. The weather in General Alvear City is much colder than in Blanca City. The population is also relatively small. 2 or 3-story buildings are rare throughout the city. The most prominent buildings, besides the City Hall, are the YPF office buildings. Currently, General Alvear City has only the state-owned oil company YPF, with no other oil companies present. California Standard Oil Company ultimately exists only as an importer. Perón's negotiations failed. Besides some familiar faces from Truno Mining, there are also many exploration employees recruited locally. YPF, as a state-owned company, has also laid off staff, allowing Southern Petroleum to acquire some cheap labor. Developing an oil industry requires a lot of money, talent, and equipment. Developing a decent oil industry is actually as difficult as building warships or launching satellites. St. Hilaire has never been as dedicated as he is to the petrochemical industry. He communicates with Rome daily, and it seems some negotiation results have been achieved with the Fiat family. This is also the first time he has felt strained. Even the synthetic ammonia fertilizer plant, the La Plata steel plant, the Uruguay iron ore project, the potash triangle tobacco industry, and even the arms exports to Southeast Asia, have been quite smooth, mainly because the military stands behind them. But the petrochemical industry is a bit different. It also involves a huge economic output. In order to secure the oil exploitation rights in Neuquén province and Chubut province, Southern Petroleum, besides inheriting the exploitation rights of Truno Mining, also had to spend a lot of money to bind the two provinces and make some development and construction promises, as well as employment commitments. Once oil was actually extracted, St. Hilaire doesn't believe in so-called friendship, but he believes that with enough benefits, these local magnates can be won over. This time, being able to cooperate with Italy's NI, along with the construction experience of the La Plata steel plant and the already trained steel plant engineering construction team, plus some unemployed people from the Argentine National Oil Company, is why St. Hilaire dares to do this on such a large scale. At least Argentina currently has some basic oil industry foundation from the Argentine National Oil Company's unemployed professional and technical personnel alone. St. Hilaire has already scoured several hundred technicians to enrich Southern Petroleum's headquarters in Blanca City. St. Hilaire has already pushed forward various plans to continue expanding the Western Industrial Zone. The industrial zone left behind by Mayorado development is still very backward, and the scale is not enough to cope with such a huge investment. A big difference between Blanca City and La Plata City is that the steel industry in La Plata City can borrow talent from the capital, Buenos Aires. But Blanca City naturally lacks the conditions to attract talent. After all, Saint-Hilaire has only been in the city for a year. The talent needed for Blanca City to develop the chemical industry cannot be handled by ordinary workers. Dr. Tristan is one of the leaders of Southern Petroleum and also shoulders the most important oil exploration and cooperation projects in General Alvear City. He is the most important exploration manager besides Juan Nielsen, the president of Southern Petroleum. He used to work for the mobile oil exploration team in the United States, with 25 years of outdoor exploration experience, working mostly in Venezuela, Colombia, and Mexico. Juan poached him. The General Alvear City exploration team is also Southern Petroleum's largest exploration team, with a huge team of more than 100 people. After Saint-Hilaire shook hands with Dr. Tristan, he didn't say anything more. Boss, the oil exploration environment in Argentina is currently very pessimistic. Our exploration team has discovered a total of 3 oil wells with an estimated reserve of 7 million tons. That's far from enough. I hope we can discover more oil fields. Despite having seen the exploration report on the train, Saint-Hilaire still didn't give up, hoping to explore a large oil field with more than 100 million tons. The Falcon Intelligence Agency's intelligence shows that the state-owned oil company has explored at least 30 million tons of oil reserves in the Patagonia region. Of course, this has not fully explored Argentina's oil reserve potential. Exploration is expensive, and drilling is also very expensive. Drilling an oil well currently costs an average of $15,000 in rich oil and gas gathering areas, and the equipment costs are calculated separately. Saint-Hilaire's allocation to General Alvear City has already exceeded $500,000, drilling nearly 19 oil wells, but only 3 have produced oil. The Nukaing team was actually very lucky, securing 1 oil well after drilling 4 wells. Chubut province is indeed a province with very promising oil reserves, and the exploration results this time are actually relatively optimistic. Boss, I actually discovered a very large gathering area, but it's by the sea. Our technology hasn't reached that level yet. I assessed it with Dr. Yuri, a geological expert, and there's at least a large oil field of 200 million tons in the bay. Tristan considered it for a moment before speaking. Offshore oil fields don't need to be considered for the time being. Not only is the exploration funding expensive, but the construction cost is also too high. The main focus is still on exploring onshore oil fields. Saint-Hilaire shook his head again. Offshore oil fields are indeed good, but he can't wait until that day. Southern Petroleum would probably go bankrupt. You need to grasp the exploration timing here and drill accurately. He reluctantly twitched a corner of his mouth. Let's eat first and talk while we eat. General Alvear City is not far from the Antarctic region, and the seafood restaurants here have a lot of local aquatic products, especially lobster, sea crab, and sea cucumber. Saint-Hilaire saw several fishing boats on the pier, which, unsurprisingly, were produced by Sanjay Shipbuilding. Diesel and gasoline in General Alvear City are among the lowest price areas in Argentina. There is a refinery with an annual output of 500,000 tons, supplying gasoline, diesel, and other petroleum products to the southern region. Boss, currently, we are only preparing to exploit onshore oil, right? Saint-Hilaire was silent for a while. That's right, that's how it is. Only onshore oil can meet the needs. He picked up a crab claw and took a bite. The taste was very delicious, salt-baked crab, original flavor. Saint-Hilaire ultimately inspected the oil mining area for 2 days and had to say that the oil quality here was very high, a grade higher than that of Nukaing. He ultimately decided to increase the oil exploration investment near General Alvear City, investing $1.5 million for continued exploration and drilling. Oil is the future of the 20th century, not only considering the automotive industry, but also other products that are needed. If Argentina can take the opportunity to become an oil exporting country, it can also make a lot of money. Of course, the most important thing is to develop heavy chemical industries and lay the foundation for future development. Because some bad news came, he had to end this inspection early. On June 22, 12 national universities in 8 Argentine cities launched a strike, and the National University of the South was also affected. The vocational school, which was preparing to open in a few months, was also impacted. This inspection was somewhat anticlimactic, but the overall situation was still good. Speaking of oil, diesel, and other products, Saint-Hilaire couldn't help but think of one of the most failed investments, the Renaissance tank factory. Regarding the Renaissance industrial tank factory, which has been continuously invested in but has not achieved great development, Saint-Hilaire finally clarified their next development goal in his mind: introduce a truck production line, retain the second generation main battle tank research and development project, but fully shift to the development of civil industry. Truck production lines are not easy to find, and automobile production lines are also very rare. Automobile factories are a more difficult goal, but since the motorcycle factory and tractor factory have gradually become profitable, of course, Saint Hilaire is also full of confidence in the truck project. He took tanks for granted. How many tanks can the Argentine army consume? But trucks are different. Trucks are for civil industry, and with Argentina's economic development, a large number of trucks will definitely be needed. Through Sequoia Company, Saint Hilaire conducted inspections on several automobile manufacturers, including Ford in the United States, Volkswagen in Germany, Peugeot and Renault in France, Citroën, and Leland Motors in the United Kingdom, trying to acquire a complete automobile production line. The British automobile industry was at its peak, and negotiations were very difficult. The four major American automobile companies, General Motors, Ford Motor Company, Chrysler, and American Motors Corporation, have all been contacted, but there has not been much progress. Ford Motor Company still retains a production line in Argentina, but that is already the T-model production line from 20 years ago, which is completely outdated. The most impressive thing was the most in-depth negotiation was with a bankrupt American automobile production line, including the currently famous Studebaker Automobile Company. The factory currently has only 1,000 or 2,000 people left. Studebaker faces fierce competition from Ford, General Motors, and Chrysler. In fact, these three companies are engaged in price wars. And Studebaker has been inadvertently affected, coupled with increasing labor and production costs, as well as some quality control issues. The once powerful Studebaker automobile factory began to decline. Argentina's automobile consumer market has not been fully stimulated, of course. In any era, there are many poor people, so Saint Hilaire's consideration of the automobile market starts with cheap cars, vans, and Beetle mini cars are all his goals. American large fuel-consuming cars will also gradually decline in the future. Oil crisis, surpassed by Japan and Germany, and the United Kingdom, is even more unnecessary to mention. The economic situation in Europe, America, and Japan in the past 2 years has not been very good. In addition to the economic crisis, they have been constantly in the adjustment phase, and they are about to enter the second explosive development stage, which is also Argentina's opportunity. Chapter 229 Fiat 600 Production Line. Chubut Province was later incorporated into Argentina and has fewer autonomous municipalities, only 16. Compared to Buenos Aires Province, which was developed earlier and has more than 130 autonomous municipalities, it is indeed sparsely populated. Of course, many of the autonomous municipalities in Buenos Aires Province have only a few hundred or a few thousand people, which is why the city of Blanca can merge with neighboring towns. Exploration costs are quite expensive, but fortunately, some work can be outsourced. There are also many Chileans in Navy General City participating in field exploration work. Currently, Argentina is more developed than Chile. San Jose didn't want to take the train back, so he had the auto arrive in Navy General City in advance. The auto has been more completely renovated and is docked in the port, attracting a lot of attention in Navy General City. The mayor of Navy General City, Dario Damian, also met with San Jose to discuss some preliminary cooperation matters in detail, and both host and guest were happy. Dario Damian is a member of the Justicialist Party, but this does not hinder cooperation between the two. Many autonomous municipalities in the south can be regarded as frontier officials, and the development of Blanca City in the past year has been widely circulated in the Patagonia region under the promotion of newspapers. In particular, the cooperation regulations with Viedma and Santa Rosa have made many more backwoods cities want to supply Blanca City, but the second phase of cooperation has not yet started. Blanca City also tries to avoid the method of spreading the pie too thin. It is enough to support the surrounding area. Oil has closely connected me and Mr. San Jose, which is a cooperation regulation that the provincial capital, Rawson, does not have. Later, people gradually learned that Mayor Dario's 2 children went to Harvard University in the United States in September to study, avoiding the national student strike, which was personally presided over by Sean of Sequoia Capital. He also bought a high-end residence in Buenos Aires and a luxury Mercedes-Benz car. After that, the speed of oil exploitation in the south was rapidly promoted, and good news came every month. The Southern Radical Party led by San Jose also rapidly expanded its influence here under the introduction of Mayor Dario. San Jose also had a detailed talk with Navy Major General Marcos Andres, who was stationed here, for more than 2 hours, and exchanged gifts with each other. Only then did San Jose end his vacation early and take a boat north, Rome, Juan, as a big financier and head of the main delegation, is also responsible for negotiations in other military trade fields. Horst, the president of Rheinmetall, went to Turin as his deputy to negotiate cooperation. This military negotiation has entered the final stage and is coming to an end. The Rheinmetall team has obtained a large amount of basic military technology, which is of great significance for the modification of warships, the optimization of the Aero 2 fighter jet at the San Martin aircraft factory, and the development of new firearms. Horst has also completely become the official representative of the Argentine military industry. A German, and also a former Nazi Argentine representative, was publicized to Israel by those with ulterior motives. The Jews who heard the news also launched several assassinations, trying to kill Horst and several others. In particular, the Jewish intelligence agents of Israel had fierce battles with the top security personnel of the Falcon Bureau, but ultimately failed, but lost several elite security personnel. The reason for the failure was that it was relatively sudden, and the Mossad was in the early stage of development, and the level of special warfare was relatively average, which prevented Horst from being assassinated successfully. One also sent the assassination intelligence to Argentina for emergency help in order to protect these experts and meet the personnel. San Jose once again sent a group of elite security guards and arranged special ships to meet them go to Italy for protection. Rheinmetall has many elite experts coming. If something happens, it will be a big loss. This is also something that San Jose did not anticipate in advance. Damn Israelis. San Jose also hated Israel in his heart. Israel is now in a relatively peaceful stage. With the help of the Americans, it is also close to Italy, which allows them to take advantage of the loopholes. Fortunately, Enrique and others quickly responded and sent the local city hall to send the police to ensure safety. At least Italy has no problems at this stage. San Jose was a little helpless when he learned about the assassination of Israeli agents, and he also reminded himself that these arrogant Israeli agents seemed to have assassinated and tried many former Nazi personnel in Argentina in later generations. This is a provocation to Argentina's sovereignty. It seems that the experts from Rheinmetall and the San Martin aircraft factory should be kept low-key. In fact, this is also something that cannot be helped. Even if he knows that Israel will continue to expand, even occupy the Sinai Peninsula and attack Egypt, the Middle East is a shit stirrer, he cannot remind Nasser or the like. The inertia of history and San Jose's own limited influence are not enough to deal with the situation in the Middle East. However, it is possible to cause trouble for them and sell and smuggle some practical military fire to Israel's opponents through French channels. San Jose can smuggle military fire in many areas of Southeast Asia and North Africa, which is also approved by the French. San Jose has also been wanting to find a major country as a partner, and the French are a relatively good partner. At least the conflict between Britain and France is still very large. France and the Soviet Union are both naturally suitable for Argentina to cooperate with, but in terms of reliability, the most reliable is the Soviet Union. The betrayal of France and the United States in the Falklands War in later generations are all manifestations of their unreliability, especially the United States and Britain. They are basically in an enemy relationship with Argentina. However, in international relations, strength is the first priority. The relationship with major countries is more delicate. At present, it is more suitable to develop in a low-key manner and increase strength. In this cooperation, besides Southern Oil, the most successful is the acquisition of the Fiat 600 car production line, which is even more meaningful than the cooperation of Rheinmetall. Italy is one of the few countries in the world with a complete automobile industry in the field of automobile manufacturing. The Italian automobile manufacturing industry, represented by Fiat, is already at an advanced world level in vehicle and engine design and manufacturing, research and development capabilities and level, and manufacturing processes and technology. Fiat is headquartered in Turin, Italy, and received assistance from Ford in the 1930s to establish the most advanced assembly line at the time. Currently, the Fiat Group has 80,000 employees and has begun to make a profit again. It is far more powerful than St. Hussar imagined during World War II. It produced Italy's first light tank and the BR-20 bomber, which is enough to show that Fiat has a very strong technical foundation. The current Fiat is, strictly speaking, a state-owned enterprise. Although it belongs to the Agnelli family, it supported Mussolini during the war and was deprived of ownership of the group by the National Committee. At the same time, Fiat is also Italy's largest military industry enterprise, capable of producing ship engines, airplanes, sports cars, tractors, trucks, forklifts, bulldozers, and other all-round industrial products. Fiat's quasi-state-owned status makes one's negotiations more convenient. Enrique, as the head of Italy's largest state-owned enterprise, has a good relationship with Vittorio Valletta, the current president of Fiat, the second largest state-owned enterprise. In one's initial report, St. Hesser discovered something new, which was the Fiat 600 model car. This was exactly what he wanted, and Fiat was preparing to launch it on the market. St. Hesser had wanted to find some substitutes for vans, but they simply didn't exist in the world at the time. But there was another new product, which was a microcar. But cooperation with Volkswagen Beetle in Germany was not going smoothly, and the price was expensive. The cars produced by the British Mini Motor Company were even more expensive and did not meet his needs, and the attitude of the British made him very unhappy. The United States simply did not have the concept of microcars. There was no cooperation established with Japanese companies such as Toyota, and Suzuki's technology was not strong enough. The negotiations with Fiat were held in Turin. In order to reach a cooperation, Enrique also helped to go there, forming a large-scale cooperation team, Mr. Vittorio Valletta, our team hopes that you can help us build a complete Fiat 600 production line to help us build our own car factory. Will it be sold under the name of Fiat or under the name of your company? How will the price be calculated? Vittorio nodded. Enrique introduced the project, and Italy and Argentina have always had a lot of cooperation. He asked a core question: business is business, and friendship is friendship. We offer two options. The first is that we provide all the funds to purchase the car production line from you and then change it to our brand. We can provide all the funds. The second is to establish a joint venture automobile company, with profits and assets being split equally. One proposed two options. One is to establish an Argentine private automobile company, and the other is a joint venture automobile company. The former is more expensive and the effect is slower. Once successful, it will be an independent brand. The latter is faster and the quality is expected to be better, but it is less helpful to the development of an independent automobile industry in the end. Vittorio agreed to sell the entire Fiat 600 production line and authorize the production of the model. The entire Fiat company currently lacks confidence in the Fiat 600, because this is a car that is only scheduled to be launched next year. If there's more funding, they can further optimize and improve this model. In other words, St. Hesser caught a good time. No one knows whether the Fiat 600 will work or not, so it is better to sell the production line directly. Fiat has to support 80,000 people, and the automobile department has a heavy responsibility. Moreover, the price offered by the Argentines is too high for them to refuse, including the engine production line, welding, stamping, painting, powertrain, etc. The contract price is $22 million, with a first year's payment to be paid within 1 month, and the balance to be paid within 3 years. It also includes a series of technical cooperations such as the modification of automobile raw materials, tire production lines, cast iron engines, gearboxes, and car bodies, as well as a large number of industrial machine tool cooperation. Happy cooperation. Vittorio and Juan hugged each other tightly. Both sides were very satisfied. One took a photo on behalf of the automobile production team to commemorate the occasion. The group visited the Turin automobile factory again and saw the prototype car and the small-scale production line. The Fiat 600 is 3.22 meters long and is Fiat's first rear-wheel drive model. In addition, the Fiat 600 also has the Fiat Ipla production line, or a microvan. This Fiat 600M is narrow but can seat 6 people. Of course, it is very uncomfortable to sit in. The appearance of this car is very rounded overall, somewhat like an egg. There are 2 sets of circular lamps on the left and right sides of the front of the car, plus a rounded front grille, which makes the whole car look a bit cute. A luggage rack can be optionally installed on the roof to increase luggage storage space. The side of the car body adopts ordinary front opening doors. In terms of power, the Fiat Ipla is equipped with a 0.77L naturally aspirated 4-cylinder engine, matched with a 4-speed manual transmission. Although the horsepower is only 32 horsepower, it wins in its lightweight. The curb weight of this car is only 580 kilograms, and the maximum total weight is only 900 kilograms. Before microcars appeared in Japan, Fiat was the most fuel-efficient car, and this is also the direction of future development. Fuel Efficiency 1 and others also test drove in the factory area and expressed their satisfaction. Argentines need cheap and easy-to-use cars. This cooperation mainly involves 2 cars, namely the 5-seater Fiat 600 car and the Fiat 600M passenger car. In fact, St. Hesser also intended to introduce Fiat's truck project to help the rain tank factory transform, but the Fiat truck factory is independent, and their truck production line is very expensive, so he simply gave up after visiting these factories. Juan and others basically completed the task, and the next step is formal cooperation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. Yes. General. On June 23, the Otto sailed north along the coast, riding the wind and waves. San Jose frowned, reviewing the latest intelligence from the Falcon Bureau. The situation in the country was not looking optimistic. The waves were gentle, the weather was fine, and San Jose fully appreciated the scenery of the Argentine coast. It seems that this nationwide student strike is a new trigger. This nationwide strike has also had some impact on Blanca City, which nominally has 2 universities. The National University of the South hasn't started yet. It will probably start at the end of February, and the enrollment scale has been expanded again and again, directly reaching 500 people. And the international student program has been launched. Blanca City Higher Vocational College is also scheduled to open in February next year. The construction of the campus has already begun, and the enrollment scale has also been directly expanded, directly to 1,000 students per class, and the major has also been directly doubled, and new majors have been established now. The library, dormitory area, sports ground, teaching area, and school park are all under construction. Everything is available. Several secondary vocational schools are also in preparation. The main focus is on finance, and Blanca City's finances are already very sufficient. So it's time to spend some money in order to cope with the challenges brought about by industrialization. San Jose is also considering how to deal with the risk of this coup. The Fiat 600 production line car factory, and oil refining base, and new parts factories, and rubber tire factories need to be well arranged. The research and development of automotive steel plates, the material for oil pipelines, and the burden on the special steel plant are even heavier now. It can only be arranged in Blanca City, otherwise, there will be trouble. Even a little problem will be devastating, like talent training, the required secondary textile schools, steel schools, nautical schools, petroleum schools, architectural schools. And normal schools must be prepared, otherwise, there will be problems with some middle-level management and future research and development. Of course, most of these secondary schools are led by the City Hall in cooperation, and several major companies are responsible for sponsorship, such as the Blue Cloud Textile, which will sponsor a large part of the textile school. Moreover, the foreign population of Blanca City is still increasing rapidly at a rate of 3,500 people per month, which is also a huge challenge to public security management. The last military rebellion in Plaza de Mayo, the Air Force and Navy planes strafed, resulting in 156 deaths and hundreds of injuries as the presidential palace implemented various measures against the church. The Ministry of Finance stopped subsidies to church schools, and major newspapers across the country are opposing the church. Perón claimed that the church is destroying the labor union. Churches in remote areas are also urgently active, re-emerging to influence public opinion. The southern Belgrano Naval Port and the Navy General Port were not moved for the time being because they did not participate. General José also made a speech at the Ministry of the Navy condemning the last air and naval rebellion. Perón put pressure on the Ministry of Defense, and General Thompson, who saved the capital's peace, was not only not reused, but was held accountable. His partial power was revoked, and his residence was also monitored by Perón's intelligence agency. Thompson, as an important figure in the Argentine military's Blue faction, has close ties with the Córdoba gang and is suspected by Perón. The Córdoba gang, under the leadership of Eduardo, is preparing to launch a military coup, and Perón is already aware of it this time. General José of Belgrano Naval Port also received an invitation from Córdoba to participate in the coup, which made him feel it was necessary to discuss it with San Jose with the participation of the army. The success rate of this coup will be very high. This is supported by the people. He is inclined to participate. This is also something that can't be helped. He is reluctant to step down now, and supporting Perón is no longer necessary. The situation is stronger than people. It is impossible to be a fence-sitter. Choosing a side is very important. San Jose, as a former member of the Córdoba City Guard and now serving as the mayor of the most important province in Argentina with real power, also received a secret cooperation invitation for the coup, hoping that he could provide some military fire, and also get some sponsorship. Now many people know that he is the mastermind behind revitalize, which has made him valued by the Córdoba military. San Jose has some influence in Córdoba, hoping that he can provide some material support, especially the support of the arsenal, providing some military fire and bullets. Now Argentina's military industry has been divided into 3 major factions, This is also something that can't be helped. Although the Americans support the warlords to overthrow Perón, they will not provide firearms, and American firearms are too expensive. They provided a little sponsorship. Argentina's three major military industries are the Rosario Buenos Aires faction composed of some generals under Perón, Buenos Aires Arms Company, Military Light Weapons Factory, Domingo Mate Light Weapons Factory, Naval Repair Shipyard, and a series of state-owned military factories, which can produce imitations of the STG-44 assault rifle, Sistema M1927 pistol, under the stimulation of Rheinmetall. The output has also increased very quickly in others. The military industry mainly based on the Córdoba Military Aircraft Factory, which can only manufacture some military machines, and the unsuccessful Aero 2 jet aircraft, currently the most miserable side. The only related firearms factory is the Bosa Pistol Company, with low output and low power. The Bosa Pistol Company was originally only a middle faction, not biased towards Córdoba. Recently it was forced by Perón to have no way out, and secretly contacted Córdoba. A part of the Rosario army was persuaded by the Sabo family. There is also San Jose's private military company, Rheinmetall Fletzer United Military Group, which is Argentina's largest arms manufacturer, including machine gun factories, pistol factories, artillery factories, tank factories, and a series of industries, and is currently Argentina's only two assault rifle manufacturers, the largest submachine gun manufacturer, and classic pistols. It is worth mentioning that, although the Rheinmetall tank factory failed to design the next generation tank, some of the existing tanks have also been modified in an Argentine style. These tanks have been sold to the Argentine Ministry of Defense at a low price, including 6 M4 Sherman medium tanks and 26 cubic meter Stuart light tanks. Now only the M3 Stuart light tank manufacturing platform and production line are retained, and 2 units are kept in the tank factory for research. In the evening, when the auto passed through Blanca Bay, San Jose, who was dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the approaching Mendoza-class destroyer through the window. The captain of the destroyer saw that it was the auto and escorted him for a distance. Obviously, the situation has deteriorated to a certain extent, and the Navy has also begun to take over the power of the Coast Guard and conduct coastal patrols. San Jose had already considered how to reply, stabilize the situation in Blanca City as soon as possible, and discussed with General José and General Thompson to make some preparations. San Jose's confidants, such as Aragon of the Blue Delta, Bill Bernard of the Potassium Triangle Thunder Cross, Constantine of San Martin, and Guerrero of the Falcon headquarters, all took action, mobilizing a large number of materials. Nationwide Billings Reliance, and the dissolution of the Labor Federation Army, made these local warlords realize that their opportunity had finally arrived. For several months, Córdoba had been stepping up preparations for a military coup. The current leader, General Eduardo Lunardi of the National Defense Army, commanded a military force of 9,000 men and a police force of 1,000. In addition, there were 2 Air Force flight squadrons, but their aircraft were far inferior to those at the Morón base, mostly outdated models. The number of troops was more than double that of the original City Defense Force era. A large amount of city and provincial finance shifted towards the military, greatly improving the treatment of the military, despite the significant reduction in the defense budget. Moreover, they had secretly united the Central Intermediate faction in Rosario and several major military regions in the north. Eduardo was the de facto leader, even surpassing Little Thompson. Eduardo had greater influence in the Córdoba military because he effectively safeguarded the interests of the lower-ranking soldiers and officers. He also reformed the army, and many of the old, lazy types were eliminated, making the combat effectiveness and cohesion far superior to what they were a few years ago. This greatly increased the favorability of the Córdoba citizens towards the military, and the previous situation of oppressing the citizens had disappeared in the original city guard era. There were actually many gaucho scoundrels like Saint Hessa, which greatly reduced the combat effectiveness of the army. Also, gauchos with generally low levels of education and culture once accounted for 1/3 of the Córdoba military at its peak. Gauchos in the Córdoba military have been reduced to a very small proportion. They were forced to withdraw from the army in large numbers, while locals from Córdoba joined the army instead. The withdrawing gauchos largely entered San Martin City, becoming reliable workers. Chemical factories, breweries, candy factories, flour mills, beverage factories, and machinery factories all had a considerable number of gaucho workers. A small number joined the Thunder Cross. The relatively freer construction industry also has a large number of gaucho workers joining, which should not be underestimated. In companies like Cohen Construction, Harris Road Construction, Kingayan Construction, and Yuhu construction. Almost half are hard-working gaucho construction workers, of course. The biggest reason for the Cordoban military's popular support is the economy. In recent years, the employment environment in Cordoba has deteriorated. Many local high school graduates cannot find jobs. Some people choose to become workers in San Martin City, but most people are unwilling to go to a new city. The people of Cordoba have the pride of Cordoba, and they have never even considered rural places like Maria Town. In this way, the army has become their new destination. Except for a few excellent officers, most of the grassroots officers and soldiers have long been replaced, and they are more willing to accept Eduardo's leadership. They plan to launch a military coup within 2 months to completely overthrow Bilin's rule. If they don't hurry, these army generals will face a new round of cleansing by Bilin, who intends to get serious. The internal slogan has also spread, which is to stop and end the Peronist Party's destruction of culture and economy, take military action to take over all power in the country, and eliminate Peronist elements. In addition, the Rosario military, the Santa Fe military, and other local warlords have also received contact from Eduardo. June 28, Cordoba. Military District Headquarters. Eduardo was making some deployments. Sitting were representatives of some other regional generals and important figures in the military. Saint Hesse's acquaintance, Lieutenant Colonel Han Krudik, deputy head of the 2nd Regiment, participated. He, like Saint Hesse, participated in the city guard training work at the time, serving as a 2nd lieutenant, and his promotion speed was the fastest among the 9 instructors. Saint Hesse's chief of staff, Eureka Guerra, is now also a colonel, serving as the head of the 1st Regiment. Major Loki Amica of the General Staff is also an old acquaintance of Saint Hesse. Most of the young officers of the General Staff where Saint Hesse once worked have been reused by Eduardo, and some of his military ideas still have some influence on the General Staff. The most powerful military force that Bilin currently holds is the 20,000-strong Capitol Police Force, which has advanced light and heavy weapons of various kinds, as well as the 7,500-strong Capitol Garrison Force of 3 regiments. Because of the Rhine Arms Factory, the Buenos Aires Police Department has stronger firearms, but the Cordoban military has not been able to replace them with more advanced MG52 assault rifles, only obtaining 200 for training. Moreover, in order to balance, a small part is equipped with Domingo Weapons Factory's STG-44 assault rifles and Sistema M1927 pistols. Eduardo pointed to the Buenos Aires sand table, as well as the orientation map of various fortresses in core, and conducted a simulation. We must make good use of railways and military trucks to break through the defense zone, and then capture Bilin and force him to step down. Please note that this is still a war. If anyone does not want to participate, you can withdraw now, but you need to stay in prison for a few months. Eduardo looked around and said a few words. No one wanted to withdraw, and he was very satisfied. Very good, we must make full preparations within these 2 months, and at the same time secretly train the army, rotating a part of the army to the high mountain area for training. In recent years, the Cordoba army has changed very quickly. In fact, many veterans have also been arranged to enter the armory, where there are nearly 2,000 people who can play some role when they put on military uniforms. There is a huge training ground in the western mountainous area of Cordoba, which is very concealed. Rhine Armaments agreed to provide 22,000 MG52 assault rifles, 22,000 MP40 submachine guns, 28,000 P08 pistols, as well as mortars, rocket launchers, machine guns, etc., and motorcycles. This is very important to us. Saint Hesse Cohen is still relatively reliable. Eduardo praised Saint Hesse. To show his sincerity, he risked providing a large number of light weapons and a small number of light weapons to the Cordoba army at cost price. In addition, he sold 1,000 Reed motorcycles. This made Saint Hesse's old acquaintances feel a little uncomfortable. In fact, strictly speaking, he developed the best in the General Staff. These weapons were Saint Hesse's inventory stored in a potassium triangle area warehouse, which were originally to be smuggled to Chile, Peru, and Bolivia. Of course, these are not profitable, and are basically sold at cost price, or even at a loss. Fortunately, the production of Reed motorcycles has also increased, and the cost of the new generation of motorcycles has been greatly reduced, so there is basically no loss. Everyone, please prepare for the war as soon as possible, and at the same time strictly keep the intelligence secret. Meeting adjourned. The meeting lasted for several hours and finally adjourned. Yes, General. The officers participating in the meeting saluted one after another, and General Eduardo returned the salute. Chapter 231 Grand Blanca Metropolitan Area. Saint-Arus only provided a little help with this so-called coup revitalize transportation and export capabilities, concealed by Prol International's domestic and international logistics, completed the task remarkably well. Its concealment capabilities were excellent, allowing it to conduct operations under Barrow's nose, with production lines opening one after another. In addition to the Prol fleet's shipping, Saint-Arus also hoped to establish a rapid logistics group domestically to connect various factories in the interior, especially for cooperation with the two important cities of Córdoba and Rosario. Currently, the development of Argentina's railways is approaching its peak. And even this slow rail is not as fast as some heavy trucks for transportation. 3 super projects are about to land in Blanca, or rather, 4. Blanca's land is once again insufficient to accommodate Saint-Arus's ambitions. These 3 projects are the Southern Oil Refinery, Ethylene Project, the Maya Chemical Project in the Western Industrial Zone in the west, which is already insufficient and can only be arranged in the more remote Bosca area, and these refineries and ethylene plants will be followed by a series of chemical plants in the future. The Rheinmetall, Fiat Automobile Project will be arranged in the Alta area in the east, setting up a Fiat 600 production line and building an automotive industrial base, which will include rubber tire factories, gear factories, parts factories, engine factories, and a series of supporting factories in the future. These are all super projects with investments of tens of millions of US dollars, in addition to the rapidly developing Hot Steel Plant, La Plata Special Steel Plant project in the East Port Industrial Zone. The devaluation of the peso has given Argentina's export processing industry strong competitiveness, and Blanca has risen against the trend to become Argentina's third largest export base, second only to Buenos Aires and La Plata. The Blanca City Hall has issued some preferential policies for factories and free port policies, which are all major benefits. It is estimated that the current labor shortage has exceeded 15,000 people, and many factory owners are complaining to the civil servants of the Investment Promotion Bureau that it is too difficult to recruit workers. The population of Blanca is expected to break through 400,000 by the end of this year, and it still seems sparse when scattered over Blanca's 1,000 square kilometers. Although this is already very fast, Saint-Arus still feels that development is too slow. After all, once all 4 super projects are put into production, the number of workers needed by each factory consortium will be in the tens of thousands, which cannot be met by the current labor force. Hot steel alone will need almost 10,000 people, not to mention those rapidly expanding clothing factories. About half of the newly established factories are clothing factories. Even if half of these workers bring their families, these 4 super projects alone can bring almost 100,000 people, not including the number of people in some supporting factories. The accelerated expansion of the entire city is imminent, but it is currently impossible to annex more distant free cities. The original towns of Alta and other small towns already have close ties with Blanca and can be accommodated. Saint-Arus needs to find a way. Saint-Arus hopes to include the medium-sized towns of Arachi and Menadis to the west, Bajo Hondo to the east, and Tornquist to the north into the development scope, making Blanca a city with a larger jurisdiction. He couldn't help but think of the metropolitan area concept in places like the western United States, with a main city as the core, accommodating a large number of small cities. In fact, the metropolitan area concept is a city cluster, such as the famous Paris metropolitan area in France, with a distinction between Greater Paris and Lesser Paris, as well as the New York metropolitan area, the Los Angeles metropolitan area, and in South America, there are also the Rio de Janeiro metropolitan area, the Sao Paulo metropolitan area, the Buenos Aires metropolitan area, and the Santiago metropolitan area. But this is also because most Western countries use the small city hall concept, and they are equal in status and can set up their own councils and manage their own police departments. The Greater St. Martin city reform was relatively smooth. The Córdoba province is sparsely populated and can completely implement city-county integration. After all, the surrounding areas are village-level cities, which cannot be strictly called towns. Integration is effortless, giving St. Martin City a development space of tens of thousands of square kilometers, making it the largest city in Córdoba province in terms of jurisdiction. However, Blanca's situation is completely different from that of the original Maria town. Blanca was originally a small city hall, and even if it has a large population, the surrounding towns have independent status. Buenos Aires province, as the strongest economic province and the most populous province in Argentina, has the most detailed administrative divisions, which also guarantees the status of Buenos Aires province, just like the United States in later generations, where one province crushes the other 21 provinces, until the capital, Buenos Aires Autonomous City, was separated. But now, whether it is economy, population, or other aspects, it still far exceeds other provinces and is a super-administrative region currently. The provinces in Argentina are ranked with Buenos Aires first, with 3 development engines, namely the provincial capital La Plata and Ñuble, plus the metropolitan area around the capital, which makes Buenos Aires province the fastest growing and maintains a crushing lead. Looking at the administrative division map, you can see that the division of Buenos Aires province is very domineering, with the longest coastline in the country. Strictly speaking, Bahía Blanca is closer to La Pampa province. Logically, La Pampa province should have its own access to the sea. The Colorado River also cuts off a portion of Rio Negro province. Buenos Aires province has effectively suppressed the development of 2 provinces with superior geographical locations. Secondly, Córdoba province has surpassed Santa Fe province to become the second largest economic province in Argentina. A monster city like Villa Maria has emerged, achieving the status of a dual-core city, with its population approaching 500,000. Recent domestic turmoil has made Villa Maria a safe haven, and there are also many job opportunities here. The proportion of San Jose's own factory industries is quickly falling below 30%. Mechanical manufacturing and non-ferrous metal smelting have become new emerging industries here. Construction engineering, food processing, the garment industry, and the chemical industry are all top-notch. The mechanical manufacturing and light industries are also relatively developed. Mayor Cross of Villa Maria, with the help of San Jose, has formulated some new industrial development measures, such as utilizing the advantage of being close to the western mining area to develop copper metal smelting, providing raw materials for Rheinmetall military industries, developing mechanical parts processing, providing raw materials for the Rheinmetall tractor factory, and a series of development measures such as supporting factories around Maya Chemical. Villa Maria now has sufficient finances and has also used these finances to establish several state-owned enterprises, while continuously expanding urban infrastructure construction. It has also established a Villa Maria commercial bank, with San Jose's local factories investing in shares. Córdoba province has been an important leader of local warlords since the founding of the nation, and now it has even greater strength, and the population is increasing rapidly. The third largest province is Santa Fe province, with 2 major cities, Santa Fe and Rosario, but the development speed is relatively average. Other provinces are mediocre and have not developed much previously. Bahía Blanca illegally annexed 3 towns and was warned by the provincial government, but they were helpless. After all, these were some small towns with small populations, and these towns couldn't wait to integrate into Bahía Blanca. Now, Bahía Blanca is taking over public security and developing the economy, which is incomparable to the past. Otherwise, San Jose would not want to put the factory in another small town. After all, these 3 towns are greatly influenced by Bahía Blanca. In addition, San Jose used some means to achieve a peaceful merger. The fact is annexation, but San Jose promised that each of the 3 districts would set up 2-3 new councilors, increase the salaries of civil servants, and increase citizen benefits, so the impact is not significant. It has to be said that there is no match for Bahía Blanca within 100 or 200 kilometers, even the 2 major provincial capitals of La Pampa province and Rio Negro province. In order to develop the Bahía Blanca metropolitan area, San Jose negotiated with one town after another. Using various means, everyone is happy to join this greater Bahía Blanca metropolitan area. These towns, plus some surrounding villages, average about 10,000 people. This is a more in-depth cooperation than the previous general cooperation. Finally, the 9 neighboring towns agreed to join the Bahía Blanca metropolitan area, and the Bahía Blanca metropolitan area cooperation regulations were signed on July 20th. This has brought the scale of the metropolitan area to 8,660 square kilometers, with a total population of 300,000. Bahía Blanca has taken a leading position in the cooperation. The next step is to slowly connect these towns more closely by building new roads, and then establish deeper cooperative relationships, first turning them into satellite cities when the conditions are ripe. In the later stage, these 8 towns will be annexed in one fell swoop and become a large wide area city, and the city area will be expanded again in the future. Bahía Blanca will become a large industrial city with steel, machinery manufacturing, chemicals, automobiles, shipbuilding, aviation, and petrochemicals as its main industries, with 10,000-ton ships able to pass unimpeded, a comprehensive transportation hub with sea, land, air, and rail development, and one of Argentina's largest foreign trade ports, with a huge domestic demand for steel. San Jose plans to expand the scale of the La Plata steel plant. The current two 1,580 cubic meter blast furnaces have been put into operation, and the third 1,580 cubic meter blast furnace is under construction. The production capacity of the three blast furnaces when fully put into operation will just reach San Jose's plan when he founded the La Plata steel plant, with a steel production capacity of 4.8 million tons. Moreover, the La Plata steel plant has achieved profitability and is preparing to repay some loans at the beginning. La Plata steel plant issued company bonds of $10 million, bank loans of $20 million, self-raise a capital of $10 million, military blue faction investment of $3 million, and revolving capital of $5 million, with a total investment of $48 million. With a goal of building a steel plant with an annual output of 5 million tons, now the steel plant still has $10 million of construction funds left, which has been used to build the third blast furnace and special steel plant. The profit from selling steel is already $8 million, and it has also earned about $6 million from helping domestic steel plants build. The military blue faction, represented by Little Thompson and others, has already been repaid, with a total of $3.5 million in principal and interest in 2 years, which can be called huge profits, some of which are transfers of benefits, and some relationships are managed with the military, which is why the La Plata steel plant can withstand the pressure. The issued bonds will begin to be repaid this year, and the bank loans will begin to be repaid next year. $10 million of the bank loans were acquired by Balvanera Bank and converted into equity, which means that the La Plata steel plant now has less than $25 million in debt. In fact, the cost of building two major blast furnaces and converters and other supporting facilities has dropped a lot, and the domestic production capacity has been improved. The third blast furnace is completely domestically produced, which greatly reduces construction funds. San Jose plans to build two more 1,580 cubic meter blast furnaces to further expand the production capacity, so that the La Plata steel plant's production capacity will increase by another 3.2 million tons, reaching a scale of 8 million tons, becoming one of the largest steel plants in the world. The hot steel plant in Bahia Blanca has now reached its limit, and there is no need to expand it further. Chapter 232 El Padrón Copper Mining and Reform. This year, the international gold price fluctuated between $30 and $40 per ounce, with 1 ton of gold worth $1.58 million, although the Bretton Woods system stipulated that 1 ounce of gold was equal to $35. San Jose was, after all, not the central bank of Argentina. Moreover, Argentina's gold mine production was not high, making it impossible to exchange for US dollars currently. Among the major financial institutions in the country, Balvanera Bank already has one of the largest gold reserves. Of course, this does not include the vast private family groups, but few exceed Balvanera Bank. In addition to a large number of domestic assets acting as ballast, Balvanera Bank has more than 14 tons of gold reserves, mainly distributed in 4 cities in the country: Buenos Aires with 8 tons, Bahia Blanca with 2 tons, San Martin with 1 ton, Rosario Branch with 1 ton, and Córdoba with 2 tons. These gold reserves mostly come from the export of arms and tobacco, as well as some special industries, stored by Plary International in the bank's vault, and then becoming Balvanera Bank's gold reserve. Some gold also comes from small gold mine exploitation, but the quantity is very small. Thunder Mining can now be regarded as one of the largest mining companies in the country. Some gold was found in some associated minerals, refined, and provided to Balvanera Bank for reserves. This is actually a last resort. The peso's crazy devaluation has made gold a very good publicity tool for the bank's reputation. To absorb residents' savings, in addition to interest rates slightly higher than other banks, this gold is a business card. This has also caused the branches in these cities to be targeted by bandits, but fortunately, the security of the vault is good. Argentina was originally a member of the sterling area. After the establishment of the Bretton Woods system in 1944, the US dollar also became the main currency for international foreign exchange reserves. However, Perón's extravagant spending of precious foreign exchange, coupled with a large decline in exports, has led to Argentina's foreign exchange reserves already falling to the risk line, nearing depletion last year, and the foreign exchange reserve assets of the national treasury are in critical condition currently. The largest proportion of Argentina's central bank's foreign exchange reserves is still in pound sterling, with the US dollar still in the minority. Although Argentina's exports have expanded against the trend this year due to the large number of exports from several port cities, however, the de facto devaluation of the peso has led many companies, factories, and individuals to prefer US dollar assets, pound sterling assets, and franc assets, and are unwilling to exchange them for pesos at the Central Bank of Argentina, which has also led to the Argentine National Treasury having no way to solve the foreign exchange crisis. It must be said that although the devaluation of the peso is very beneficial to Argentina's exports, it has a huge impact on the national treasury. No one wants their hard-earned money to become a pile of waste paper, or constantly devaluing waste paper. Moreover, Argentina's foreign exchange reserves are earned slower than they are spent. Every year, more than 20,000 cars alone need to be imported, as well as various other industrial equipment. Currently, Thunder Mining's domestic affairs are managed by capable General Bill Bernard. Now, in addition to mining various salt mines, coal mines, and iron mines, it is mining copper mines, and the Petroleum Exploration Department has also basically been handed over to Southern Petroleum for handling. Thunder Mining's new exploration company has discovered a new copper mine in the El Patron area of San Juan Province, west of Córdoba Province. After much coordination, preparations for construction have begun. Copper is a non-ferrous metal that is very closely related to humans and is widely used in electrical, light industry, machinery manufacturing, construction industry, and national defense industry. It is a very powerful metal. San Juan Province, with a jurisdiction area of 89,600 square kilometers and a population of about 350,000, is located in west-central Argentina. It is an Argentine border province, bordering Chile to the west. The southeast is a plain with abundant mineral resources. The entire province can basically be regarded as a backward agricultural province. The southeastern plain is rich in grapes, grains, fruits, cattle, etc. The capital, San Juan, with a population of about 60,000, is located on the banks of the San Juan River east of the Andes Mountains, at an altitude of 640 meters. It is connected to the city of Córdoba by railway. The main industries are meat processing, wine making, flour, and furniture manufacturing. The investment in this copper mine development project is approximately $12 million, employing 4,500 people. Except for senior management, all are recruited from the province, and a smelting plant will also be established locally. The two powerful local families, the Ronald family and the Rodriguez family, each invested 5%. The San Juan Provincial Hall invested 10%, the San Martin City Hall invested 10%, and Thunder Mining invested 70% to jointly develop this large copper mine, with profits distributed proportionally. This is also the first time Thunder Mining has entered one of the most closed provinces. The construction of this mine is expected to take 1 to 2 years. The Patron copper mine belongs to San Juan Province Thunder Mining Copper Company. According to expert estimates, the Patron copper ore resource is 1 billion tons, with an average copper grade of 0.5%. It is expected to be able to mine 100,000 tons per year, which can probably be mined for 60 years. Moreover, there is likely to be gold mineralization here, so San José also personally supervised this copper mine development project. However, even without gold mines, the value generated by 100,000 tons of copper mine per year is very large. This is only the first phase of exploration and mining data. The area of the Patron copper mine is very large. In order not to cause too much jealousy, this is also a matter of public relations with the local snakes and the provincial government. The exploration experts under his command also have various data estimates that Argentina is a major country with gold reserves, but it is not easy to mine them. These gold reserves are also a very important reserve for Argentina's future economic construction. San Juan's current economic development environment is very poor. This investment of $12 million is almost equivalent to San Juan Province's economic income for 5 years. In addition, the various jobs that the factory can bring can be regarded as a win-win situation. The environment in San Juan Province is actually a bit worse than that in Salta Province. And there are more poor people. William Labrada is a senior official in San Juan Province, not a member of the local big family, and presided over the copper mine's opening ceremony. Bill Bernard, head of Thunder Mining, Juan Ronald, patriarch of the Juan family, Pastor Rodriguez, patriarch of the Rodriguez family, and Cross, mayor of San Martin City, also attended the cooperation ceremony. The Radical Civic Union School also holds a session every 3 months, constantly absorbing outstanding young people, and has opened for the second time. The reputation of the Radical Civic Union in other southern cities is also slowly improving. Night schools are also opened in Bahia Blanca to solve the learning problems of some workers. Some workers' associations are also basically run by the Radical Civic Union, assigned by the company itself, and slowly transferred to the hands of the Radical Civic Union. In the name of the Radical Civic Union, San Jose establishes various workers' associations that are more in line with the interests of the factory and the workers, basically stabilizing the growing base of workers. These workers' associations are different from the orthodox trade unions. They adopt more consultative methods to solve workers' rights and interests. San Jose even considered adding some worker representatives in Bahia Blanca, but was strongly opposed and had to give up. However, as more and more foreigners come to Bahia Blanca, there is also a need for channels to speak for them. San Jose once again proposed increasing the number of city councilors and expanding the powers of the judges, so that the power of the Bahia Blanca City Hall was subject to greater supervision. Although Argentina has a separation of powers, the judiciary is the weakest, which is also a direction for San Jose to think about reform. In addition, as the number of new factories in Bahia Blanca increases, some brand new tax laws are also being introduced. San Jose has recently begun to undertake a larger-scale City Hall reform due to the expansion of the City Hall team. The civil service examination in Bahia Blanca was also held as scheduled at the end of June, ushering in a group of fresh civil service newcomers with the profits and taxes from the State-Owned Assets Committee as the bottom line. San Jose has greatly increased the salaries and benefits of civil servants and the police department in Bahia Blanca. San Jose also personally formulated the examination syllabus and the writing of the examination papers, and introduced some categories of the British civil service examination, mainly conducting 2 assessments, including civil service administrative ability and political science essays. With this new force, these young civil servants are more willing to trust and unite in the City Hall. Assistant Pusey Quimmer was also promoted to Deputy Director of the General Office of the City Hall. Due to his outstanding workability, the police officers of the police department have also been formally included in the civil service assessment mechanism. After all, the police department is still different from the military system. San Jose is actually more willing to rely on the personnel of these police departments in order to better complete the exchange of old and new police departments and master this important force. In addition to a large number of new police department officials being selected, Sanchez was finally allowed to retire to the City Hall, making him a security official in the City Hall, but he did not have real power. Only his salary quietly increased by 1 times. A police chief whom he trusted more was replaced. In addition, the Western Industrial Zone of Bahia Blanca has been expanded by 2 times, preparing for the 3 links before the construction of the oil refinery. San Jose has activated the construction enthusiasm of the entire Bahia Blanca, and a large number of outstanding young people have joined the City Hall, which has greatly improved the atmosphere of the Bahia Blanca City Hall, which has also given Bahia Blanca a very capable team of civil servants. A large amount of fiscal revenue and abundant tax revenue also allow Bahia Blanca to comfortably build and renew the entire city. The Bahia Blanca State-Owned Assets Committee has invested in several factories with great potential. The brand new 2 ring roads are called the Small Ring Road and the Big Ring Road, planned by San Jose. One is the East-West Ring Kilometer, the other is the Outer Ring Road, and there are also 9 roads connecting the outer towns that have signed the Greater Bahia Blanca Agreement. These infrastructures will also greatly expand the development potential of Bahia Blanca. The port adjacent industrial zone is preparing to build the 2nd phase of the industrial park, expanding eastward. Many foreign investments have made the factory insufficient. The demand for steel, cement, bricks, and sand has soared, which has also supported many people engaged in these industries. Added to bookmarks. Download free reading. Chapter 233, Soybean and the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, thanks to the old bookworm Potato Knife 4. The civil servant team in Blanca City also began to embark on a path of rejuvenation. Fortunately, the original civil servant team in Blanca City was not large, so the resistance to urban reform was also slowly decreasing. He rejected several proposals from important municipal officials, such as implementing free medical care and education policies, which would increase the welfare of Blanca City. San Jose takes high welfare policies seriously, as they are a policy trap for Western European countries, and impoverished South America simply cannot bear such a financial burden. Such a series of social security measures includes pensions, medical care, maternity benefits, and work-related injury insurance. Among others, the reason high welfare becomes a trap for South America is that the national finances violate the basic principle of balancing income and expenditure, providing citizens with welfare far beyond what the government's financial resources can afford. Even if Blanca City's fiscal revenue increases rapidly, it simply does not have enough capacity to develop high welfare. Social welfare from cradle to grave is something that even advanced Western and Northern European countries cannot afford, let alone the Americans. Moreover, The money now needs to be spent wisely, developing various state-owned enterprises to cope with the competition of the new round of industrial revolution. Of course, San Jose does not deny the implementation of basic social security policies as investment in infrastructure, such as education and medical care, is substantial enough, allowing for industrial construction in these areas, such as buildings supporting schools, hospitals, and so on. But things like free medical care and free education are too absurd. Maybe you can buy people's hearts with money now, but it will definitely drag down the city in the future. San Jose believes that as the ruler of Blanca City, the most important task is to develop the economy, build the city better, increase employment, develop industry, and build more complete infrastructure, rather than pursue illusory free welfare. This is harmful and unhelpful to the development of Blanca City residents. However, he still increased the average wage in Blanca City, set a minimum wage standard, and consulted the opinions of most people. He set 3,000 pesos a month as the minimum wage standard in Blanca City. He would not be ambiguous about basic social security. This is much higher than that of Buenos Aires. At the same time, he started to reduce wage taxes. In his opinion, guaranteeing employment is the biggest welfare for the people. 3,000 pesos is a relatively dignified wage to live on in Blanca City because the rent prices here are not very high, and almost every month there are new houses entering the market. About 1,000 pesos can rent a very good house, and 1,000 pesos of living expenses can also obtain sufficient living materials in Blanca City. Even saving some, you can save more than half of your salary a month and deposit it in Balan Bank to get a good interest. Moreover, many of the larger factories in Blanca City provide basic dormitories and factory canteens, which are suitable for some young people who don't have too many concerns. Although the accommodation conditions of these factories and the level of the canteens are limited, the dormitory living environment is acceptable in order to balance most people. The taste of the canteen food is a bit worse, but in the eyes of many people, this is a very good benefit. The reason why the food is unpalatable is also because it has to be cheap and ensure basic nutrition. There are actually very few Argentine local dishes suitable for making canteen food at present. Most factories in Argentina do not have complete industrial parks like Blanca City. Most factories are fighting alone and are not perfect. San Jose provided a complete development idea for the construction of industrial parks. The factory canteen and factory dormitory are one of them. Of course, San Jose will also develop some lower-end housing to provide to some young couples. The area may be relatively small, at the level of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, but the price is low. The maternity and child hospital has received the largest financial subsidy, which is also the only welfare for public hospital subsidies in Blanca City Hall under the leadership of San Jose. Large-scale real estate development in Blanca City is still profitable. What's more, even if there are no foreign real estate companies, the construction capacity of Blanca City Construction Company and San Martin Cohen Construction Company are increasing very quickly. It's just that as mayor, he is also willing to support more real estate companies to maintain balance. 3,000 pesos is also an employment price that most factories can accept. The current 3,000 pesos is roughly equivalent to 2,000 pesos 4 years ago, but after Perón froze wages, it is already a very good employment price. Most factories, plus some daily overtime, can reach a salary level of 4,000 pesos. Some jobs with technical content are basically 5,000 pesos, and even 6,000 pesos can be reached. A monthly salary of over 10,000 is still relatively rare in Blanca City, and some high-end positions will appear for most urban poor people. Survival is the future, and Blanca City is a city with development potential. Blanca City's relatively high wage level is also conducive to attracting more foreign population. Also, due to Argentina's soaring prices, San Jose used several newly established large supermarkets to stabilize the minimum prices in Blanca City, and can even export in large quantities. And the most important thing is to unite several nearby autonomous cities. Also, the 2 southern provinces should do a good job in agricultural development. Only with sufficient supplies, raising more people is a piece of cake. As for whether Blanca City can establish an industrial and agricultural system, that is impossible. Only by uniting more people. If we want to establish a relatively complete industrial system, we need more partners. San Jose contacted Prairie International's London branch and asked them to purchase 500 white pig breeding pigs from various high-quality pig breeding centers in Western Europe, planning to develop the pig breeding industry in Argentina. Compared with beef cattle breeding, he is more interested in pig breeding. The meat yield is high, and the taste is not bad. It is very suitable for large-scale breeding, but the local pig breeding development in Argentina is extremely backward. He remembered a sketch from later generations, which had something like postpartum care for sows, which Shivan developed into a meme. This pork is fishy, smelly, and has a strange taste, and the meat is particularly hard. So it can't be used for cooking. He also found out after many inquiries that the strange fishy and smelly taste of these porks is because the boar farmers did not turn the young boars into ewe-neck pigs, so the meat of the grown boars has a strong taste. Argentina does not have the concept of castrating boars at all, and he did not have the idea of raising pork before. He has never eaten the pork. Here again, it is better to eat beef and mutton. Pork is also a typical representative of red meat worldwide. I believe that in Argentina, no one knows more about pork than him compared with beef and mutton. Pork has a slightly lower protein content and a higher fat content. It may be slightly worse than beef and mutton, but the price is cheap, so many people in Xinhua like to eat it. San Jose doesn't like to eat beef very much now. For a period of time last year, he stayed in the Lingang industrial zone for a month. There were no fresh vegetables in Blanca City at that time, and every day it was potato stewed beef and potato stewed beef, or grilled beef and grilled beef. This made his teeth hurt for a month, and there are many ways to cook pork, so there is no such trouble later. He thought that eating too much beef would cause internal heat, although Argentina does not have this concept at all. When he first arrived in Argentina, he got inflammation, which was internal heat, but later it was very rare. He remembered going to Chinatown in Cordoba, and the pork, after the chef's superb cooking skills, was still not pleasing. Even if he doesn't remember many things, his love for food cannot be changed. Braised pork, preserved vegetable with pork belly, pork balls, braised lion's head, garlic white meat, these are all things from the previous life. He plans to establish a batch of large-scale pig farms in the outer towns of Blanca City, train some people to castrate pork, and develop the pork breeding industry, then turn some high-quality fertile pastures into lower ones, plant soybeans and wheat, develop grain-fed breeding, and then develop feed factories, entering the industrialized breeding stage, so that a large area of land can be vacated for the development of planting industry. Then arrange all the biogas digesters to reduce the environmental pollution caused by raising domestic pigs. Let the people of Blanca City eat better pork. And add a few new dishes to the menu. After all, food in a place like Argentina, as an immigrant country, immigrants have brought the colors of many countries. San Jose still feels that this is a food desert. He was already tired of eating those ordinary dishes such as stews, schnitzels, meat-filled pies, pizzas, sandwiches, grilled cheese, and grilled meat, and he was not very interested in eating those big meals and more expensive French meals. One is that he thinks it is too extravagant and wasteful, and the other is that it is not necessary now. The daily profit of his company is enough for an Argentine to work hard for 2 lifetimes. He doesn't have much material needs for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. He doesn't like the style of Mrs. Perón. Although the First Lady's extravagant life does not have much impact on a country, it is not very good for the Argentine people. As President and First Lady, various inappropriate policies and practices are more destructive to the country. It's like a rich second-generation heir inheriting a large fortune. Whether it's eating, drinking, womanizing, or even indulging in serious drugs, they could squander it for hundreds of years without much problem. But if they try to start a business or gamble, they're doomed. This is probably why many wealthy families don't last beyond 3 generations. He felt it was necessary to set a good example for his children. As an Argentine, his inner rice-gobbling nature remained unchanged. On the contrary, places like Peru, with its large population of Chinese descendants, held an allure with their diverse Eastern cuisine. The Spanish brought dried ham, sardines, broad beans, gazpacho, squid ink rice, garlic mayonnaise, seafood stew, red pepper soup, Spanish sausage, paella, and marinated sardines. The Italians brought pasta, macaroni, bolognese sauce, white bean salad with bacon, braised chicken with green peppers, grilled fish, cold chicken, white bean soup, and sliced ham. Italian cuisine is widely popular in Argentina. The French brought fish soup, foie gras, pheasant and red wine, and chicken liver steak, all dishes for the upper class and the wealthy. The British brought fish and chips, smoked fish, muffins, crispy pancakes, apple pudding, red currant jam, and sweet pickles. Fortunately, there aren't many British people in Argentina, so the dark cuisine isn't very popular. The Russians brought borscht, but there are very few Russian descendants here. Most are Jewish. He needed to create some new delicacies to make this journey worthwhile, such as Chinese cuisine, which he had been longing for quite some time. However, he couldn't be too outrageous. As a mayor, he couldn't very well have a Chinese chef at home. Even though he had been considering it for a long time, it would have a bad influence if word got out. He could show goodwill to these people, provide limited assistance, and even establish some cooperation, but he couldn't do anything. Excessive pork is an important foundation of Chinese cuisine, leading to a wide variety of dishes. Of course, this statement is a bit far-fetched, but there are many examples of people becoming wealthy by raising pigs. Compared to raising cattle, raising pigs might be a good way out for Argentine farmers. Before that, however, he needed to prepare a lot of things: the leading role of pig farms, the production of pig feed, pig breeding technology, the development and promotion of pork products, and the construction of breeding pig farms all required Blanca City to take the lead. Northern and central Argentina were already in chaos, but the impoverished southern region seemed very peaceful. Factories were scarce here, so there was no talk of worker strikes. There were fewer troublemakers, so there was even less need for a garrison in sparsely populated provinces like La Pampa, Rio Negro, Neuquén, and Chubut. A province's garrison was only around 2,000 soldiers. More would be unaffordable. Therefore, San Jose was wholeheartedly focused on development. Argentina has good natural conditions. Besides weaknesses in agricultural technology and farm management, it also has abundant arable land resources that can be developed and utilized, with great potential for increasing grain production. Its agricultural resources are extremely rich, with a large amount of land available for producing and exporting agricultural products. Blanca City could completely unite with the southern provinces to establish agricultural cooperatives in suitable locations, planting wheat, soybeans, rice, and other products. Soybean cultivation, in particular, was a very important breakthrough point. San Jose wasn't too surprised that Argentina's current soybean production was low and its planting area small compared to rice, San Jose's long-cherished future crop. Soybeans were actually more realistic. After all, soybeans are an important source of pig feed and can also be used to feed cattle. Soybeans were introduced to Argentina in the second half of the 19th century. In the more than half a century that followed, only sporadic planting occurred. In recent years, there has been some increase, but most are ordinary soybeans currently. The domestic soybean planting area is very small, probably not exceeding 1,000 hectares. Argentina first cultivated soybeans around 1880. At that time, a French wine merchant in Mendoza province suggested planting soybeans to improve the soil in the vineyards. The relative lag in breeding experiments has limited the early spread of soybeans in Argentina. Nevertheless, Argentina has made some progress in soybean cultivation experiments during the Great Depression and World War II. International trade suffered severely. At that time, Argentina could not obtain edible oil through imports, forcing the country to consider developing its own edible oil production. The most important crop at that time was sunflower, and its planting area began to increase, leading to the defeat of soybeans. This is because, compared to soybeans, sunflowers are easier to produce through mechanization, and new varieties can be obtained faster and more conveniently. At the same time, greater official support can be obtained through national credit. The main reason is that sunflowers and other grains were included in the minimum price and government support schemes early on, but soybeans did not enjoy this treatment. Although farm experiments by the Ministry of Agriculture in 1946 proved that Argentina was very suitable for soybean cultivation, the spread of soybeans in Argentina still faced major problems, such as a lack of domestic market and intense overseas competition. The large supply of edible oil such as sunflower seed oil and the large production of agricultural products available for export hindered the planting of soybeans as an alternative. Moreover, the oil extraction rate and oil quality of soybeans are lower than those of edible oils and industrial oils such as sunflowers and peanuts. It is precisely because of these reasons that soybeans, an oriental crop, have not been valued by the Argentine government, resulting in few official measures to encourage research, loans, and prices related to soybeans. However, in San Jose's view, things have already changed. He wants to expand Argentina's meat production, especially indoor pig and cattle farming. In addition to oil extraction, the remaining byproducts of soybeans can be used as high-quality feed, and the vacated pastures can be turned into arable land, creating a virtuous cycle. Planting soybeans cannot bring high profits to farmers, so the domestic soybean planting area has always been small. The soybean product will gradually expand as the international soybean market gradually opens up, and a series of tasks such as soybean breeding can also be carried out simultaneously. San Jose led the establishment of the Blanca Agricultural Academy and Breeding Company, which belonged to the Department of Agriculture of the Blanca City Hall. Agricultural experts were recruited to establish an agricultural research center to breed and promote high-yielding soybean varieties. In addition to breeding, there are also field management practice innovations in soybean cultivation, double cropping technology, and better responses to weed, insect, and disease problems in the soybean production process, thereby increasing soybean yield and quality. In San Jose's view, Argentina's one season a year agricultural production is a huge waste, not to mention crop rotation. Although this is beneficial for ensuring soil fertility, the Agricultural Academy will increase agricultural seed research and development. In addition to soybeans, corn, wheat, rice, genetically modified organisms, and biotechnology are all research directions of the Agricultural Academy. In addition to this, there is the development of soybeans and their derivatives, which is the next step, that is, the soybean sales problem. He wants to solve the farmers' and farm owners' worries. In addition to Prairie Foods, the Blanca City Grain Reserve Company will sign various cooperative sales agreements. He found his father-in-law and asked the Agricultural Academy to jointly promote soybean research plans and experiments in various places with several national university agricultural departments and seed companies of the National Agricultural Research Institute. Father-in-law Daros is now basically pre-selected for the position of Minister of Agriculture, because this year he promoted favorable land reforms in some areas, and also promoted cotton planting and other work, expanded the development of Argentine agricultural technology, and raised a lot of funds to develop the Ministry of Agriculture, and also established cooperation with many domestic agricultural companies and localities. This also allowed his father-in-law to gain political achievements. With some official operations, becoming a minister is not a big problem. The Blanca City Agricultural Academy has reached cooperation with Sunny Agriculture, National Southern University, Córdoba University, San Martín College, and a series of schools. All scientific research personnel are publicly funded and have established career establishments. Agricultural experts, seed experts, and biological experts are recruited nationwide and even abroad. The first batch of funding reached $200,000 and guarantees basic annual investment. Maya Chemicals will also increase the research and development of pesticides such as insecticides and herbicides, in the hope of continuing to increase the yield of these crops in the future. The construction of the Maya fertilizer plant and the localization process of equipment must also be accelerated in the New Year's spring. In addition to expanding the planting of rice paddies, he also wants to plant soybeans, and the more the better, and he also plans to raise pigs. There is also the mechanization of these farmlands, such as the promotion of tractors, as well as the construction of irrigation facilities and various transportation problems, the issuance of various loans, and even the establishment of a Blanca commercial bank or other financial institutions, specifically for agricultural credit and low-interest loans. After all, farming also requires money. This requires persuading many people and uniting these cities. This is a very large task. Chapter 234 PetroChina Auto Team returns to China. Argentina probably produced about 37,000 pigs last year. This number might sound like a lot to an individual, but that's Argentina's annual output. This reminded him of an interesting news story from his previous life. The largest special economic zone city in New China, including its floating and permanent residents, had about 18 million people, which is 5 million fewer than present-day Argentina, and they consumed 6.6 million pigs a year, a staggering number. Looking at it that way, 37,000 pigs isn't even a drop in the bucket. Moreover, Argentina's current pig farming is mainly distributed in the relatively poor northwest and northeast regions of the country, where there isn't much pasture. So pork has become the main source of meat products in these areas, serving as a beef substitute, and these 37,000 pigs are indeed not worth mentioning compared to the 20 million cattle raised domestically last year. For most poor Argentinians, there's a high chance they can't afford meat, whether it's beef or lamb, which are both relatively luxurious. Chicken is somewhat cheaper for most of the rural lower-class commoners. The cattle and sheep they raise are usually sold. They can't bear to eat them. They exchange them for bread to barely survive. Some work on farms among the major Latin American countries today. Brazil and Mexico raise the most pigs. However, like Argentina, the taste of their pork for sale is not something to be proud of. Even the Americans raise a lot of pigs, but they all have one thing in common: they're not tasty. In some American countries, chicken and pork are even considered food for the lower-class poor. For example, African Americans in later generations have always regarded fried chicken and watermelon as a form of discrimination, but chicken is much tastier than pork after all. So Argentina's current broiler production is dozens of times higher than pork production. On July 12, at a regular city hall meeting in Blanca City, San Jose made an important proposal to the civil servants at the meeting. I propose, in the name of the Blanca City State-Owned Assets Committee, to build a pig breeding base, a breeding pig reproduction base, and a pig farming technology center, and in the future, to establish about 20 large-scale farms around Blanca City, each with an annual output of 10,000 pigs, of course. The first step is to unite with the surrounding breeding companies. At the same time, we will establish a pig cooperative and recruit surrounding farmers to develop our pig farming business. He actually wanted Blanca City Breeding Company to cooperate with Sunshine Agriculture and pig farming, but a new breeding company also needs to be established with a state-owned assets committee for consistent agreement and negotiation. Saint José regarded pig farming as a career and spoke with considerable emphasis. Mr. Mayor, developing soybean planting is understandable, but why raise pigs? Raising cattle, sheep, or chickens would also work. We don't understand. A young civil servant raised his hand after discussing with several colleagues around him. He was a newcomer to the state-owned assets committee and had only recently joined the job. The breeding industry is not like the planting industry. It cannot be rapidly expanded in a short period of time. 500 breeding pigs are only a partial foundation. It will actually take 2 or 3 years to fully realize the potential, so it is also his attempt. Saint José nodded. Expressing his appreciation, he didn't want Blanca City to become his one-man show. He wanted most Blanca City residents to know about many important matters. I'll answer everything together later. Continue to raise your questions. That's right, Mr. Mayor. I heard that pork doesn't taste good. We have enough beef and lamb here. Why raise those pigs? Another senior official also said, Mr. Mayor, this doesn't seem necessary. Pork is too unappetizing. The officials, big and small, discussed animatedly, and the venue was as noisy as a vegetable market. Seeing that the discussion was almost over, Saint José slowly opened his mouth and said, I will explain the necessity of developing pig farming based on the following reasons. First, I estimate that Blanca City's population will exceed 1 million people in the next 5 years and 2 million people in 10 years. The meat products consumed every day will be astronomical figures. According to last year's estimates for Blanca City, 1 million people will consume at least 200,000 cattle worth of meat products a year. Saint José's estimate was very reasonable. Last year, Blanca City had about 100,000 people and consumed 15,000 cattle. Of course, there were other meats as well, and he made a simple conversion. Such a huge population would rank second in Argentina, but other cities are also slowly developing, just not as aggressively as Blanca City. This is a population figure that gives the officials a headache, and such a huge demand for beef will inevitably lead to a rise in beef prices. As for why it's rising, just look at the beef prices in the past few years. I won't add any further explanation. This is the drawback of capitalism. The price system is unstable. The method to suppress prices is nothing more than sufficient supply, so that merchants dare not raise prices indiscriminately. State-owned supermarkets do just that, and Blanca City's prices are now much lower than in other places. Behind this is actually a kind of game and balance, as well as the various means in Saint José's hands. Saint José's grain reserves and acquired cattle farms are all preparations for this. A huge city inevitably needs huge supplies. La Plata City can get resources from the entire province, Buenos Aires from the entire country, and Blanca City needs to break the situation. In addition to uniting with surrounding cities, it is to establish some of its own supply chains. Although beef in our country is cheaper when exported, the price is 2-3 times higher than pork. Chicken farming is relatively more troublesome, with higher technical requirements, and chicken is not a simple substitute for pork. Our country can have enough chicken supply, and the production cost of pork is actually more than half lower than that of beef. The output is also faster. Raising a cow requires 5 to 10 years on the grassland, while raising a pig only takes 210 days to reach 180 to 200 pounds, and even faster with good breeds. Saint José once again talked about the benefits of raising pigs, whether it is cost, time, or other things, even feed. Pigs are omnivores and can eat many things. Of course, feed factories and soybeans are his preparations. Raising chickens is not impossible, but modern chicken farms require a lot of hormones and medicines. Pigs are relatively easier to raise, and many places have very rich experience. Cows need about 18 months of cultivation from a young age before they can be bred. After breeding, the gestation period requires 7 months before a calf can be produced. Cows normally only produce 1 calf per birth, very rarely 2. Indoor fenced cattle also need at least 2 years of growth before they can be marketed to provide beef. As for sows, they can make 5 to 12 months after birth. The gestation period is about 4 months, and they can generally produce about 10 to 16 piglets. They can be marketed in 7 months. Seeing that everyone was attracted by his numbers, Saint José continued, comparing cattle, sheep, and pigs, these three kinds of meat. As for chicken, he didn't mention it. Chicken supply is not mainstream, at least not now, but he will pay attention to it later. Also, AWAs need to be raised for 7 to 8 months before they start mating. After mating, it takes 5 months to produce lambs. Normally, 2-3 lambs are produced per birth, and the lambs need about 7 to 8 months before they can be marketed to provide lamb. Saint José made a simple comparison and presented a comparison picture, and the advantages of pigs were very obvious, and they could be supplied in large quantities. This made the officials who were good at calculation do a little calculation, and their mood eased. Second, regarding the problem of pork tasting bad, I have eaten the pork here, and it is indeed not tasty, but this is because our country has not yet developed scientific breeding methods. I have found some pig farming experts at home and abroad, professional breeding, and scientific large-scale breeding. The taste of pork will be greatly improved, and the cost is very low. What Saint José said was actually professional veterinarians, performing surgery to remove the testicles or ovaries of boars and sows, performing castration. He also contacted the Chinese in Cordoba to help them find some Chinese pig castrators in the Nanyang area for unified relearning. He himself is deeply disgusted with the profession of eunuch, but after all, China's more than 2,000 years of feudal history has given pig castration this old craft, which also has hundreds of years of history. The Chinese are still the most authentic, and maybe Vietnam, South Korea, and Japan also have some. Third, it is necessary for us to do a good job in supplying a vegetable basket for so many people in the future. Pork is a very popular meat, and the current domestic breeding method is still very poor. I don't object to raising broilers, but it is mainly to take care of everyone's alternative to eating pork. Chicken farms can also continue to be built. The so-called abundance leads to indulgence. If the people of Blanca City are well-fed, the birth rate will inevitably maintain a relatively high position. Lower-level citizens must also be able to afford meat, and relatively cheap pork is a substitute for beef. With reasonable policies and guidance, the city's population will inevitably increase faster. After all, even ordinary people have to eat meat. Even if Argentina is rich in products, there are many lower-level poor people who cannot afford meat. The current price of 1 kg of Argentine beef is 100 pesos per 500 grams. Even if the overall supply of beef is still relatively sufficient, those who cannot afford it still cannot afford it. Saint Hecate still remembers when he was a soldier in Cordoba, the highest beef price reached 190 pesos per 500 grams. At that time, it was due to the Argentine drought, which led to reduced grain production and a large number of cattle deaths, causing beef prices to skyrocket. Although the currency has depreciated now, the overall domestic beef price is still relatively low. Argentina does not have an all-powerful government to macro-control the prices, which has also led to many evil merchants and profiteers. Prairie Foods and Blue Cloud Textile actually suffered a lot of losses, and it was much better after establishing their own supply chains. Pork is currently 50 pesos per 500 grams, and after Saint Hecate compresses costs, it is expected to be reduced a lot. Assuming an average Argentine civilian's monthly salary is about 3,000 pesos, they can only afford 30 kilograms of beef, but they can buy more pork. Fortunately, the prices of other breads are low, and people don't eat beef all the time, so the price is not too high. Finally, I hope everyone will deeply realize that although our country has a large amount of beef, this has nothing to do with many people. I hope Blanca City can improve the living standards of more people. Saint Hecate did not regard pork as a staple food, but like in his previous life, developed a model of main course plus rice, which can feed more people. Of course, the premise is that Argentinians have more children. Finally, Saint Hecate and the officials discussed for more than 2 hours, and finally persuaded them with pork cuisine. As the ending, everyone felt that raising pigs is really something that needs to be taken seriously, and Mayor Saint Hecate always takes 3 steps for everyone he takes. And they also began to look forward to the delicious Miki pork and Dongpo pork that the mayor mentioned. These magical oriental delicacies. The meeting decided to establish a Blanca City state-owned breeding company, which is specifically responsible for pig breeding and reproduction, as well as the construction of other supporting facilities. The breeding company will also purchase 3,000 piglets and breeding pigs from domestic and Brazilian sources to compare them with European breeding. The Blanca City state-owned pig farm was built on a remote farm in the west, and Sunshine Agriculture also established a Sunshine Pig Farm, next to the state-owned pig farm. In addition, Some families in Blanca City also followed suit and established pig farms. The School of Medicine of the National Southern University directly established a veterinary major. Baron Bank directly launched low-interest pig farm credit services under the leadership of various officials in the City Hall. Various tasks are progressing quickly. July 22, Juan and host Southern Petroleum team officially arrived at the port of Blanca City by boat. St. Hecate led a group of senior officials from Blanca City to grandly welcome them. The port of Blanca City was filled with a blue and white Argentine flag, and many citizens of the city also came out to welcome them. Many people were very shocked by the two things, oil and cars. These two industrial areas were the focus of publicity, and everyone was very interested in this kind of high-paying work this time. One also brought back 543 technical experts. In addition to people from NI Petroleum, there were also people from Fiat Group, as well as some machine tool processing experts and special steel technology experts. Helped Blanca City build its own production plant. 15 freighters leased from Greece, filled with automobile production lines and refinery production line equipment, quietly docked in the port. St. Hecate was excited. Chatted with one and host for a long time, and expressed his condolences to these Italian experts in order to ensure the smooth arrival and service of these Italian technical experts. St. Hecate had previously arranged several newly renovated residences and dedicated dormitory areas in the east and west districts, and even built dedicated roads. The Blanca City Western Petroleum Industrial Park and the Blanca City Eastern Automobile Industrial Park are also under intense construction of supporting facilities and recruit Italian professional students in China to prepare for docking in advance. This seems to be a benefit of an immigrant country. After all, there are many Italian immigrants in Argentina. There are many Germans in Rain military industry. The Sunhay shipyard is being built in cooperation with the Spanish state-owned shipyard, and St. Hecate has recruited technical workers of Spanish descent. Of course, now the mixed-race Argentines account for the majority, and the parents of most people are not pure, so most people in the shipyard are ordinary people. Moreover, the arrival of Fiat technicians will be a very large improvement to Argentina's industry. St. Hecate now has 4 major industrial groups related to mechanical processing under his command. The first is Rain military industry, such as the processing of firearms production, artillery, rocket launchers, and tank armor, which are all closely related to machine tools. The second is the Sunhay shipyard, the production of key parts for some small diesel engines. The diesel engines for 10,000-ton giant ships are still imported from abroad. The third is the San Martin aircraft factory, which also produces parts. The core engine is also imported. Argentina does not currently have the technology to produce aero engines. St. Hecate is also waiting for an opportunity to see if it is possible to produce its own aero engines. The last one is Leiden Industry, mainly Leiden Motorcycle Factory and Leiden Tractor Factory. There is also a Leiden Machinery Factory that is responsible for various machine tools, but most of these machine tools are imported from abroad, and the prices are relatively expensive. In fact, there is also an Argentine diesel engine factory. Some key parts of some domestically produced diesel engines will use machine tools, but currently several diesel engines have been mainly imitated, such as the 2 models of Leiden tractors, driving 500-ton and 2,000-ton fishing vessels, as well as tank diesel engines. It's just that among most of the equipment imported by Argentina, machine tools are also important imports, second only to automobiles as consumer goods. That is to say, the main key equipment of these industrial groups, machine tools and diesel engines, are all imported from foreign countries, which is also impossible. Most of the more advanced factories in Argentina have developed in this way. For example, Leiden Motorcycle's biggest competitor now, Zanella Motorcycle, was founded in 1948 and is the largest motorcycle manufacturer in the country. Headquartered in Buenos Aires initially, Zanella used engines designed by Ducati Industriali of Italy and obtained a license to produce 100 and 125cc engines from Cercato Motorcycles of Italy. The situation of Leiden Motorcycles is slightly different. Although it has obtained the help of Honda Motor Company, Limited, and the first generation is mostly assembled. The second generation of Leiden Motorcycles has achieved the localization of most parts, producing Argentina's own motorcycle engines and motorcycles. Of course, most of the engine production equipment is still processed by imported machine tools from Germany, Spain, Austria, and other countries. It's just that the production and processing of motorcycles is not that difficult after all. Like cars, it can only be done by importing complete production lines. This is equivalent to entrusting the lifeline to foreigners. So when negotiating with Sofia Motors, it was also clearly required to build an Argentine domestic machine tool company. Using the foundation of Rain Machinery Factory to establish a specialized machine tool factory. The purpose of this machine tool factory is to produce real Argentine autonomous machine tools, especially to imitate and build its own automobile production line. Fiat 600 is not the end, Leiden 250 is not the end, T54 tractor is not the end, and Aero 2 will not be the end this time. The Fiat 600 has van production lines and small car production lines. If mass production is successful, 30,000 cars can be mass-produced in Argentina every year. Saint Hecate feels that it is not enough. The price of a Fiat 600 will not exceed $1,200. After all, Argentina imports a lot of cars every year, and 30,000 cars are still a bit far away, compared to 5 million in the United States and more than 1 million in the United Kingdom. The gap is huge. Saint Hecate's goal is to gradually develop his own production line based on the Fiat 600 series and turn this output into 60,000 vehicles, then, in 3 years, produce cars designed and manufactured by Argentina itself. Finally, successfully establish its own automobile industry. In terms of refineries, there is not much to worry about domestic personnel. On the morning of August 24th, a major event occurred in Brazil. Their president Vargas committed suicide at the age of 71. A few hours before, he decided to give way to Vice President João Café. Previously, senior Brazilian officials believed that Vargas' government's poor financial situation and other scandals led to increasingly serious public distrust of him, so they persuaded Vargas to abandon the presidency for the sake of national interests. After Vargas committed suicide, people found a letter he wrote to the Brazilian people. In the letter, he accused the international financial group of conspiring to undermine Brazil's national interests and ignoring the demands of Brazil's poor, who were the most supportive of Vargas. After Saint Hecate learned of this information, he silently mourned for this Brazilian national hero. Although many Brazilians in later generations had long forgotten this person, he believes that Vargas is one of the greatest presidents in Brazilian history and the founder of the Brazilian industrial miracle. In later generations, he left behind a relatively powerful Brazil. He actively attracted foreign, especially American, investment to develop Brazil's national industry, established a Brazilian national steel company, several large hydropower stations, etc., laid the foundation for Brazil's modern industry, and developed famous Brazilian local resources such as the Vale iron ore. This is an American manipulation of Brazilian politics and a tragedy for the Brazilian people domestically. The Cordoba faction has also taken action, stepping up its opposition to Perón. And the CIA has blatantly appeared in Cordoba. Chapter 235 Raytheon Car Manufacturing Plan. Saint Hecate didn't pay too much attention to the domestic turmoil, but he knew the time was almost right. The construction of the two super-industrial zones kept him so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. The two industrial parks, east and west, were more than 40 kilometers apart, and he rarely managed to go back home even once a week, which made his wife, Elena, complain a lot. Such heavyweight industrial zones couldn't be handled as simply as relocating the breeding company, hot steel plant, or San Martin aircraft factory, just by telling his subordinates to do it. It required coordination. He hadn't shaved for many days, which made Saint Hecate look quite haggard, but he was still full of energy, working on site and solving various coordination problems for these two super projects. The City Hall gave the green light and established a special industrial zone management committee. The Western Petrochemical Industrial Zone was directly upgraded by Saint Hecate to a directly managed committee covering 28 square kilometers, reporting directly to the City Hall, no longer under the jurisdiction of the Bosque district. The same was true for the Eastern Automobile Industrial Zone, covering 20 square kilometers, also reporting directly to the City Hall. Not under the jurisdiction of the Arta district. The Arta and Bosque districts also added a special working committee to their dispatched agencies to provide support, a treatment that even the Western New Area didn't have. The two industrial zones were directly upgraded to the same level as the Lingang Industrial Zone established last year, assisted and managed by the Blanca City Investment Promotion Department. The Petrochemical Industrial Zone didn't have major problems, with Maya Chemical nearby keeping an eye on it, and the industrial zone had been preparing for a long time. Several factories of Maya Chemical were located here, and the infrastructure was relatively complete. Many devices only needed to be directly installed and debugged. Large oil storage tanks were transported from Italy for direct installation, and the special steel plant directly connected to manufacture pipelines. The steel might not be enough, but fortunately, the reserved land of the special steel plant was sufficient to directly start building new converters. Even the coal chemical plant had to be expanded to produce coking coal for the iron-making process at hot steel plant. Saint Hecate was also relatively confident in Southern Petroleum, trusting one's abilities. Moreover, he didn't understand petrochemicals very well, so he focused on the automobile industrial park. After all, the cooperation with Fiat Automobiles was quite sudden. Just raising additional funds almost exhausted all of Polari International's cash reserves and also involved funds from the United States. Moreover, having various production equipment was not enough. There was also rubber import and tire factory construction. Fortunately, the tire production lines of the motorcycle and tractor factories made these difficulties not very significant. The construction of the engine factory and assembly lines were also difficult problems. There was also an entire automobile production line, or rather a production platform, composed of 5 processes: stamping, welding, painting, final assembly, and the most important final inspection and testing. Each link required the use of many machines and equipment to operate. Producing a car required many machine tools and excellent automobile workers, which was a guarantee of making a better car. Personnel needed extensive training, but fortunately, the automotive school was already being arranged and would open in January next year. These skilled workers and technical talents needed time. Moreover, Fiat Group didn't provide the best technology, and even the best technology had to be debugged to possibly reach the industrial precision of the middle batch. In this world, with the support of barren bank loans, the factory buildings in the Lingang industrial zone had been under construction and had never stopped. Building an automobile factory required a super large factory building. And the existing factory buildings were not large enough, so they couldn't be used. Fortunately, the new large factory building had already been capped, and water, electricity, and decoration could be completed within half a month, so he had to wait patiently. Besides the main factory area, the other supporting factory buildings were not a big problem this time. Saint Tate had Raytheon Industries establish Raytheon Motors, and directly separated it to be responsible for the Fiat automobile project construction. Saint Tate wanted to find a leader for the new company. Louis Philippe, the general manager of Raytheon Industries, was very suitable to serve as the general manager. As the head of Raytheon Industries, Philippe had done a remarkable job in developing tractors and motorcycles. 3 years ago, Philippe told Saint Tate that he once had a dream of working for Argentina's own automobile factory, and now it had finally become a reality. From the director of the mold factory to Raytheon Industries, Raytheon Military Industry, and finally to Raytheon Industries, Philippe had made great contributions to the development of the entire Raytheon Industries. In order to commend Philippe's contribution, Saint Tate designated Raytheon Industries to be renamed Philippe Industrial Group. The old Raytheon Lightning logo was still used as the brand of the new Philippe, and 1% of the dividend rights of Philippe Industries were awarded to Philippe himself, but only the dividend rights. The management of Philippe Industries was handed over to his deputy, Angel Toning. Angel was originally the director of the tractor factory and later became the deputy general manager of Raytheon Industries. He was experienced and very talented. Saint Tate had met him several times, and the Falcon Bureau had also investigated him many times. He was a very loyal person. Just like the first meeting in Maria Town, Philippe was still dressed impeccably, burly, in a black suit. At the age of 40, he looked more mature than a few years ago. Saint Tate hugged Philippe tightly. In addition to the relationship between superiors and subordinates, they also had a common dream for the Argentine automobile industry. Philippe was in tears and didn't say anything more, then threw himself into the new work. Boss, you really did it. Fiat 600S were all mature production lines, and installation and debugging were fast, not a big problem. As long as the factory building was in place. A test track also had to be built in the industrial zone for future automobile testing. In addition to the main factory building and test road, the other factory buildings were ready. Producing one car required more than 10,000 parts. The most difficult part of the Fiat automobile project was still here. The reason why Saint Tate wanted to establish a machine tool factory was to process these parts. Argentina didn't have as good conditions as Italy, and there weren't so many parts manufacturers. There was also the production of various parts, which required the use of special steel plants to produce car chassis, car body steel beams, cold-rolled car panels, and tire factories, all of which had to be built one by one. For this reason, Saint Tate specially established Maya Automotive Plastics Company to be responsible for various plastic parts inside the car body. The Bono Electronics Factory in Lingang Industrial Zone would be responsible for the production and manufacture of car radios. Blue Cloud Textile was responsible for the production and manufacture of car seats. Other parts would be handed over to the Precision Machine Tool Factory. Saint Tate finally designed a brand new and simple brand logo for Raytheon Motors, abandoning the shield logo of Raytheon motorcycles. At the same time, The original long name Ray Escudo was abandoned, and the abbreviation Radon in Spanish was used as the brand logo, which looked quite simple and atmospheric. Saint Eight's exclusive car slowly entered the automobile factory area, and the huge bright silver stainless steel brand new logo hung on the 6-story headquarters building. He sighed and, escorted by security personnel, entered the headquarters building. Building his own car wasn't easy, but fortunately, with the Fiat 600 as a foundation, the difficulty would be greatly reduced. In the new headquarters office, Saint Hesser, in his dual capacity as the boss of Radon Motors and the mayor, sat at the head of the table, looking at these design and engineering talents. An important development meeting was being held here. Everyone in the meeting room held their breath, so quiet it was frightening. No one dared to speak. Argentinians building cars was hard to imagine. In fact, everyone was unsure, even though they already knew that Saint Hesser was vaguely one of the top people in Argentina, a man who had created miracles. Besides the 11 old team members transferred from Radon Industries by Saint Hesser, and Philip, who was responsible for the overall management of the car company, there were also 29 automotive engineers and 11 automotive designers in the meeting room. This was almost the limit of what could be found in the Argentine automotive industry. In addition, Natalie, who had been working at New Argentina Media, would be one of the main people in charge of this project. Natalie had risen to the position of president of the New Argentina newspaper within New Argentina Media, growing very quickly and enjoying Saint Hesser's trust. However, recently, the New Argentina newspaper had been too high profile, fearing being targeted, so it had become much more low-key. Natalie had also followed him to Blanca City, giving Saint Hesser a headache. Natalie had always been very hard-working. Before meeting Saint Hesser, although she changed jobs frequently and had worked as a laundry worker and textile worker, after becoming an informant for the Falcon Bureau, she also went to night school and entered the New Argentina newspaper as Saint Hesser's special assistant. Saint Hesser personally trained her for a period of time, and she also taught herself university majors and continued to study and improve. Being able to become the president of the largest newspaper under New Argentina Media was not only because she was Saint Hesser's woman, but also because she had sufficient management skills. It would be good to let her exercise with this car project. This girl, who grew up in the slums, had been wholeheartedly devoted to Saint Hesser after following him, and had not been in contact with any other men, which was also the reason why Saint Hesser was at ease. Most of the talents in the meeting room came from Ford Argentina. After the Ford Argentina factory closed down a few years ago, they had already changed careers. Now, it was not easy to gather these people together. Some of them had been snatched away by competitors. Now, what remained were some of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. In fact, poaching engineers from Italian Fiat would be the best, but because of competition, and because Saint Hesser was a little embarrassed, he hadn't moved those people from Fiat for the time being. Our Radon Motors project is the same as and different from the Fiat project, but our goal is to design and produce our own independent car in 5 years. Fiat project engineers will also give us help. Moreover, the production of the Fiat 600 had not yet been finalized, and poaching people was premature. Radon Motors was still an empty shell. The people truly responsible for the Fiat project were another group. Saint Hesser fully trusted these people, only sending a few senior executives to the adjacent Fiat large automobile factory to be responsible for management, construction, and installation. This meeting proceeded quickly. Saint Hesser newly established a Radon Motors Design Institute and had these automotive design experts prepared to create a brand new model according to his ideas. After all, the Fiat 600 was not his own child. He called the new car Project Radon, top secret. The chassis and engine could be the same as the Fiat 600, but eventually, everything had to be localized. Moreover, this Fiat 600 had also obtained the right to enter the entire South American market and was completely owned by Radon Motors. Of course, after the Fiat 600, Saint Hesser began planning to design 2 vehicles owned by Radon Motors. He personally drove the Fiat 600 and carefully studied the model. He also planned to further optimize it, changing the exterior to a more classic one, like the Volkswagen Golf, Jetta, Toyota Corolla, and Honda Accord. These classic angular models were his imitation targets. These car models had all been tested by time and were also a guarantee of future sales. In the end, he chose the classic style of the Volkswagen Golf, with distinct lines and neat design, changing the rounded design of the Fiat 600 and adding some new elements, such as seat belts, radios, and low and high configuration versions of the car, and square headlights. This was the first car proposed by Saint Hesser, but the Fiat 600 was a rear-wheel drive model, While the later Golf was a front-wheel drive model, radon motors needed to adopt a brand new engine, front-wheel drive, a compact load-bearing body, and a lightweight chassis. A whole bunch of requirements. Just having a shell wasn't enough. It was best to have Fiat's engine experts redesign it. A more fuel-efficient engine was also his goal when he asked people to design it. After all, the more fuel-efficient, the better. In order not to make the difficulty too great, St. Hesser also asked for a rear-wheel drive model to be made at the same time, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. In addition, the Fiat 600M also needed to be redesigned and manufactured into a cheap and easy-to-use new van. He immediately recalled the classic style of the Wuling Sunshine van from later generations, so he immediately drew the drawings. This difficulty was not so great. It was just that the engine design, position, and all aspects needed to be restarted. He simply created a new brand called Wuling Wuren. The brand logo directly used the red Wuling logo of Wuling Sunshine to distinguish it from radon. He was not only eyeing the Wuling Sunshine. In the future, the Wuling Hongguang and Wuling Rongguang would also be copied, designed, but this was a plan for the next stage after the Wuling Sunshine was launched. Mastering the Fiat project was currently the most important thing. The difficulty of the Wuling Sunshine van was not so great. The engine could be shared and optimized, but it also required a lot of time and effort. Moreover, St. Hesser asked to design two models, which would not exist in this world for more than 10 years. It was estimated that they were not even in Volkswagen's design studio. In fact, St. Hesser wanted to poach some design talent from abroad, but the time was not right, so he had to wait patiently. Radon motors was still too weak, and he didn't want to mess around like the Rhine tank factory again. The funds were still quite tight. St. Hesser had considered recruiting workers in Europe, but the cost was too high, and the current money was not enough. Poaching big names was okay, but he didn't know any, so he had to give up. Cultivating his own talents might be slower, but it would be very stable. Some old automotive technicians could still be considered for poaching from France, Germany, and Italy, but that was for use as teachers, not as workers. So, two new car projects were freshly released, but they were different from the Fiat car project. The goal was to successfully develop an Argentine car brand and car company before the 1960s. St. Hesser had actually considered making a more powerful car logo, such as directly copying a Lexus LEUXS or something, but he thought that using it on the current radon motors was still a bit lacking. It would be a waste to make it, so it was better to lay a solid foundation and strive to finalize the Fiat 600 first. So, he contacted Sean of Sequoia Capital and registered some car brands and logos that had not yet appeared in the United States, in case they might be used in the future. Some car brands were also registered in Argentina, but most of them were not used for the time being. Currently, Argentina's intellectual property protection was average, and it was also necessary to register the radon and Wuling trademarks in several neighboring countries. Chapter 236: Education Reform in Bahia Blanca. To meet the needs of the city's industrial development, San Jose decided to reform the education system in Blanca City, mainly involving secondary schools among the new residents of Blanca City. Besides the working-age population and industrial workers, there was a significant number of children under the age of 10. San Jose was shocked and saddened by their dropping out of school. Many children under the age of 12 were becoming child laborers, some without even finishing elementary school. San Jose had always strictly cracked down on child labor, but along the way, in the dark underbelly of Argentina, he had become accustomed to it. Some young girls, barely teenagers, were deceived and forced by young men under the guise of love, while others were driven by poverty, eventually falling into prostitution. Their youthful blossoms had withered prematurely before they could even bloom. She didn't tell him her real name, only calling San Jose teacher and herself Rosa Blanca, saying that her childhood dream was to go to university, but she didn't succeed because of family poverty. She was pushed into the fire pit by her own family at the age of 11, earning meager income by selling her body. If she disobeyed, she would be threatened and beaten. At the age of 13, she even became pregnant, but she didn't know who the father of the child was. She was forced to have relations with more than 180 men every month, and her experience was quite bumpy. Later, he remembered that Rosa Blanca meant white rose. At that time, San Jose only allowed students from the new Youth League to organize night schools for a period of time due to some reasons. Because there were security personnel escorting them, not too many accidents occurred, and he never saw Rosa again after going to the United States. He forgot about this matter. It wasn't until he returned to China last year and investigated that he learned that Rosa had died in the winter due to being beaten, and her remains were long gone. This also became a thorn in his heart. He greeted Little Thompson and directly dispatched Aragon's security team, in cooperation with the police, to wipe out the entire gang crime syndicate, rescuing 31 poor girls, ranging in age from 12 to 30. Most of these girls were arranged by him to enter the Blue Cloud garment factory, and they embarked on the path of life again, but some still returned to that path. Later, San Jose named a new clothing brand of the garment factory Rosa Blanca. In addition, teenage boys were also coaxed and deceived, or their families didn't care, and they eventually embarked on the road of crime. As a result, along the way, San Jose had seen too many such human tragedies in the so-called poor towns and shanty towns of Buenos Aires, suburban towns, and the shanty towns of Córdoba. This was no longer a novelty. Therefore, wherever San Jose could exert influence, he would severely crack down on these places, allowing them to return to the right path. Those who were stubborn would be sent to prison for reform. It is worth mentioning that San Jose also carried out a series of reforms to the Blanca City prison, implementing a labor reform policy, which involved organizing some factories to produce cloth, making clothes, and organizing professional skills training. In particular, the crackdown on crime in the previous months had overcrowded the Blanca City prison. As a result, San Jose used his prestige to forcefully promote it. Originally, many people strongly opposed it, believing that it was forced labor. Well, San Jose was indeed forcing criminals to work, and he didn't shy away from this matter. Instead, he frankly admitted it, which won the recognition of the citizens. This made his nickname of Iron-Blooded Mayor spread quietly, and Blanca City became a new forbidden zone for crime. As a result of the prison's transformation, the effect after these criminals were released from prison was surprisingly good. Many small factories were actually willing to offer them a job, which slowly reduced the opposition. San Jose believed that this situation was caused by economic reasons, educational reasons, and the lack of the role of the police department. Even cracking down on crime requires the city hall to have sufficient financial resources, such as sufficient police force. At the same time, education reform is also a welfare policy for more and more foreign residents in Blanca City, especially foreign workers, mainly Chileans, and even Bolivians, Peruvians, Brazilians, and Colombians, but the number is not large, and some exist in the form of illegal workers. These foreigners also need to receive some orthodox Argentine education. Otherwise there will be endless troubles, and they all speak Spanish, which can be well integrated into the city. San Jose requires that everyone be treated equally and can enroll at a very low price. San Jose admired these foreign immigrants very much. He did not directly expel them, but regularly registered them and established a basic management system. He even encouraged immigrants to naturalize and turn them into Argentinians. Only full employment, economic development, and the use of Argentina's status as a signatory to tariffs and trade agreements to develop international trade can make Argentina's economy full of vitality and hand it over to currency devaluation and inflation. This is also Argentina's only way out at present. With economic development and full employment, these situations will gradually decrease. San Jose will also let the Workers' Association regularly organize some blind date activities, tango dances, football games, and basketball games at the same time. The construction of Blanca City's 2 large thermal power plants and the ample power supply have also made most of Blanca City's street lights light up at night, which has reduced many criminals, and even developed some night consumption. The police department's regular patrols have also deterred some sudden crime. San Jose also built various closed small communities in the new urban area according to his own ideas, instead of open blocks, which caused a lot of criticism. In addition to the reason for reducing construction costs, there is also the possibility of accommodating more people, as well as the influence of some later generations' ideas. Facts have proved that this kind of small community also has a certain effect, and it only needs to be. San Jose hates the so-called detached wooden villas very much. They not only waste land but also increase costs. Therefore, the new urban area is basically composed of small tube-shaped buildings. Most of the floors are not high, up to 6 floors, and the internal layout is similar. The first floors of the buildings near the street can be used as shops, generally in 2 rows, forming a small loop, with a long corridor connecting many rooms. Using the long corridor to ventilate both ends, some households are divided into bedrooms, kitchens, and living rooms, but they are divided into 3 families living together, sharing the kitchen and toilet, making full use of space. Such living conditions are actually very good. Better living conditions are separate large suites. Such a construction plan allows Blanca City to fully absorb enough people in a short time. A batch of new roads were planned on the east and west sides of Blanca City. In addition to reserving land for various public facilities, A large number of houses are being built, forming a climax of real estate development. In order to ensure the quality of construction, San Jose also formulated a series of regulations, including the technical standards required for building materials, steel, rebar, concrete, and cement, while also ensuring that builders and real estate developers are profitable. A number of local real estate construction companies have also emerged in order to allow Blanca City to attract more foreign residents. The Blanca City Investment Promotion Department has also increased its efforts to attract investment. There are some electrical appliance factories such as food factories, furniture factories, electric lamp factories, and fan factories. Auto parts factories are also within the scope of investment promotion, but Argentina rarely produces such accessories and can only cultivate them if it can become a parts supplier of Leaton Motors. It can enjoy a 5-year tax exemption policy. San Jose doesn't want to produce a full set of products in the future, which would be too costly. Things like car headlights, universal joints, and brake pads can be produced by parts suppliers. In the future, Leaton Motors only needs to handle the 3 major parts of the car. Sean Glass Factory can also produce automotive glass, which requires a very large automotive industry chain. Auto parts, as the foundation of the automotive industry, are a necessary factor to support the sustained and healthy development of the automotive industry, especially since the world's automobile industry is developing vigorously. San Jose wants to develop Argentina's independent automobile industry. He doesn't want to just be an assembly plant. He wants to independently develop and innovate, and he needs a strong parts system to support it. This is also how San Jose can allow Blanca City to provide more jobs and become one of the largest automobile companies in South America and even the world in the future. The upstream raw materials of automobiles are mainly steel, rubber, plastic, fabrics, etc., and the prices are ultimately determined by the prices of bulk commodities such as steel, oil, natural rubber, and textile raw materials. Steel, oil, and textiles have basically been settled by St. Tessa. St. Tessa's next goal is to develop rubber products. Currently, he can only rely on imports. Currently, St. Tessa has a tire factory, which belongs to the current Philip Industries. They produce motorcycle tires, tractor tires, and bicycle tires, but the output is not high as the only part of the automobile that comes into contact with the ground. The performance of the tires directly affects the safety of the vehicle's drivers and passengers. The importance of tire performance is self-evident as for car tires. With the technical support of Fiat Auto, it is time to increase production. In the future, it can even supply SEAM automobile factories in the Eastern Automobile Industrial Zone. St. Tessa saw the tire factory debugging and installing the equipment produced by the tire factory. The tire factory is located in the most corner. Natural rubber purchased from Southeast Asia and Brazil is also being transported to Blanca City by sea. It's just that there are too many of these auto parts, which almost made St. Tessa depressed. Fortunately, Fiat Auto can help contact her parts suppliers and purchase parts production equipment, so that the production of Fiat 600 can be basically guaranteed in the future. However, in this way, the production cost of the Fiat 600 series is much higher than that in Italy, and the profit will be much lower. This is probably the reason why Fiat Auto is unwilling to engage in any profit sharing, but directly sells various equipment the Italian automobile industry has developed for more than 50 years to reach its current level. St. Tessa's idea of accomplishing it all in one fell swoop is still a bit naive. St. Tessa hasn't done such a challenging job for a long time. Fortunately, he is not too ambitious and follows the steps. If he can produce it himself, he will open a factory himself, such as automotive glass, cast steel parts, tires, seat belts, and seats. If he can cooperate, he will find domestic companies with strength to cooperate, such as radios and car headlights. One thing that St. Tessa is still working hard to do is to reform the education in Blanca City, otherwise he can't imagine how to get so many sufficient workers and talents. Although this is one of his original goals, his reasons for persuading officials are also about child labor, various crimes, education for foreign populations, and promoting future employment. Although Blanca City cannot and does not have the financial resources to implement free education for the time being, basic financial subsidies can still be done, and at least junior high school education is still necessary. When St. Tessa was in Córdoba province, he dropped out of middle school at the age of 16. After all, 6 years of middle school was too long and the price was very expensive. In addition, his parents passed away and he had to drop out of school. If a junior high school can be established, at least many students can have a slightly better future development. This is also why he has always wanted to reform the middle school in Blanca City. Recently, A new batch of funds and tax revenues have been received, and it can be implemented in terms of universities. Secondary vocational schools have exploded. St. Hessa announced the reform of public schools in Blanca City in the Blanca City Education Bureau. St. Hessa also persuaded these education experts and civil servants. Blanca City Education Bureau Conference Hall. Our goal is to serve the citizens of Blanca City and allow more people to afford to go to school. The purpose of the reform is that the 6-year middle school system is too long, which prevents many students from graduating. This even makes it very difficult for many people to find employment. Currently, it is too difficult to graduate from middle school in Argentina. Some high-level jobs in Blanca City generally require a graduation certificate, as is the university entrance exam. This even forms a special transaction. St. Hessa didn't have a middle school diploma back then. He spent $5,000 and passed all the exams to get a diploma from Lombardton Middle School. $5,000 is almost 10 years of savings for an ordinary Argentine. Mayor, you are right, but there's a problem. Who will recognize such a diploma? Daniel Mendoza, an official from the Ministry of Education, raised his hand to speak. Daniel comes from a famous family, but has good character and is an official that St. Hessa values very much. My idea is this: these diplomas will be issued by the Blanca City Education Bureau. They are currently valid within the scope of Blanca City and will also be valid in surrounding cities. Normal completion of 6 years of senior high school studies is the same, and the establishment of secondary vocational schools, supporting talents, and can also continue to study at university, as long as they pass the exam. We will change the middle schools in Blanca City from a 6-year system to a 2-level middle school system, namely junior high school and senior high school, each for 3 years. Among them, secondary vocational schools are at the same level as senior high schools. This can greatly reduce the graduation time for students. In addition to basic subjects, the courses added in junior high school include professional subjects such as physics, chemistry, and biology. They can also enter ordinary senior high schools or secondary vocational schools to study, teaching students according to their aptitude, and they can also graduate directly, turning the existing middle schools into a 6-year consistent system, and dividing them into 2 levels can issue junior high school diplomas and senior high school diplomas. Secondary vocational schools cooperate directly with companies and factories and recognize diplomas. St. Hessa said the complete reform plan, which slowly attracted these people, it does not affect existing students. Currently, the dropout rate of middle schools in our city is too high, and many people cannot afford to go to school. I don't think free education can be achieved, but this more favorable education system for citizens will be more appropriate. A batch of middle schools to be built in the future will be built separately so that future foreign populations in Blanca City will have schools to attend. We will continue to discuss the specific measures and plans. We will establish 5 vocational schools to directly connect with factories, and also cooperate with National Southern University and Blanca City Higher Vocational College, San Martin College, National La Plata University, and National Córdoba University. It does not affect most students who are interested in continuing their studies. After 4 hours of meeting, everyone was persuaded by St. Hessa. He not only spoke from a macro level, but also proved from various examples that junior high school students can not only find employment earlier, but also win respect, instead of being labeled with a stigma of dropping out of school. St. Hessa even promised that junior high school students and secondary vocational school graduates can also participate in the police and civil servants examinations of the Blanca City Police Department. As long as their scores are qualified, they can compete fairly. Even some state-owned factories are qualified to participate in the exam. You should know that the original minimum requirement for these important exams was only a middle school diploma like the police department. The original salary was not high. Now, most of them are personally selected by St. Hessa and organized for various trainings. Now the treatment is also at the middle and upper level in Blanca City, on par with civil servants, and the entry threshold has also increased now. Basically all newly hired personnel in the police department are required to have a high school diploma. Improving the quality and increasing the sense of honor of the police department personnel is also a positive cycle under the guidance of St. Hessa. The Blanca City Education Bureau presided over the establishment of the Blanca City Petroleum School and cooperated with the Petroleum Department of the Faculty of Engineering of the University of Buenos Aires and Southern Petroleum to train workers for Southern Petroleum. The Blanca City Automotive Professional School cooperates with the Department of Mechanical Engineering of the National Southern University and the Leiden Industrial Group to train automotive professionals. In addition, the Blanca City Agricultural School, which also opened at the same time, Cooperates with Sunshine Agriculture, National Southern University, Córdoba University, and San Martin College. The Blanca City Aircraft Aviation Professional School cooperates with the San Martin Aircraft Manufacturing Plant. The Blanca City Steel Metallurgy Professional School has established cooperation with the Steel Department of the National La Plata University. The Steel Department of the National La Plata University was established specifically for the La Plata Steel Plant, and the La Plata City Hall took the lead. A total of 5 secondary vocational schools, all of which are public secondary schools jointly established by the City Hall, will enroll middle school graduates or middle school dropouts in a unified manner and will organize unified scale examinations in November. In addition to these secondary vocational schools, the future construction of architectural schools, textile schools, chemical schools, and normal schools has also been included in the future education development plan of Blanca City. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237: Development Difficulties of Iran Military Industry. In August, the sun's direct angle slowly moved back towards the Tropic of Capricorn, signaling that Argentina's winter was coming to an end and spring was approaching. Under the influence of the warm Atlantic winds, the temperature in the city of Bahia Blanca was also slowly rising. San Jose, representing various industry associations in Bahia Blanca, along with representatives from 11 autonomous municipalities in the province of Buenos Aires, 4 autonomous municipalities in the province of La Pampa, 5 autonomous municipalities in the province of Rio Negro, 3 autonomous municipalities in the province of Formosa, 4 autonomous municipalities in the province of Salta, 2 autonomous municipalities in the province of Jujuy, and the municipality of San Martin in the province of Córdoba, signed a comprehensive agricultural development agreement. The agreement included a guaranteed purchase agreement for soybeans from the Bahia Blanca state-owned feed factory and Prairie Foods, a wheat purchase agreement for the Bahia Blanca Grain Reserve Company, and a rice cultivation promotion agreement. Among others, it involved agricultural production in newly cultivated agricultural areas covering 70,000 square kilometers, approximately 7 million hectares of land, demonstrating Bahia Blanca's significant influence. The cooperation was led by Bahia Blanca Sunshine Agricultural Seed Company providing improved seeds, Maya Chemical providing fertilizers, Philip Industries providing tractors and agricultural tricycles, and Ballon Bank providing agricultural loans, for joint and unified development, helping to establish specialized agricultural cooperatives under San Jose's influence. Officials in Bahia Blanca also hope to obtain greater benefits, taking a long-term perspective, so that not only banks and finance, but all enterprises could make longer-term decisions, building a stronger economy for future generations. On August 28, the Bahia Blanca Commercial Bank, initiated by the Bahia Blanca Ministry of Finance, was established, with 12 companies participating in the subscription, obtaining a total of 28% of the shares, Ballon Bank obtaining 10% of the shares, and the Bahia Blanca Ministry of Finance holding 62% of the shares and management rights. Among the 12 participating companies, 3 were from the 3 old established families, as well as Hot Steel, Maya Chemical, Raytheon Motors, Sunshine Agriculture, Blue Cloud Textile, and some emerging enterprises. The main purpose of establishing the commercial bank was to absorb deposits, provide various development loans to more regions, and add a boost to the development of Bahia Blanca. San Jose also hoped that Ballon Bank could develop more internationally, while also adding some pressure to Ballon Bank. This state-owned bank also had the backing of public credibility, with the assistance of a large number of engineers from the Fiat Group. Raytheon Motors assembly line also entered a stage of rapid development. In the past 50 years, railways have made Argentina a unified market, and the future will be the era of highways in addition to cars. San Jose still couldn't forget about trucks. After contacting several European truck companies, San Jose finally gave up the idea of acquiring a truck production line, while the Rhine tank factory technically fully met Argentina's advanced technical standards. And Horst himself attached particular importance to the development of Rhine military. The tank factory could produce tank chassis, and even had engineering personnel for tank chassis production lines, with considerable technical strength, and could even volunteer for the Raytheon tractor factory, but the continuous lack of output made San Jose somewhat anxious. Continuing to invest was a bottomless pit, and he had to find a way to generate revenue for the tank factory, which could also accumulate more capital. Moreover, Now the firearms factory and artillery factory could not get orders either. In less than half a year, Rhine military fell into development dilemma. The situation was changing rapidly, and the world was changing too fast compared to the booming tractor factory and motorcycle factory of the brother companies. Even the newly established Raytheon Motors had better development expectations than Rhine military. The tank factory supported a large number of designers and engineers. The diesel engine factory was also developing well, also producing a large number of diesel engines, supplying shipyards and tractor factories, generating a lot of revenue every month. And research and development also absorbed foreign technology. The tank factory had engineers and other experts, and also had its own machine tools, as well as a casting workshop, used to produce artillery barrels. Horst had inspected many Italian arms companies, and now felt very anxious. The tank factory brought together the most outstanding designers and engineers of Rhine military, but limited by Argentina's current processing and material problems, it had not been well utilized. And he also had great doubts about whether future tanks could be sold. When he was in Italy, he visited the tank factory, and the technical level was much stronger than Rhine tank, but it also couldn't continue. The Italian defense forces were not purchasing tanks, and a large amount of production capacity was idle for Horst. Switching production was actually a difficult decision, and it was also a question of the future development of Rhine military. The research and development and explosion of firearms, unless new growth points were found, would face huge losses, especially in the international market. There were more excellent Soviet light and heavy weapons and American weapons. Although one of the 5 great benefactors was still working hard on the first 5-year plan, and one was still suppressing the uprising in Algeria in a chaotic manner, the armaments of Britain, the Soviet Union, and the United States had filled every corner of the world. In fact, in the past 2 or 3 years, the development of Rhine military has been more about relying on its old capital. Without the backing of the state, Rhine military has been severely suppressed, and smuggling routes have also been cracked down on, resulting in heavy losses. Many of the arms orders taken by these major powers are purchased on a national basis, and Argentine weapons can only drink some soup, such as smuggling. It is likely that even the soup will not be affordable in the future. The cruel facts prove that even the current African warlords do not dare to purchase these Argentine weapons of unknown origin. Now the Nanyang market is shrinking. The Indians have already hooked up with the Soviets, and in the blink of an eye, these old German-made weapons in Argentina have reached the end of their lives. Moreover, several major firearms are also more about relying on the old capital, and the newly developed rocket launchers have no prospects. Moreover, Rhine military has not received new orders for 2 months, and the current orders are all maintained by some old orders without the support of the Argentine state. Rhine military will not be able to pay the salaries of these 300 engineers and 3,000 workers in a few months, but the development of small caliber rifles could indeed be considered to be on the right track. It's just that this path was somewhat narrow. On the other hand, the Blanca City Atomic Energy Research Institute, a special institution, was developing at a relatively fast pace. With the help of American Anchor Electric, it had made some progress in uranium extraction, and the number of personnel had also increased significantly. Horst was also envious of the development of other sister companies, which was helping Rheinmetall Motors produce and process parts. Boss, what I mean is that our Rheinmetall military's production capacity has declined, but the capacity of these machine tools and casting workshops cannot be wasted. So, I'm wondering if some parts can be handed over to Rheinmetall military. Our military factory's machining level is basically first class. Horst was unwilling to let these workers be laid off. These old employees, who had accumulated 3 years of experience, had been painstakingly gathered one by one. However, continuing to fully develop military manufacturing was a dead end. This military industrial group, from the Fletz bicycle factory to its current development into the de facto largest military factory in the country, had taken countless efforts. However, facts have proven that without a strong country as a backing, even if it integrates advanced German technology and engineers, it is difficult to seize orders. Argentina is not Germany, nor is it France, let alone Italy or Spain. It cannot obtain more orders, and even the current ones cannot be maintained. Boss, Rheinmetall military is facing huge difficulties and must find a new way out. Is it possible to produce parts for Rheinmetall motors, Rheinmetall tractors, and Rheinmetall motorcycles? Oh? Tell me more. Saint Tessa was quite troubled by the problems of Rheinmetall military. He had considered buying a truck production line for Rheinmetall military, but the cash flow was insufficient, and it was indeed very expensive. Even the cheapest Austrian stair truck was almost the same price as a Fiat car. Such a price was very uneconomical, boss. This is what I think. I have some understanding of the Fiat car project. There are hundreds of parts suppliers in the Turin area, which is the essence of Fiat's development. Well, continue. Saint Tessa straightened his body and continued when he saw Horst pause. Even if we get the production line now, many parts still have to be imported from Italy, which will make the price much more expensive. This is exactly the problem that is giving me a headache. Saint Tessa nodded. Our Rheinmetall arms factory, artillery factory, and tank factory have many advanced machine tools that can help process parts, and we have experience in assembly line production. We have produced so many guns, and the quality can be guaranteed. Moreover, if we want to expand the production of our car production line, we must increase the supply of parts. In addition to the car chassis, engine, and gearbox, everything else requires the cooperation of other factories. That makes sense. Actually, I'm also troubled by this. Developing a complete car company from scratch is too difficult. Although Fiat has promised to help solve the parts problem, it only entrusts the production of some key parts to Fiat suppliers. Saint Tessa himself was unwilling to import all the parts from Italy, as the risk would be too great. However, there were not many domestic factories capable of undertaking these parts orders. That's why Saint Tessa asked Sean Glass and Blue Cloud Textile to organize personnel to establish professional parts factories. However, in this way, the cost of Fiat 600 would skyrocket. Moreover, the technical conditions could not be met, and Saint Tessa did not have that much money to purchase machine tools. Extreme cash flow is not that easy to play with. American Sequoia would not be able to support an Argentine company to purchase European machine tools indefinitely. So many companies also need a certain amount of cash flow to ensure operation. The main reason is that these two projects cost a little too much money, and there is no energy to take care of Rheinmetall military. It would be good enough if they didn't take money from Rheinmetall military, then try it. If you can sell this inventory, I won't take it, and I will support Rheinmetall military in producing parts for these three companies as an OEM. In the future, Rheinmetall military will develop independently, and I won't extract too much profit. What Saint Tessa was referring to was the weapons with a cost of more than $12 million piled up in the Rheinmetall military warehouse. It would not be easy to find buyers for them. The profit he extracted from Rheinmetall military was also very large. Now that Rheinmetall military has its own ideas and solves the problem of military orders, it is not impossible to consider OEM? Oh, okay, thank you, boss. By the way, boss, can we go to Germany to collect parts talents? Maybe we still need to prepay a sum of money, about $5 million would be enough. I want to buy some shares in German auto parts companies. Even if Horst was confident in the development of Rheinmetall military, auto parts were still very different. After all, transformation is not that simple. Okay, go ahead, pay attention to safety. I will have someone handle it with you. Saint Tessa also knew that you can't catch wolves without putting out bait. Horst also strengthened his ideas. Rheinmetall military must achieve self-sufficiency. Peace is the mainstream of world development, and both military and civilian use must be taken. He could see from Saint Tessa's vigorous development of various factories that the boss had great ambitions. However, like installing naval guns on warships for the Ministry of the Navy, the entire order was only $1.5 million, and the cost was $1 million, not including the money to buy Italian technology, which was a one-off deal. Producing parts for car factories, on the other hand, can be done every month, which is enough to ensure the factory continues to operate. The current goal has become to survive well. The days of several Argentine ordnance factories are not very good now, unless a war breaks out. Even the most powerful American ordnance factories are not having a good time, and they are grabbing orders everywhere in the world. Which is also one of the reasons why our Rheinmetall military cannot sell its products. In his opinion, it is not a big problem to consume the inventory. After all, the quality of these weapons is still quite good, but it is difficult to guarantee profits like before, and it is just making some processing fees. Chapter 238 Eduardo and Chapter X27, Emancipation Proclamation. Saint Tessa's approach is actually what most automobile companies do in later generations, breaking down automobile parts instead of producing them entirely themselves, cultivating and forming automobile parts manufacturers one by one. This is also the fastest development he can think of, a way to expand Leighton Motors' production capacity in the future. Leighton Motors will primarily be responsible for the production of the three major components of automobiles, and then distribute the parts one by one. forming an automobile parts supply chain, which is conducive to faster expansion of automobile production and seizing the market. Moreover, this is also a consideration to reduce production costs and improve the competitiveness of latent motors. There is a saying in later generations, technology is based on changing the shell. The Fiat 600 can also be given some Argentine localized modifications. After all, this is a production line that St. Husser purchased at a high price. Although it is impossible to completely design an Argentine-made car now, some appearance optimization and modification can still be done. Moreover, with the current production line, the three major components can be produced, and the other parts can be modified and optimized to create a new car. Lengthen the chassis, enlarge the wheels, and make it a bit more angular like the Mini. The Fiat 600's current lack of space is due to the rear-mounted engine. St. Husser hopes to do something different, such as a front engine, rear-wheel drive layout, which would greatly increase space utilization and can be modified into a sedan. A 0.77L naturally aspirated four-cylinder engine, matched with a 4-speed manual transmission, and 32 horsepower, would be the level of an agricultural tricycle in later generations, but it is enough in this era. Many current Japanese cars have only 20-plus horsepower. It's just that in this way, St. Husser wants a brand new, more powerful, more stable, and better quality engine. Looking at the history of automobile development in the world, each automobile industry period will give birth to extremely representative models, and behind each classic model is a classic engine, and the automobile engine is the most complex component on the entire vehicle, with the highest requirements for parts coordination and craftsmanship. It is easy to do well in appearance and interior, but it is difficult to do well in engine, transmission, and chassis. In addition to this, price is also a constraint. Imitating an engine does not require bypassing professional barriers. It is just a simple replication, which is to copy the parts one-to-one, but that would make the cost sky high. As the most complete industrial enterprise in Argentina, Fiat has a large number of departments cooperating, which can reduce prices. Although Argentina's wages are low due to the freeze, labor costs are low. These costs must be considered as long as it is an industrial product. As long as the price is high enough, you can achieve any requirements you can think of, whether it is processing accuracy, mechanical performance, durability, etc. All problems are cost problems. Simply put, the problem is not that the requirements cannot be met, but rather to achieve a product quality similar to the long-term stable operation of foreign products at a cost equal to or lower than that of foreign products. St. Husser used the power of Blanca City to promote the development of the automobile industry in Blanca City, and also promoted the selection of automobile parts manufacturers nationwide. The three major means of stimulating the economy: consumption, investment, and export. Consumption cannot be relied upon for the time being, so St. Husser is focusing on investment and export. In early September, Blanca City's export scale in August exceeded $6 million, an increase of 2 times compared to July, surpassing Rosario and ranking third in the country, second only to Buenos Aires and La Plata. However, apart from a few cities in Argentina that can ensure stable employment and economic growth, most provinces in Argentina are experiencing unemployment, layoffs, and economic crises as commonplace. The domestic situation is becoming increasingly tense due to the spread of the economic crisis, and Perón's authoritarian style has further exacerbated the situation, causing the military to completely split. Of these $6 million in exports, more than half are new light industry exports, with Blue Cloud Textile, Prairie Foods, and Martinez Trading Company occupying the top 3 positions. Martinez Trading Company mainly exports wheat and beef. Under the stimulation of various preferential policies in Blanca City, it has also opened clothing factories and food processing factories, and its development has been extremely rapid. Among other factories established in less than a year, those that have developed rapidly include Bono Electronics, Kefaya Clothing, Cadia Clothing, and Zmora Textile. Decay Textile Industries are all large factories employing more than 500 people. There are also some new factories that have attracted St. Husser's attention, such as Morad Fan Factory, Kozer Building Materials, Didia Tef Furniture, Saravi Metal Products, Enderley Socks Factory, etc. More than 50 factories have also received his preferential treatment, such as water and electricity fee reductions, rent reductions, and tax reductions. Most of the owners of these factories are under 40 years old. They obtained their first pot of gold at a very fast speed, and then quickly expanded production. Several of them started from scratch. For example, Dissay Calmer, the owner of Dissay Textile Industries, was originally a veteran who had worked at Blue Cloud Textile for 3 years, Using 100,000 pesos in savings, he opened one of the earliest textile factories in Blanca City, undertaking outsourcing work for Blue Cloud Textile. In just 1 year, he has accumulated hundreds of thousands of US dollars in wealth, becoming Blanca City's most dazzling nouveau riche. This speed is comparable to Saint Hesser's accumulation. On the evening of September 15, Buenos Aires, the Pink House, more and more intelligence and signs indicate that another group of troops is about to launch a new round of coup. President Perón, who is already 59 years old, sat quietly in his chair. His birthday is in just over a month, but the intelligence on the table made him a little irritable. And Emerjov, director of the Argentine National Intelligence Agency, reported the movements of the Córdoba army. 3 generals from the Morón Air Force Base and the Garrison Army stood next to him. The National Intelligence Agency is directly under the jurisdiction of President Perón himself. The National Intelligence School under it is responsible for recruiting and training intelligence personnel, and the Monitoring Bureau of the Ministry of Justice is responsible for communications monitoring. It can be said that in the past 2 or 3 years, the National Intelligence Agency has been infiltrated by domestic and foreign forces in a very terrifying way, and the military forces in Córdoba province have also developed under Perón's own eyes, but it is still the largest intelligence agency in Argentina. The intelligence agency is Perón's eyes and ears, and no one else can be relied upon. Mr. President, Córdoba has detained several aircraft, and the Navy's movements are also very problematic. We suspect they are about to take action. 3 Meteor aircraft under repair at the Argentine military aircraft factory have fallen into the hands of those who control the aircraft factory and the military aviation school, Andemir said cautiously a few days ago. He had the Argentine Congress sign a new constitutional amendment, entering the most intense confrontation with the church. Most of the provincial leaders in Argentina sent telegrams expressing strong protests, which was completely different from the situation last year when the Justicialist Party controlled the overall situation. And Dermot raised his head and saw that Perón's hair, visibly dyed black, already had white strands, and there were even some wrinkles on his face. He no longer had the energy he had when he was young. It was said that Mr. President would doze off while sitting during work. Yes, even though he was once the most radical officer in Argentina, launching a coup at a young age, he had aged under the erosion of time. In recent years, Perón's physical fitness had declined rapidly, and one major event after another had occurred since Argentina entered the 1950s. International grain and meat prices plummeted, coupled with 2 consecutive years of drought, making the implemented policies unsustainable and causing a serious economic recession. The most shining project in the second 5-year plan was the La Plata steel plant, but it had little connection with the presidential palace then. In 1952, Evita passed away. In 1953, the General Confederation of Labor was dissolved, and a development contract was signed with Standard Oil of California, USA. The foreign investment law was also promulgated, allowing foreign companies, primarily American companies, to obtain a series of concessions. Now, there was almost a feeling of being at odds with the entire country, with a large number of enemies even within the church and the military. The dissatisfaction of the Argentine people gradually plunged the Perón government into crisis. It had been exactly 3 months since the last unsuccessful coup, the Buenos Aires aerial battle. Although Perón didn't take it too seriously, he still considered it relatively important. Perón made deployments and didn't leave until 11 p.m. He believed that this time was similar to the last coup. With the advantage on his side, the Meteor fighters of the Córdoba coup faction had been painted with crude red markings. The cross and V symbol, meaning CE, Christ conquers, showed their support for the anti-Perón church and was also their way of preventing friendly fire. And at the Morón Air Force Base, which had received instructions from Perón, the Argentine government forces planes had learned from the previous lesson and unanimously added the letter P above the V on the planes. Perón conquers, also to prevent friendly fire. Córdoba, 6:30 a.m., 3 Meteor fighters from the coup faction flew over the Army Artillery School to display their strength and dropped a few bombs on the open space in the artillery training ground. At 7 o'clock, the Argentine government forces Córdoba Infantry School launched an attack on the Army Artillery School. The artillery school had no anti-aircraft weapons, and a large number of checkpoints were set up outside the campus. These continuously flew low over the heads of the infantry to deter them. This was Perón's last nail in Córdoba, and Córdoba had to be removed first. At 8 o'clock, the 3rd Infantry Regiment of Córdoba attacked and controlled the artillery school. The students and teachers of the school were disarmed and imprisoned, and Córdoba calmed down. In the morning, General Lunardi delivered a speech in Córdoba Square. This speech was disseminated throughout the country in the form of an open letter. He severely condemned Perón's traitorous behavior and announced a march on Buenos Aires. General Eduardo Lunardi's declaration of liberation to the people of Argentina and the soldiers of the fatherland. As the commander of this liberation of the people, I appeal to the Argentine people, especially to my comrades in all the armed forces, to assist in this operation. The Army, Navy, and Air Force of the fatherland will once again leave their bases and barracks to intervene in the civic life of the nation. Our action stems from a love of freedom, a love of the honor of an oppressed people who wish to live according to their traditions and who will not indefinitely submit to the whims of a dictator who abuses the power of government to humiliate his compatriots. He uses the guarantee of presumed social justice as a pretext, because at present this is the common desire of all Argentine people, unopposed, abolishing the civil rights and guarantees stipulated in the Constitution, replacing the judicial order with the despotic will of an individual. All the terrible symbols, the burning of churches and the sacred archives of the fatherland, the enslavement of judges, the reduction of universities to dishonest bureaucratic agencies, the miserable penalty of endangering the future of the Federal Republic by handing over the sources of the nation's wealth. This vile oppression will only exacerbate corruption and the destruction of culture and the economy. After careful consideration, we simply say this: the sword drawn to defend the principles of the nation cannot fulfill its mission without honor. We are not interested in a life without honor. We guarantee to act for the future of our children and the dignity of our families. The citizens of Córdoba greeted the general with resounding enthusiasm. Eduardo was complacent, waving to the crowd. The entire city of Córdoba was filled with cheers. Yes, General. Yes, General. Yes, General. The city of San Martín also followed in the footsteps of General Eduardo, announcing its support for Eduardo's just actions. The news spread. Córdoba province was in an uproar. Santa Fe province was in an uproar. Buenos Aires province was shaken. The whole country was in an uproar. Buenos Aires. Perón, who had been called up, heard the bad news. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the Argentine Navy destroyers Cervantes and La Rioja had blockaded the Rio de la Plata. The destroyer La Rioja was the second ship of the Mendoza class purchased by the Argentine Navy from the United Kingdom, and was already quite old. Perón ordered Navy Lieutenant Commander Hugo Krexel to cooperate with the Air Force to attack the two coup ships. The lieutenant commander came to the 7th Air Brigade in Morón, took off for reconnaissance, and deployed a combat plan. And Eduardo's declaration, like pieces of paper, was also widely spread among the citizens of Buenos Aires. The Plaza de Mayo was filled with hundreds of thousands of cheering people, just like 8 years ago. But it was no longer the same group of people, and they were now opposing Perón. All indications were that Argentina was about to erupt in civil war, and the scales had begun to tip. Seeing the sensational Bahia Blanca, San Jose felt complicated. He had no intention of working. A large number of citizens gathered in the Bahia Blanca square, petitioning the mayor to support the coup. He had no choice but to issue a statement condemning Perón's autocracy and endorsing General Eduardo's declaration. San Jose called on the citizens to rationally support the coup, but this could not stop some crazy citizens. Fortunately, nothing violent happened, only demonstrations, otherwise he would not have been polite. He could also understand that Argentina's unemployment rate had exploded, and a large number of employees in Bahia Blanca actually came from Buenos Aires, so there was still a lot of resentment. Public opinion is too terrible, even if Perón didn't do that much wrong. Alice, this is the backlash of populism, San Jose warned himself inwardly, and General José of the Belgrano naval base also issued a statement supporting General Eduardo's declaration. Argentina is really going to change. Chapter 239. Escape to Uruguay. Sunset. At 9:10 a.m. on September 16, Lieutenant Sistel took off from Morón Air Base with 4 aircraft. At 9:28 a.m., the 4 aircraft gained altitude, dove towards the Rio Laja and fired with their machine guns. Although both ships were equipped with anti-aircraft guns, their firepower was insufficient, and the counterattack failed. The Rio Laja destroyer was heavily damaged by the machine gun fire from the government aircraft's dive, and 1 cannon was hit. After repairs, it was still able to retaliate. The rebel Navy's Cervantes arrived to provide support, hitting 2 aircraft, causing heavy losses to the government forces. Soon after, 3 more Meteor aircraft took off from Morón, led by Lieutenant Colonel Pérez Laborda, launching a second wave of attacks. Both ships were hit, and the government forces returned safely. The next wave of attacks by the government forces targeted 2 infantry landing ships reinforcing the rebels at the Rio Santiago Naval Academy. The rebels dispatched a medium landing ship from Rio Santiago to provide support, but this ship also had weak anti-aircraft firepower. its main role being to track the government forces' fire. Several minutes later, another round of airstrikes was carried out, resulting in 2 deaths and 7 injuries for the Cordoba Army. Clerics returned to Morón Air Base and began planning the next strike. Explaining to the pilots the best way to attack the ships, entering from the stern at a certain angle at low altitude, the 2 destroyers suffered a third wave of airstrikes at 11 a.m., resulting in heavy casualties. As they approached the estuary off the southern coast of Uruguay, they suffered another wave of airstrikes, but the damage was minimal, and the attacks soon ceased. The government forces' attention turned to Rio Santiago. The rebels, with only the Murature and King patrol boats, gradually surrendered, and the airstrikes continued until dark in the evening. Perón contracted his forces, while the Cordoba army had approached Rosario and joined forces with the Rosario rebel army. The fighter pilots who took off sympathized with the rebels, so they did not intercept the bombers. Meanwhile, in the city of Cordoba, General Eduardo issued a military mobilization order. He reviewed the Cordoba Army's 12,000-strong Army and Air Force units in the suburbs. 5 Meteor and 4 Aero II jet fighters swept through the air. The Aero II fighters, provided by the Argentine Military Aircraft Factory and the San Martin Aircraft Factory respectively, were comparable to the British Meteor fighters. The Army marched towards the capital, Buenos Aires, and joined forces with the Navy. General José of Belgrano also sent warships north to intimidate Buenos Aires, preparing for a naval bombardment if necessary. The warships, modified by the Three Seas shipyard, were extremely powerful. General Eduardo then formed the Supreme Operations Command to unify the command of the Cordoba Army and Allied forces. Over the past 3 months, he had conducted inspections and joint operations in Rosario, San Martin, and Santa Fe, among other places. Preparing for the coup, he sent a national telegram announcing to the presidential government the demand to dissolve the National Congress, claiming that Congress had become Perón's dictatorial mouthpiece. At the same time, he ordered Perón to resign, release church personnel, restore the 1949 Constitution, and restore General Little Thompson's position, release political prisoners, Democrats, and 15 other demands. Eduardo did not expect Perón to agree at all. This was just his order for a general offensive. With the support of various rebel figures, he organized and prepared disarmed seizure of power, uniting part of the Navy and Air Force far away in the capital. General Little Thompson was also under close surveillance and imprisoned in a prison outside Buenos Aires, which further increased his prestige. In the middle of the night on September 16, the Cordoba Army headquarters once again ordered a national mobilization, ordering the nation to lay down their weapons and take over the government. The Supreme Command also issued another declaration to the entire Argentine nation, announcing the march on Buenos Aires. It advised military police in various places not to fight them, declaring that their goal was only to overthrow the corrupt Perón government, telling the people of the capital not to be afraid, and declaring the protection of the people's legitimate rights. Defending the country and the people was the Cordoba Army's just demand, and it wooed the people of Buenos Aires, attempting to reduce resistance to the seizure of power. This strategy was quite successful. On the eve of the march on Buenos Aires, Eduardo once again convened an emergency meeting of generals and government officials. 10 key personnel attended the meeting, which once again decided that Eduardo would be the supreme commander. This large army would advance along the railways and highways, heading to join the Rosario army, along the way occupying cities, post and telecommunications offices, government offices, police departments, train stations, military camps, and other important facilities. It was also decided that if they encountered army resistance or Peronist snipers, they would be completely eliminated. Fortunately, they only encountered sporadic resistance along the way, and tanks and trucks also drove along the highway. The Cordoba Army's Advanced Command Headquarters was established in the city of Cordoba. The transportation here was developed, making it easy to advance and retreat. If the coup failed, they could retreat to Cordoba province and engage in civil war. Historically, every major civil war movement in Argentina has had a rebel government using this as a command center. After all preparations were completed, this mighty army of tens of thousands of green troops set off for the capital. 2 hours later, 1,000 police officers from the San Martin Police Department also joined the command, providing logistics for the army. 20 trucks from the city of Blanca were responsible for transporting combat supplies. Various donated combat materials were also distributed in place. 5 hours later, the army arrived in Rosario. After a 3-hour rest, the army continued south. At 10 a.m. on September 17, the Radical Civic Union once again requested to use the national radio, which was approved by the presidential palace. This was the second time in 9 years that the Radical Party was able to use official media. Arturo Frondizi accepted the appeasement in his speech on September 19. This was the second national address since July 27, and the Radical Party's prestige was once again enhanced. This was a huge mistake by the Perón government, but it was too late for him to react. The outer perimeter of the capital was under heavy attack in exchange for a concrete industrial plan, which included everything from restoring the original constitutional illness to guaranteeing national industrialization. The speech had to be delivered in advance and recorded while being read. It was broadcast over the air with a 10-second delay. General Eduardo also claimed in Rosario to support the Radical Party's plan, urging Perón to lay down his weapons. On the afternoon of the 17th, the Córdoba army arrived in the suburbs of Buenos Aires and fought fiercely with the garrison. On the night of the 17th, Bellato and Weber took off from the military aircraft factory and attacked the government's anti-aircraft artillery units east of Córdoba. Both aircraft were damaged, but were able to continue operations. Fighting continued on the 18th, with the Córdoba Air Force and the government forces continuing to fight for air supremacy, and the army continuing to launch attacks. On the 19th, the Córdoba army launched an offensive from the northeast and occupied the Córdoba North Railway Station in Buenos Aires. During the war, Rheinmetall's weapons were widely used. Rocket launchers, tank guns, assault rifles, submachine guns, grenades, and mortars all played a huge role, making this war and death even more intense. These German-blooded weapons allowed the Argentines to fight a meaningless battle, with tactical levels roughly equivalent to those of World War I. As the 19th drew to a close, President Perón realized that his country was on the verge of a devastating civil war, and therefore formed a presidential palace to negotiate a ceasefire with the rebels. The fighting ended, giving both sides time to reorganize their forces. The Córdoba army discovered that there were a large number of Peronists moving southwest of Córdoba, seemingly intending to encircle them, and believing that they had violated the ceasefire agreement, launched a preemptive attack. Negotiations had failed before they even began. At this time, the jet fuel in the capital's factories had run out, and it had to be replaced with conventional fuel. Government forces opened fire on the Córdoba base, and the two armies fought fiercely. By the morning of the 20th, the overall situation in the country had become very clear. Perón's decline was irreversible. On September 21st, Perón announced his resignation and fled to Uruguay. The Heroes' Curtain called the Córdoba rebels declared victory and formed a new government in Córdoba headed by General Eduardo Lunardi. On September 22nd, the new government's Meteor and Arrow II fighter jets, produced by a military aircraft factory, were showcased at the victory parade in Córdoba. The Arrow II fighter jet, inspired by the San Martin aircraft factory, played a significant role in this air battle and gained widespread fame. On September 23rd, the new Argentine leader, General Eduardo Lunardi's special plane, escorted by 2 Meteors and 2 Arrow IIs, flew to the capital to take over the country. The military once again intervened in the country's political and social crisis. The Perón era has ended, and a new era has begun. Many places across the country supported this military coup. Rebel troops controlled the army and navy and threatened the capital with bombing, and the Perón government succumbed after the news of Perón's downfall. On Monday, jubilant crowds poured into the streets everywhere. They dragged the statue of Perón's ex-wife, Eva Perón, through the streets. The Argentine people thought good days were coming, but they didn't know that even greater difficulties were also coming. Now the military government controls most of the country. Fighting continues only in some isolated areas still held by Peronist elements. San Jose closely followed this event, and intelligence from the Falcon Bureau spread rapidly to Blanca City. Light paper Scrapsy felt quite conflicted, not supporting this military coup, which was a serious undermining of the civilian political system by the Argentine military, but due to the circumstances, Rheinmetall Industries and the San Jose affiliated factories, which played an important role in the Civil War, benefited greatly. Perhaps a strict constitutionalist would not criticize the 1943 military coup, which replaced a corrupt, unrepresentative government with an equally unrepresentative military government. Although Perón's achievements were relatively poor, and his second term was somewhat lackluster, the way he was elected president twice was quite transparent and fair. This is the second time in the 20th century that the military has overthrown a democratically elected president produced in a transparent and free election competition. Hipólito Yrigoyen and Juan Perón, both in the name of saving the country. In the military's view, these civilian politicians have once again stirred up a middle-class rebellion, thus putting the country in danger. It's just that this kind of situation is very rare in Latin America. But without ignoring the various environments caused by foreign and domestic contradictions, San Jose is certainly not defending Perón. What San Jose is actually thinking about is developing the national economy and increasing the population, instead of striking all day long. Wealth will not be generated out of thin air. Even if he can't undertake any industrial transfers now, he must work hard to expand the economy. Resource exports will never work, but the real enemy is the Americans and her lackeys, the Brazilians. The United States blocked Argentina, seized Argentina's export market, and prohibited Argentine products from entering the United States, the world's largest market, and even strictly prohibited the export of machinery, steel, machine tools, and other chemical equipment to Argentina, implementing an economic and trade blockade, which is not easy to break through. Internal contradictions include lazy welfare, unlimited welfare, fiscal expenditure, frequent strikes, a feudal land system, excessively protected infant industries, and crazy tariffs. These generals certainly haven't read books like On Contradiction or 10 Major Relationships. They just want to find a scapegoat so that the country can get back on track. Unfortunately, the era cannot be turned back, and Argentina cannot return to the era of free trade. Just like the air battle in June, General Eduardo Lunardi launched a military coup with the aim of ending the Justice Party's destruction of Argentine culture and economy. Although their coup succeeded in fact, Argentina's economy is indeed on the verge of collapse. The Cordoban military chose a good time, and Cordoba once again defeated Buenos Aires in the entire 5 years, except for the 3 new industrial cities. The Argentine economy has made almost no substantial progress, while the world's major economies are recovering and developing like crazy. The brilliance of the 3 emerging industrial cities of Blanca City, La Plata City, and San Martin City is not enough to illuminate the gloom in the hearts of Argentines. The influence of these 3 medium-sized cities is still too small. After all, industrialization is a way of life and production, not something that can be achieved by a few large industrial projects, but a complete industrial chain. Even large cities such as Buenos Aires, Cordoba, Rosario, and Santa Fe have declined very seriously under Perón's blood-sucking policies. The development of Argentina's agriculture and animal husbandry has also stagnated. Perón obtained a large amount of agricultural product profits by lowering the purchase price of agricultural products and then monopolizing exports, which accounted for almost half of Argentina's treasury revenue. This has led to a decrease in the planting enthusiasm of farmers and landlords. This is also the reason why Sunshine Agriculture can establish a 7 million hectare planting scale in southern Argentina. The signing of this comprehensive agricultural development agreement actually implies that the authority of the Casa Rosada is slowly disintegrating. In addition, the great economic recession has caused the increasingly deteriorating living conditions in Argentina, and the working class has suffered greatly from unemployment. Although there was no large-scale unemployment at the time, the fact that the demand for labor was decreasing in itself brought heavy disasters to the Argentine people. In order to cope with the foreign exchange crisis, under the president's office's clumsy operation of printing money, the unfavorable phenomenon in the lives of the Argentine people was soaring prices. The economic magazine La Plata River Review under New Argentina Media clearly provided the situation of rising prices and falling real wages at that time, and many products have risen in price. Of course, in San Jose's view, the development of Blanca City is optimistic enough. A series of incentive policies, coupled with a large amount of foreign investment, have created the massive wealth that Blanca City could have created in the past 15 or even 20 years in 1 year. There is also an obvious reason for the rapid development of Blanca City, which is that the frequent strikes by dock workers in the port of Buenos Aires have caused heavy trade losses, leading to the transfer of Argentina's trade trend from north to south, to the emerging port of Blanca City. Anyway, Argentina's railway transportation is currently developed enough. Moreover, it has some very powerful attraction policies, and it is also one of Plary International's ports. San Jose has a very important channel. Although the United States now does not allow Argentine goods to enter the U.S. market, and even prevents Argentine goods from entering Europe, it did not prohibit Brazilian goods from entering the United States, which allowed San Jose to establish a number of shell companies in Brazil, specializing in re-exporting Argentine goods. Every month, a large number of Argentine goods labeled as Brazilian goods enter the United States and Europe, earning San Jose profits. It's just that economic development has not yet been successful, and Blanca City still needs to lay the foundation continuously. In fact, even San Jose is a little confused. Perón has indeed left Argentina with a mess. There are now 134 state-owned enterprises in the country, accounting for 1/3 of the country's employed population. The Argentine Railway Company alone has 120,000 employees. accounting for 1/2 of the state-owned enterprises. Some of these state-owned enterprises are affiliated with the military, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Army. All have their own factories, and these state-owned enterprises will not be unemployed. In addition, there are almost 400,000 civil servants in the country, which represents huge fiscal expenditure. If you think these state-owned workers are lucky, that's right, at least they are much better than the unemployed, but soaring prices have plunged everyone into poverty. 1/5 of the country has lost their jobs, mainly distributed in Buenos Aires, Córdoba, Rosario, and Santa Fe. These big cities and the Córdoba military does have their own set of methodologies. Perón really can't be said to have done too much in developing the economy, although many starting points were good. Chapter 240 Spring Farming and New President. Santaurus now both loved and hated the Americans. Without the United States, he couldn't have obtained a large amount of funding from them to purchase equipment. It was also because of the United States that Argentina could acquire cheap foreign industrial equipment, but the price of machine tools was much higher than what they sold to the Japanese and Germans, practically a blatant rip-off. Besides that, the British were also enemies. The British were the instigators of Argentina's massive foreign exchange losses, and it was ultimately the lower-class people who suffered. This was also why Santaurus wanted to tear up the Anglo-Argentine supply agreement. The lost exports were unnecessary. Selling the goods to the Indians would be better than selling to the British. After all, besides Italy, no one else was willing to take the huge risk of selling oil refining equipment to Argentina, even though this 3 million-ton refinery was just a small fry compared to many newly built refineries. Italy was just an emerging player in the oil industry. Santaurus had long seen through the evil capital of Britain and the United States. The automobile industry was slightly better, but currently, it was impossible to find a suitable automobile factory that could sell complete production lines. Santaurus didn't really like the high-priced cars from Britain, as directly buying production lines was the fastest way. Fortunately, Southern Petroleum and Renault Motors had already slowly started. Santaurus accelerated the production and research and development progress of Philip Industries tractors, speeding up the assembly of the new generation of T54 series tractors. This year's spring plowing had already begun, and Argentina needed to import at least 8,000 to 10,000 tractors, while the new agricultural alliance alone needed at least 4,000 or more. Mid-September had already passed, and spring had arrived in Argentina, but the spring plowing in Argentina was bleak. Santaurus had already submitted a report to the new government in Buenos Aires, hoping to get new support. Argentina's land abandonment was too serious now. If this year's spring plowing couldn't strengthen agriculture and increase the purchase price of agricultural products, then this year would be the highest year for grain prices, the peak of the next 10 years, and the years when agriculture suffered the most damage as the world's granary. The price of grain was the ballast of inflation, and he had to protect Argentina's food security. If things continued like this, his population growth plan would be impossible to achieve. If people couldn't even afford to eat, they wouldn't have the strength to have children. At least 5 or 6 children were needed to ensure rapid population growth, and food and basic materials were the guarantee. On September 23, according to the new China calendar, it was the autumn equinox, but Argentina was equivalent to the spring equinox, and daylight began to be longer than the night. Argentina has a mild climate, abundant rainfall, and bright sunshine. Santaurus attended the opening ceremony of agricultural cultivation in Blanca City, bringing 800 new T54 wheeled tractors and 500 T54 track tractors to Blanca City, as well as 500 modified Renault 200cc tricycles and 2,000 new 150cc two-wheeled motorcycles. These modern mechanical production equipment were assembled in La Plata City and transported by rail. Looking at the tractors and motorcycles, Santaurus was very excited. This was the result of development. In addition to Maya Chemicals fertilizer, Santaurus also supported the establishment of an organic fertilizer factory in Blanca City, planning to use the manure produced by pig farms, chicken farms, indoor cattle farms, etc., as agricultural fertilizer, and can produce compound fertilizer. Santaurus personally organized and participated in the spring cultivation activities, sowing seeds in the cities around Blanca City. Santaurus drove a Renault tractor to cultivate the land on a wheat farm in the suburbs. The tractor made a tut-tut sound, emitting black smoke. Mr. Cohen, the mayor of Blanca City, came to plow the land with the tractor. The beautiful scene of spring plowing makes people feel happy. Tractor plowing is efficient and fast, and the land is flat and tidy in an instant. Using a high-horsepower tractor for plowing is efficient and labor-saving. One tractor is equivalent to 10 manual laborers, and the price is 20,000 pesos cheaper than imported tractors. Now you can also go to Baron Bank for installment payment. Military quality, Redoubt tractors with blood relations to the famous Argentine assault rifle, 10-year warranty service, the pride of the Argentine people. Join the Blanca City Agricultural Development Alliance, plant well, and sell wheat and corn at good prices through a unified purchase and sales. Go full throttle, you can plow dozens of acres of land a day. Efficient, CAS sales company provides leasing services, professional tractor driving training. Registration only requires 2,999 pesos. The cheap and high-quality new tractors and new generation motorcycles are much cheaper than imported goods. And Argentina has changed from a pure steel importing country to an exporting country. Motorcycles are transformed into agricultural tricycles, which can carry goods, and are welcomed in Argentina, especially when spring comes, which makes the motorcycle factories' orders increase rapidly. And so does the tractor factory. Philip Industries has launched a large number of advertisements in major agricultural areas across the country. These tractors and motorcycles are about 1/5 cheaper than imported ones, and the performance and quality are good. Philip Industries continues to expand its production capacity, and even Ryan Military is helping to produce parts and farming kits for this reason. Philip Industries also established a motorcycle engine factory, producing various models of engines, and now it can produce 4 main models spanning 100cc, 150cc, 200cc, and 250cc. This is also due to the introduction of some Italian motorcycle production technology, coupled with the help of Honda Motor Company, Limited. Philip Industries motorcycle production and sales volume are increasing rapidly every month. Motorcycle engine production technology is relatively simple, allowing for rapid capacity expansion. Furthermore, it receives support in La Plata, where the Philip La Plata second factory is being established and expanded. These motorcycles have become a great help to Argentine farmers. They are cheaper than the first generation laden motorcycles and use a large number of plastic parts. Maya Chemical even established a Philip motorcycle plastic parts factory specifically to help laden motorcycles expand production capacity. Stimulated by orders, the number of workers at Philip Industries has also increased rapidly. It has factories and supporting factories in San Martín, Buenos Aires, and La Plata. Currently, the number of factory workers has exceeded 9,000. The Argentine diesel engine factory, which is closely related to the tractor factory, has already imitated and developed a new diesel engine for installation on the laden T54 tractor model. The technology of the Argentine diesel engine factory comes from production lines purchased and introduced through negotiations in Europe. The tractor diesel engines come from Deutz AG in Germany, while the marine diesel engine technology comes from the Spanish national shipbuilding company Deutz AG, located in Cologne, Germany. Is the oldest and one of the world's leading independent engine manufacturers. In 1953, Deutz AG had 13,000 employees, producing 40,000 diesel engines, 10,000 tractors, and 6,000 commercial vehicles annually. In addition, they also produced railway locomotives. They could also produce trucks, but they were expensive, so a truck production line was not introduced. San Jose prefers the Steyr truck factory in Austria, as the prices are much cheaper than other factories, and the technology is similar to the Germans, but persuading them is not easy compared with its German counterpart. The Argentine diesel engine factory has only about 1/3 of the number of workers as Deutz, about 4,000 people, located in the suburbs of Buenos Aires. It not only produces tank diesel engines, marine diesel engines, and tractor diesel engines, but can also produce truck diesel engines when the time is right. The cooperation between San Jose Shipbuilding and the Spanish National Shipbuilding Company is quite pleasant. They are now producing 20,000-ton giant freighters. Moreover, the fishing boats and converted 500-ton inland river passenger ships, and 2,200-ton freighters that San Jose Shipbuilding independently develops and sells are also quite popular. This makes San Jose Shipbuilding a profitable company among the mechanical industrial enterprises under San Jose, second only to Philip Industries. Within 3 days, San Jose conducted a series of promotions for spring plowing in southern Argentina. September 28, San Jose also attended the presidential inauguration ceremony for the first time. Eduardo had a hook nose, wearing a military cap, a dark green, straight military uniform, and long leather boots. He looked capable and imposing, wearing white gloves and holding a silver scepter, draped in a blue and white ribbon made of the Argentine flag. He looked somewhat complacent, but his temperament seemed somewhat indecisive. General Eduardo Lunardi, who led the coup, became the new president. His political stance was relatively moderate. He tried to restore political stability and establish a coalition government with military and civilian representatives. If Perón were in office, he would definitely not let him go. However, Eduardo let Perón go. Power struggles are inherently a matter of life and death, with no regard for kinship. From this, it seems that Eduardo is indeed not suitable to be president, at least not a qualified dictator. Standing on his left and right were General Thompson Pedro Arambura. General Thompson is likely to serve as the new Minister of Defense and has also been promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General. San Jose also saw many old acquaintances: Eduardo, the leader of the Radical Party, his old father-in-law Daros, Chief Justice Pukins, the mayor of San Martin, and a large group of people. Their ranking was ahead of San Jose. Although the new government has been established, the next step will definitely be a fierce struggle and a time to distribute benefits. In addition to the military, the church and the Radical Civic Union contributed the most this time. San Jose himself can also be regarded as having made great contributions. Like General Thompson, his prestige has also increased a lot. The new government promised to restore economic stability and vitality and intends to eradicate Peronism, restore orthodox economic policies, restore agricultural and animal husbandry production, and revive export-led economic growth and intervention in finance and export departments, close the Argentine Trade Promotion Association, stop the government from setting prices for agricultural products and forcing purchases, and improve the competitiveness of Argentine products in the international market by continuing currency devaluation, and abolish trade control policies that control the import and export of goods. The purpose of changing the economic policies of the Perón government is to improve relations with the United States and request assistance from the International Monetary Fund. Apart from the foolish move of currency devaluation, the others sound good. Most of them will usher in new changes when implemented. San Jose hopes that Eduardo can govern stably, but Pedro seems more ambitious. Currency devaluation can indeed increase imports and stimulate exports, bringing trade surpluses to the government, but it will seriously. However, the economic recovery that the government hoped for quickly vanished. The fiscal revenue brought by a large number of exports may lead to the shrinking of cattle raising and grain production because it is not profitable at all. Even if the purchase price is increased, the peso is still devalued because in order to improve the competitiveness of agricultural products in the international market, the Argentine agricultural sector will have to import equipment, fertilizers, etc. from abroad. Fortunately, there are some substitutes. However, these Argentine foreign trade surpluses are far from enough to meet the import requirements for agricultural modernization. Moreover, the increase in urban population brought about by industrialization has expanded the domestic demand for agricultural products, which will reduce the share available for export. This is why San Jose wants to expand agricultural production. Argentine urbanization and industrialization will inevitably increase the production of grain and meat very much, and this is necessary for population growth. Chapter 241. Vice President General José. Saint José's backing is getting stronger and stronger. Buenos Aires is filled with cheers everywhere. This coup not only overthrew Perón, but Saint José realized that the benefits seemed to be far greater than he had imagined. When he heard President Eduardo announce the new vice president, Minister of Defense, and a series of names, he almost thought he had misheard. His whole brain was in a somewhat confused state, and it took him a minute to react. José, the leader of the Alliance of Interests in Blanca, was promoted to the rank of vice admiral and appointed as the vice president of Argentina and president of the Senate. His superior in the Radical Civic Union, Arturo Frondizi, served as the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Old leader General Thompson was officially promoted to lieutenant general and appointed as the Minister of Defense of Argentina, responsible for the reorganization and purge of the Argentine army. The Ministry of Defense will be merged and reorganized with the other three major ministries, abolishing the first-level departments of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, and resubordinating them to the Ministry of Defense, likely making it the most powerful ministry. His father-in-law, Dialois, was promoted to Minister of Agriculture, which was quite dramatic, because the old Minister of Agriculture had a heart attack and died during the war, allegedly because a high explosive bomb exploded near his house, scaring him to death. The former president of the National War College, Pedro Arambura, was appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of the Argentine Army and Minister of the Army. The Commander-in-Chief of the Argentine Navy was appointed by José's deputy, Colonel Talem Dumont, who was also an old acquaintance of Saint José. This time he was promoted to Rear Admiral, but the two were not considered to have a very deep friendship. Also, Saint José's teacher, Professor Pukins, became the Vice President of the Supreme Court of Argentina. The most surprising thing was actually General José. Of course, He had expected it in his heart. He knew when he was connecting General Thompson and General José that the result would not be too bad, but becoming vice president was still unexpected. This is the second most important figure in Argentina. Although there is some exaggeration, it is obviously very powerful. Saint José himself did not receive any new positions because he was not yet 30 years old. Others, like the mayor of San Martín, Cross, also gained a lot of benefits. The church that supported the Córdoba faction also became active again, demanding the abolition of the constitution. Moreover, there were more than just Saint José who invested in the Córdoba faction. He was familiar with the Detelier Industrial Consortium, the Mo family, the Boni Consortium, the Galicia Bank Consortium, the Duay family, one of the largest landowners in Argentina, the Rosario Varadin family behind Belleville Steel, the second largest private steel plant in Argentina, the Angulo Meat Union, and a large number of other families and companies, in addition to the foreign slaughter and refrigeration company Swift. Most of these families are located in Rosario, Santa Fe, Buenos Aires, and Córdoba. He didn't want to leave Blanca City now, because before things were completely stable, leaving here would only make the situation in Blanca City worse. He would not give up fighting for the interests of Blanca City. The free port, trading port, reduced customs taxes, and merged independent autonomous cities of Blanca City, as well as the large city hall. These semi-illegal operations were officially confirmed by the new government as legal. Saint José even planned to propose that the cities around Blanca City be merged into La Pampa province, with Blanca City serving as the provincial capital of the new province, in order to weaken the dominance of Buenos Aires province and turn La Pampa province into the fourth pillar of Argentina's provinces, changing the development trend in Argentina. Blanca City does not receive many resources and policies in Buenos Aires province, and continued development will inevitably cause a huge conflict with La Plata City in the province. Just like the current situation between San Martín City and Córdoba City, La Pampa province was not originally a province, but a provincial administrative region. It was only made a province in 1951. Later, it was renamed Eva Perón province, and it was inevitable that it would soon be changed back to La Pampa province. This is a young province that has only been established for less than 3 years. The provincial capital, Santa Rosa, is also the same. It is not a big city, and the gap with provincial capitals such as Córdoba is huge. La Pampa province is now weak and economically backward, but it has great potential and good climatic conditions. Located at the southern end of the Pampas grassland, if La Pampa province can merge with the greater Blanca City metropolitan area, it can instantly become a medium-sized province with a population of over 500,000. Now is the right time, and he is confident that La Pampa province can develop into a super-large province within 5 years, even surpassing Córdoba province and Santa Fe province. In fact, Saint José was also advised by the Radical Civic Union to consider developing in La Plata City, serving as the deputy mayor and speaker of the council of La Plata City. He felt that it was too close to the imperial capital, and there were too many constraints. It was better to be the head of a chicken in the south than the tail of a phoenix. Many tricks could not be played, and his qualifications were still a bit lacking. It can be seen from this coup that things are far from over. The Justicialist Party still controls most of the provinces in the country. Next, it will be time for the new government to purge them. Saint José is full of confidence in the development of Blanca City. In the end, he still submitted this new division and merger proposal to Speaker Arturo. He didn't have too much hope. His political qualifications were too shallow, and others couldn't help even if they wanted to. The division and merger of provinces is a matter for the Argentine Congress. Unless he can become a senator or senior representative of Buenos Aires province, he is qualified to propose it. Each province in Argentina only has 3 Senate seats, and it is not Saint José's turn. On the contrary, his old partner, the mayor of San Martín, Cross, has a better chance. In order to obtain the support of the Radical Civic Union leader Arturo, Saint José specially added information about the development of Southern oil at the end. This Radical Civic Union leader attaches great importance to the oil industry and has written several books on oil. This time, several facilities of the Argentine National Oil Company YPF were accidentally bombed by the Navy's artillery. Although it was an accident, the development of Southern oil can be accelerated again. Saint José also continues to seek the regularization and legalization of Southern Oil Company. The oil resources in Neuquén are still good. It is worth mentioning that the reputation of its own Rheinmetall Arms has greatly increased, and it has become a designated military-industrial enterprise of the Argentine Ministry of Defense, and its life has become better, and the transformation will be smoother. The San Martín aircraft factory is also the same. Because of the donation of several military aircraft, It has obtained the same status as the Argentine military aircraft factory, but the military aircraft factory still has not received funding. He has been in Blanca City for the past few days, and the ceremony was also notified temporarily. When he came to Buenos Aires, he did not contact José, nor did he contact General Thompson, only meeting with his father-in-law, Alois Saint José remembered that on the evening of the 15th, he sent General José off at Belgrano, which can be regarded as the impermanence of the world. The newly appointed President José is very busy, and Saint José is too lazy to bother him to reminisce. On the other hand, General Thompson is not too busy yet. The two talked for a long time, telling him that in order to maintain his current position, he still had to be tough on the Justicialist Party members, and to be careful of Pedro. The situation in Buenos Aires has improved somewhat, but it's still not great. Eduardo still doesn't have any concrete development measures, increase fiscal revenue and lower export tariffs. After cutting 3 military departments, there are still a full 17 first-level departments under the Argentine presidential cabinet. A large number of civil servant positions need to be cut. Some messy first-level departments either need to be abolished or merged and reorganized, which are all major problems. You should know that before the Perón era, the Argentine cabinet only had 8 departments. Perón established 12 new departments in one go, creating a large number of redundant officials and staff, and Eduardo may not necessarily do well. Moreover, military financial expenditure also accounts for too much, and the army problem is also very serious. San Jose does hope that Eduardo can hold on a little longer. After all, moderate governments at least won't mess things up. He also had an overnight conversation with his father-in-law, Alice, and sorted out the future development of the Argentine Ministry of Agriculture. Now that Argentina is a de facto agricultural country, the Ministry of Agriculture can take advantage of this window of opportunity to carry out a large number of reforms and developments. If Eduardo is really overthrown, San Jose can be more calm. Father-in-law, this time I hope the Ministry of Agriculture can cooperate in a pilot program of moderate land reform to reduce agricultural production costs. Since becoming the Minister of Agriculture, Alice has been very proud. He also dresses meticulously at home, with a snow-white and crisp shirt, and a gray vest that perfectly holds in his belly. Our Argentine agriculture and animal husbandry have already experienced a lot of problems. It's best to let President Eduardo merge the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Animal Husbandry to reduce internal friction. San Jose is also speechless about Perón's ability to cause trouble. Argentina now has not only the Ministry of Agriculture but also the Ministry of Animal Husbandry. This is completely nonsense. Streamlining administration is a long and arduous task. Alice could only respond with a wry smile. The Ministry of Animal Husbandry was originally a department of our Ministry of Agriculture. It has only been independent for 5 or 6 years, and there are very few people, but there are many ranches and slaughter and refrigeration companies and factories that support it, so it's not as simple as you think. San Jose gently exhaled, and after a while, he said, specific measures must be taken quickly, otherwise our country's agriculture and animal husbandry will be finished. Last year's 20 million tons of grain is estimated to be drastically reduced to less than 18 million tons this year. The cattle farms in Córdoba have also suffered a lot of losses. If we don't take action and introduce encouragement and support measures, then it will really be over. San Jose was not exaggerating. In the past 3 or 4 years, Argentina has lost a lot of cattle and sheep every year. If this is not curbed, it will take at least 10 years to recover. What about sales? How to solve this problem? Alice considered for a long time, his eyes flashed, and he said a key question. I have already asked meteorological experts to predict the weather for the next 10 years. It is very abnormal. We must prepare for natural disasters in advance. I don't want any more problems in Argentina, San Jose said half-truthfully, exaggerating. Argentina's rural areas are now declining, and newly cultivated farmland has been greatly reduced, and even large-scale abandonment has occurred. This is not good news, and this will cause Argentina's development to lose a lot. Don't worry about sales. We will definitely have new markets, such as the Nanyang region, East Asia, the Soviet Union, and Europe and the Middle East. The population in these regions is growing rapidly and requires a large number of agricultural and livestock products. This is a fact. Although the United States sees Argentina's European market through the Marshall Plan, Europe is now also experiencing a baby boom. A large number of new residents need Argentine beef, milk powder, and wheat flour. Okay, I'm convinced by you. I will submit it to the presidential palace as soon as possible. It must be done as soon as possible. Grain production has already begun. If it is delayed, we can only wait until next year. Dallas and San Jose discussed a lot of details, and San Jose will also cooperate with public opinion to put pressure on the presidential palace through various newspapers. Agricultural reform has reached the point of determining the life and death of the new Argentine government, and time waits for no one. Moreover, at least 70% or more of future population growth will be in rural Argentina. As long as rural people enter the city, their desire and ability to have and raise children will be greatly reduced, slowly declining from 5 or 6 to 3 and 2. Even if encouragement measures are introduced, they will not last long and can only be short-term stimulus. San Jose finally met with Vice President José and also obtained some support for the new agricultural reform, mainly involving economic development and tariff reform. San Jose also gave his written documents as for how much Vice President José can listen to. He didn't care too much. The two are now too far apart in status and are drifting apart, so they only talked for less than half an hour after San Jose said goodbye. José carefully read the reform documents he issued, but in the end, he didn't say anything and threw the reference documents into the trash can after shredding them. Morning of September 30th, LA Financial Avenue, Buenos Aires, 14th floor of Ballin Bank headquarters, Chairman's office, the development of Ballin Bank. San Jose sat on the sofa, carefully looking at the reports sent by the bank. The office was clean and tidy, with several stacks of the latest newspapers placed in a corner. There was no sound around, and Rosa was still presiding over the meeting. Obviously, this office has always been cleaned. Half an hour later, San Jose closed the report, leaned forward slightly, and remained silent for a long time. He looked up at the window. Buenos Aires was sunny and cloudless today. After another 10 minutes, he exhaled and shook his head, his heart returning to calm state. San Jose stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking Financial Avenue. The avenue was full of busy people, and he had a smile on his face again. As the financial core of Argentina, LA Financial Avenue has the Buenos Aires Stock Exchange, the Argentine National Bank, the Argentine National Bank, the Buenos Aires Bank, the Papua Bank, and a large number of financial institutions. The lineup is indeed prosperous. After a few more minutes, a voice came from outside the door. Rosa, wearing a black uniform with a white shirt inside and her hair in a bun, pushed the door open, walked straight to him, and directly wrapped her arms around San Jose's neck. "Honey, you haven't come to see me for almost 3 months, Rosa said to him resentfully. "Work is too busy, you know," San Jose said apologetically. A smile suddenly appeared on Rosa's face. Like a female hooligan, she tore it hard with both hands, and San Jose was caught off guard. The white shirt on his upper body was directly torn off, and several buttons fell off, revealing his strong muscles, revealing San Jose's perfect body and skin. Rosa's blue eyes lit up, and she immediately spread out her golden hair. "Honey, I've stripped you naked. You have to compensate me properly." San Jose didn't say anything, pulled the curtains, and stood upright, extremely majestic. 1.5 hours later, the two put on their clothes. It's just that San Jose's shirt was already torn, so he had to stand outside the door and ask Bruce King, the security guard, to buy a new one. Chapter 242. The 20th century is the century of the ocean. After addressing the development issues of the barren bank, St. Jose purged some corrupt elements within the bank, handing them over to the judicial authorities. Barren Bank underwent new development and reforms, establishing a retail banking division and enhancing the strategic positioning of Barren Bank's retail banking operations. The new services target the ordinary Argentinian public and small and medium-sized enterprises, establishing more branches, attracting public deposits, and expanding current consumer loan services. Barren Bank had already begun piloting consumer loans such as installment payments on a small scale. Now, it is increasing housing loans, car loans, tractor loans, and motorcycle loans, which can not only increase consumption but also expand the market. Barren Bank has also begun a slow transition in development path. Previously, Barren Bank mainly served St. Jose's affiliated companies, developing international business, financing the Blanca city government, and holding company equity on his behalf. St. Jose has always had the idea of merging and splitting Blanca City. St. Jose wants to merge La Pampa province for many reasons. One of them is that Blanca City needs electricity, food, and water conservancy facilities in addition to population and other factors. To achieve such a huge development plan relying on the development of a single city cannot create large-scale industrialization. It is isolated and easily stifled. Of course, the most important thing is that Blanca City has too small a population. If Blanca City wants to spread out such a large scale and complete certain industries, it must have one or two provinces as backing, and Blanca City's political and economic status cannot be compared with Buenos Aires and La Plata, which is a natural disadvantage if there is a province with Blanca City as its core behind it. It can carry out larger scale policy influence, which is to develop the population and increase immigration. However, Buenos Aires province plus Buenos Aires city only have more than 10 million people. If a new province cannot be opened up, it will be over sooner or later if it continues to develop like this. Moreover, Buenos Aires province is very unfriendly to Blanca City, restricting it everywhere. The provincial government in the remote Blanca City has even said many times that Blanca City has violated provincial laws and the constitution. On the contrary, the two brothers in distress, La Pampa province and Rio Negro province, have really given great support to Blanca City. Although these are all facts, Saint José felt uncomfortable. He knew that as Blanca City's economy and exports increased, taxes were paid to the provincial government without any reduction, but it did not support Blanca City's expansion. Moreover, Blanca City cannot influence the overall development decisions of Buenos Aires province at all, and now it is even having a negative impact on the development of Blanca City. In Saint José's view, the only way to save Argentina now is industrialization. Only by exporting a large number of industrial products can the pitiful exchange rate be stabilized. Otherwise, inflation will continue. Relying solely on exporting resources will eventually continue to drag down Argentina's economy, because now the export of any materials is priced in either US dollars or British pounds. It is completely a buyer's market, and the pricing power is in the hands of the British and Americans. Once the prices of bulk commodities and resources fall, Argentina will only be able to print more banknotes and fall into a vicious circle. Over-reliance on the primary product sector for export trade, while the country generally lacks pricing power, will lead to a significant reduction in Argentina's fiscal revenue. Once commodity prices fall, the gross national product supported by the sale of raw materials by the primary industry and the sale of services by the tertiary industry is completely different from the industry supported by industrialization in terms of grade and gold content. Moreover, with unrealistic welfare policies, Argentina will slowly be dragged into the abyss. In addition, Argentina's party system, military, and local forces are all major problems. In the past, it relied on Buenos Aires province as its basic base, but now it should be changed, and a new and more powerful province is needed to check and balance the military forces of Córdoba province. Industrialization is completely contrary to the scarce population growth in Blanca City. Some time ago, Buenos Aires even promulgated laws to prevent people from migrating within the province and investigate the illegal merger of Blanca City. Saint José simply went all the way and thought about splitting Blanca City from Buenos Aires province, and Perón's resignation was a good opportunity. Buenos Aires province is an important core province of the Justicialist Party, and most of the autonomous cities are Justicialist Party members. The original Blanca City was also like this. This is a very large cake. Wealth moves people's hearts. Now that Argentina's forces are being reshuffled, new parties and forces will inevitably need to take over. And this is the best opportunity. He even formulated a specific plan for the merger of provinces and cities. This administrative division adjustment involves three provinces, namely Buenos Aires province, La Pampa province, and Rio Negro province. Buenos Aires province would have 40,000 square kilometers of land south of Bahia Blanca carved out. Of this, 25,000 square kilometers would go to La Pampa province, divided among 17 municipalities. The remaining 15,000 square kilometers would go to Rio Negro province, merging with Viedma, the northern provincial capital of Rio Negro province, to establish a new batch of towns. This would simultaneously expand the strength of the two southern provinces and weaken the dominance of Buenos Aires province in Argentina. The area of Buenos Aires province would decrease from 308,000 to 268,000 square kilometers, with little change in population, remaining at 9 million people. The area of La Pampa province would increase from 143,000 to 168,000 square kilometers, gaining its own broad access to the sea. Bahia Blanca could also build intra-provincial canals, and the population would increase from 200,000 to 490,000. The area of Rio Negro province would increase from 203,000 to 218,000 square kilometers, and the population would increase from 410,000 to 430,000. Although these two southern provinces are somewhat behind Córdoba province and Santa Fe province, the two large population provinces with 1.5 million people, their development potential is not bad in Argentina. The only provinces that can currently rebel and cause trouble are Santa Fe province and Córdoba province. Buenos Aires province, on the other hand, is the stronghold of the Argentine central government. Ensuring overwhelming strength is not enough. If balanced development cannot be achieved, such coups will occur every few years. As long as there are new industrial provinces acting as catalysts, Argentina's development will improve. After the expansion of La Pampa province and Rio Negro province, their potential will also be greatly enhanced. If the two provinces jointly develop, attract immigrants, and encourage childbirth, developing into provinces with populations of 5 to 10 million will not be a major problem. Radical Civic Union headquarters. The note submitted by San Jose received the attention of Arturo, the leader of the Radical Civic Union. He was very interested in splitting up Buenos Aires province, and he also highly approved of San Jose's offshore oil development and southern oil exploration. Today, he came specifically to discuss his plan. The ocean is a new resource space for human society to develop in the 20th century, and it is a valuable asset to support the continued development of Argentina. The marine economy will become a new pillar of world economic development in the 20th century, and Bahia Blanca is the hope for the development of the marine economy in southern Argentina. San Jose casually rambled, focusing on the marine economy and international trade. To describe the importance of Bahia Blanca's position, you need to know that the predicted reserves of offshore oil and natural gas worldwide are 1.4 trillion tons, much more than on land. The vast marine sedimentary basins contain over 150 billion tons of oil, accounting for more than 70% of the world's total reserves, and 14 billion cubic meters of natural gas. The ocean floor is also rich in a large number of polymetallic nodules, cobalt-rich ferromanganese crusts, hydrothermal sulfides, and other terrestrial strategic alternative minerals. San Jose described the vast resources of the ocean, and Arturo nodded in agreement. According to statistics, more than 60% of the world's population is concentrated in areas within 100 kilometers of the ocean. This is also the case for countries like France, Britain, and Japan. Our country has about 10 million people living around the coast, mainly in the capital and Buenos Aires province. Other than that, there are very few in other provinces, but Argentina currently only has 6 coastal provinces, which is completely inconsistent with our country's 5,000-kilometer coastline. Mexico has 17 coastal states, Brazil has 16 coastal states, and the United States also has 14 coastal states. This is very detrimental to our country's development of the marine economy and foreign trade. Our coastline is even more perfect than theirs. From the economy, he moved on to foreign countries, especially Argentina's enemy, Brazil, which also has many coastal states. Speaking of Brazil, Arturo couldn't help but sit up straight. In recent years, Brazil has developed too well, while Argentina is a mess. This is something that many people cannot understand. Also, Buenos Aires province has a very long coastline but cannot effectively utilize it, and La Pampa province is clearly close to the ocean but does not even have an outlet to the sea. San Jose did not give an answer. In fact, south of Rio Negro province, it is no longer suitable for economic development, but we do not have a reasonable development plan. I think it is necessary to split off Bahia Blanca to expand the strength of La Pampa province and Rio Negro province. San Jose rambled on. From national righteousness to economic development to dispersing examples, all with some reason, but his bias was very obvious. Buenos Aires province is too large, and many problems will arise if it continues to develop like this. Their energy is focused on the capital, and they are simply unable to develop the south. Even in Parón's first 5-year plan, all projects were basically arranged in Buenos Aires, severely widening the regional gap in Argentina. This is actually inevitable. People will naturally gather in large cities. Even if the population is sparse, everyone has the right and freedom to pursue a happy life. My idea is to cut off the southern end of Buenos Aires province, especially south of Bahia Blanca. The coastline division of Buenos Aires province is very rogue, with almost 1/3 of the country's coastline belonging to it. This is a legacy of history. The time has come for change, San Jose added. Chapter 243 Cleansing out the remaining forces of Billing. Saint Hesser was stunned for a moment, then quickly organized his thoughts and replied, I believe we must try from the following aspects: control the issuance of pesos, adjust the national economic structure, increase the supply of living materials, limit the prices of bulk commodities, reduce taxes, and establish a unified national taxation system, while also carrying out state-owned enterprise reforms, bringing out the thinking of a test-taking machine. This was just the answer to a common economics question in his previous life. Argentina's inflation was simply due to printing too much money. The root cause lies here. Among them, I believe the most important thing is to control the money supply. The direct cause of our country's inflation is excessive money supply. Stabilizing the value of the peso will stabilize prices. Implement a moderately tight monetary policy, control the issuance of pesos, and maintain a moderate scale of credit. The Argentine National Bank and the Ministry of Finance should use various monetary policy tools to flexibly and effectively regulate the total amount of money and credit, and control the money supply at a level commensurate with objective demand. At the same time, reduce taxes to increase workers' willingness to work and labor productivity, increase companies' willingness to invest, thereby driving the increase in total supply, reduce government restrictions on companies, allowing companies to better expand the supply of goods, encourage companies to adopt new technologies, update equipment, and adjust industrial structure. Why increase the national tax system while reducing taxes? Arturo keenly noticed St. Hesser's self-contradiction. Argentina's current fiscal revenue has sharply decreased. The bulk of the country's income comes from customs duties, while various corporate taxes and local taxes cannot be collected. Therefore, I suggest lowering some taxes, such as individual income tax and wage tax, while establishing a unified national tax quota and concluding tax treaties with each province, transferring high-quality tax types upwards, and reforming the tax system. Tax collection is also a long-standing problem in Argentina. Reform is impossible. Almost all provinces use most of their tax revenue for local purposes, and very little tax is distributed to the Argentine central government currently. A dual tax system of federal and local levels is implemented. The federal and provincial levels each have relatively independent tax legislative power. Under the premise that provincial tax legislation does not violate the principles of federal tax legislation, provincial and municipal governments have the right to formulate their own tax laws according to the needs of the objective situation. This is also the reason why Blanca City can use city tax revenue to establish state-owned enterprises, but the prerequisite is that you have abundant tax sources, which is a condition that many Argentine cities do not have. But this also makes the power of the Argentine central government very weak, while the power of the president is very large, causing great conflicts. Another reason for inflation is the imbalance of the economic structure. So a solution to control inflation is to adjust the economic structure, maintain a certain proportion between various industrial sectors, avoid price increases caused by supply and demand imbalances of certain products, such as grain and raw materials, and increase industrial production. Our country's biggest problem is that the industrial output value is too low. Okay, I roughly understand. Arturo nodded casually. The province of Buenos Aires has been plundering other provinces, and its population has been increasing significantly over the past century, with 38% of the population coming from other provinces. The province of Buenos Aires occupies the best pastures in Argentina, but the wealth it earns has nothing to do with other Argentinians. Regional differences are becoming increasingly large. Does the province of Buenos Aires have the ability to lead Argentina forward? Is it necessary to maintain such a large administrative area? The Republican Party has also become active organizing strikes. These public opinions have also made many people think articles directly point to the core issue, whether to develop in a balanced way, or to develop only one province. Is the province of Buenos Aires becoming a country within a country? Comparisons appear in newspapers one after another. Backward remote rural areas, starving, advanced La Plata City, with forests of chimneys. St. Hesser's accumulated countless real interviews were also released all at once, confusing the public. A citizen of Rosario said a sentence that made countless Argentinians think deeply. Pointing the finger directly at the Justicialist Party, is the Justicialist Party really as fair and just as she says? Why can't I even afford the bread and milk they promised after working hard for the past 5 years? Why are there more and more banknotes, and the peso is becoming less and less valuable? Under the promotion of interested people, the contradiction has been shifted. Eduardo had to come forward to declare that no new banknotes would be printed within half a year too. As for St. Hesser's purpose, whether he wants to attack the Justicialist Party or for other reasons, no one knows. In Blanca City, he sincerely wants to improve his own small territory. Of course, he also wants to get rid of the group of people in the Justicialist Party. This is inevitable. How can the Radical Party come to power without getting rid of the people occupying the positions? St. Hesser's development will soon be attacked and restricted. It's better to have chaos. It can be seen that they want to pick the fruits, and even the La Plata steel plant was almost suppressed. Fortunately, the backstage is strong enough now. Just find them something to do. They're too idle after all. Only chaos can prevent these people from interfering with the development of Blanca City. And it is best to have a province standing behind to support him. Political struggle is a violent struggle cloaked in civilization. It is inevitable that one side will die. The Radical Party united with the Republican Party and put pressure on the new government. Saint Husser inspected the La Plata steel plant before taking a boat back to Blanca City. As soon as he returned, he united the provincial governments of La Pampa and Rio Negro, advocating the idea of a maritime power and dividing the stronghold of Peronists together. Maybe they can really carve out a piece of Buenos Aires province. And the official birth certificate of the Blanca City Free Port was approved by the Argentine customs, and the free trade port was officially established. The influence of the Southern Radical Party has expanded again. Blanca City has truly become famous. In 10 days, almost 5,000 people have migrated in Blanca City has also become more and more lively. Saint Husser implemented the policy of increasing the supply of materials and lowering prices in Blanca City, and cheap rental housing made the rent level in Blanca City 1/3 to 1/2 lower than that of La Plata. With sufficient supply of materials, the Prairie Fleet also opened the Blanca Port, Chile, Peru passenger route, transporting a large number of foreign populations. So there are also many Chileans and Peruvians with different accents coming to Argentina to work. The Prairie Fleet uses small passenger ships converted from 2,200-ton fishing boats, which can transport 800 people at a time. 3-5 ships depart from the two countries every month, and the Argentine Navy is responsible for picking up and escorting them in the Strait of Magellan. These foreign workers can join various factories after 5 days of training at the Blanca City Administrative School, alleviating the labor shortage in Blanca City. And the negotiations with the province of La Pampa were also quite smooth and received support under the bewitchment and chicken soup of Saint Husser. La Pampa also wants to have a large sea outlet and wants to develop the economy and population. Saint Husser described the beautiful vision of development, which is fascinating. We need to build a strong province of La Pampa and Rio Negro. We are brothers. The future province of La Pampa will have at least 5 to 10 million people. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Resolution of the Argentine Congress. We can unite and build Blanca City into a large port with a throughput exceeding 10 million, no, 20 million tons. St. Helms suddenly thought that the throughput of La Plata City this year is likely to be 10 million tons, and the coal and iron ore needed by the steel plant alone are astronomical figures. To cope with the new challenges, the Blanca City Police Department established a Coast Guard brigade to patrol Blanca Bay jointly with the Belgrano military port. The first Blanca City Coast Guard Fishery Administration ship, the 2,200-ton La Pampa, was also officially commissioned and equipped with 1 naval gun and 2 machine guns developed by Ryan Military Industries. On October 2, Blanca City Mayor St. Helms Cohen, Santa Rosa City Mayor Dario Damian of La Pampa Province, Viedma City Mayor Pablo Landro of Rio Negro Province, and General Talim Dumont, head of the Belgrano Military Port, jointly attended the Ocean Conference. The 4 representatives conducted a series of discussions on behalf of their respective forces. This meeting mainly involved new cooperation in coastal defense and trade exports, representing a completely upgraded version of cooperation led by Blanca City. More in-depth cooperation was carried out. In the next 5 years, Blanca City will invest in the construction of reservoirs, hydroelectric power stations, artificial canals, dredging rivers, and jointly invest in the construction of highways and other projects, implementing sea-land intermodal transport. Meanwhile, in the Argentine National Congress Senate, they were bickering and discussing the cross-provincial division proposal, turning it into a complete mess. Argentina implements a federal system, and each province has a considerable degree of autonomy. New President Eduardo put the increasingly intense division issue before the Senate for discussion. 5. To propose to the government the impeachment of judges, government ministers, senior military generals, and other heads of administrative departments. In this light, this meeting should not have been put to Congress for discussion. After all, the current power of Congress has been greatly reduced, and it does not have the power to decide on the division of provinces. However, Eduardo is not a qualified or high-powered president. The new cabinet and the new president did not want to take the blame, so they simply threw it to Congress for a resolution. We cannot accept such division conditions, said Senator Stark Owen of Buenos Aires. Our La Pampa province needs a new sea outlet. You are oppressing us, and this is in line with the development interests of the Argentine people. Is there anything wrong with that? Moreover, Autonomous cities also have freedom, right? Is it possible to always be in Buenos Aires province? I think it is necessary to ask the people of Blanca City for their opinions. Blanca City is just a city under a province. What qualifications do they have to violate the provincial constitution? It's just a normal administrative division adjustment, and can you justicialist party members represent the interests of the people of Buenos Aires province? Moreover, the division of districts seems to be based on the Argentine constitution, right? Before the senator from La Pampa province could finish speaking, the senator from Buenos Aires province jumped up and cursed, "To hell with your interests. This is an inseparable part of our Buenos Aires province. A legitimate right that has existed since the founding of Argentina. This is an unchangeable history." At this time, a senator from Córdoba province stood up and furiously confronted the senator from Buenos Aires province. Then, in 1820, when the province of La Rioja was also divided from Córdoba province, it was also your Buenos Aires province that voted in favor, right? Also in 1821, Tucumán province was also separated from Catamarca province. I remember it was also your province that took the lead. In 1834, Jujuy province was separated from Salta province. You also had a hand in it. In 1884, the Patagonia territory was divided into 5. Wasn't that your intention? So today, if we split Buenos Aires province, you people of Buenos Aires province have no right to object, right? The senator from Córdoba province was reasonable and convincing in the beginning. There were many large provinces in Argentina, but later they were slowly split into a bunch of small and weak provinces, and the biggest mastermind was Buenos Aires province. This led to the increasing strength of Buenos Aires province and the decline of local strength, completing the suppression in Argentina. Only the senator from Córdoba province dares to point his finger at the senator from Buenos Aires province and scold him. La Pampa province, on the other hand, did not dare to say too much. After all, it was a very offensive thing. The Senate was arguing almost like a vegetable market. Alright, I think everyone's statements are very reasonable. Today is not for arguing, but for reasonably taking care of the legitimate rights and interests of Blanca City, La Pampa province, and Rio Negro province. The proposal was put forward by a radical Civic Union Party senator. I suggest we follow the presentation procedure. After the presentation, there will be 10 minutes for everyone to raise their hands and vote to resolve it. Vice President José, who is also the president of the Senate, finally made a statement, but everyone clearly heard that he was biased towards splitting Buenos Aires province, but the reason was not very clear. Maybe it's because of everyone in the end. No one could convince anyone. José could only announce that a vote would be held, so 72 senators and 1 vice president raised their hands to vote. 37 senators agreed to the division and allowing La Pampa province to have a sea outlet, and 35 senators disagreed with the division of Buenos Aires province. In the end, the ball was kicked back to the vice president's side, and José announced the end of the meeting. This hand-raising vote proposal was also submitted to the Casa Rosada. Eduardo's astonishing decision made Eduardo's reputation for being weak and incompetent seem less serious. At least, this is very Córdoba. However, in this way, Eduardo also offended many people. On the day the new resolution was announced, 100,000 people in Buenos Aires city launched a protest against the division. Then, newspapers revealed that the proposal was put forward by the mayor of Blanca City. St. Helms's reputation also stank. Traitor, lackey, and a series of other nicknames were automatically added to St. Helms's head. Some people suggested that the University of Buenos Aires revoke St. Helms's diploma. Some people even tried to assassinate St. Helms, but fortunately, the Blanca City Police Department was not to be trifled with. In less than 10 days, the Blanca City prison added more than 20 free laborers, returning to the Blanca City side, in order to cope with the challenges of Blanca City's population growth and to develop more employment opportunities. In addition to the previous support for the textile industry, St. Helms also made new arrangements for the food industry. The food industry ushered in a spring of development in Blanca City. Blanca City introduced a food industry support policy to encourage food factories to develop their own brands. Pulary Foods is the leader in this regard. In order to better promote the development of Pulary Foods and concentrate its efforts, Pulary Foods was also split into 2 new companies. One is Pulary Foods Company, headquartered in San Martin City, focusing on the export of food products, mainly targeting and deeply cultivating the domestic and South American markets, and the Nanyang market. It inherits and obtains a batch of factories such as flour mills, oil extraction plants, biscuit factories, canneries, meat joint slaughtering and processing plants, ham factories, noodle factories, and luncheon meat factories, expanding more categories, and developing upstream, building its own pig breeding bases, cattle breeding bases, and poultry bases. The other is Minianda United Food and Beverage Company, which has a new headquarters in Blanca City, focusing on the development of various beverages, and targeting the global market and localization. It inherits and obtains a batch of beverage and alcohol factories such as Minianda Soda Factory, Vidima Brewery, Coffee Beverage Factory, Mate Tea Factory, Wine Factory, Zuican Distillery, and Milk Factory, developing various beverage brands. For example, Minianda Soda has entered the Brazilian market and has already entered the top 3 in the Brazilian market. It can produce sodas of various colors and tastes from black to white, and the price is quite cheap. Even Coca-Cola has been beaten back, and Minianda also exports to the United States through its Brazilian subsidiary. It can also sell $2 million of soda and coffee a year, and advertise in many media in the United States. People who don't know think that Minianda Soda is an American brand. There are also special Brazilian brands for wine, spirits, coffee products, and flavored beer to adapt to the Brazilian market. This year, more than $10 million of various beverages were sold in Brazil. The annual sales of the 2 major food and beverage companies before the split have exceeded $66 million, and the export volume has reached $45 million. After the split, the sales of Puleri and Minianda are $37 million and $29 million respectively. Before the split, Puleri Foods had nearly 14,000 employees in more than a dozen factories, making it one of the companies with the most employees in Argentina, second only to Argentine National Railways, Argentine National Petroleum Company, YPF Petroleum Administration, La Plata Steel Company, and Blue Cloud Textile Group. These large groups exceeded several meat slaughtering and refrigeration consortia, and also exceeded Argentina's 5 major military-industrial joint groups. This also makes Puleri Foods the largest food processing group in Argentina this year, and it has to be split up and reorganized. The number of employees of Puleri Foods in Blanca City has also grown from 200 to 4,000, making it a company with the most employees in Blanca City. Even Blue Cloud Textile is a little bit behind. Blue Cloud Textile has only 3,000 employees, which is already very amazing, but Blue Cloud Textile has many outsourcing processing plants, so its sales volume is higher than that of Puleri Foods. Chapter 245. When La Pampa gained access to the sea. To promote the development of the food processing industry, Saint has also specifically designated a food processing export zone in the relatively underdeveloped Bacalhau district, dedicated to developing the food processing industry. The planned area is 43 square kilometers, with the first phase of the industrial zone covering 10 square kilometers. Meanwhile, the headquarters building of the Minianda Soda Joint Company has already been built in the East District. The Bacalhau district was originally Bacalhau town, with most of the area being ranches. The population has only reached 5,000 people, and it is only 14 kilometers away from the East District port. The location, transportation, and environmental conditions are very superior. Freshwater resources are quite abundant, and it also has a Bacalhau town railway station. Saint has planned food production and manufacturing areas, beverage processing industrial park, dairy processing industrial park, grain deep processing industrial park, oil deep processing industrial park, livestock and poultry deep processing industrial park, aquatic product and fruit and vegetable processing industrial park, and wine processing industrial park to conduct classified management and investment promotion at the same time. A super large logistics center warehouse will be set up here, which can not only be quickly transported to the port, but also rely on railways and highways to quickly send goods to the whole country and to export ports. The Blanca City Agricultural School is also located nearby. Some specialized farms are basically built in the Bacalhau district of Blanca City, but the scale is not too large among them. The most important in the park is the Minianda Beverage and Food Joint Company, whose various wines and beverages produced will be distributed overseas. Blanca City continues to carry out large-scale construction, and houses in the Rockma Food Industrial Zone are also being built in large numbers. Saint has strengthened his control over the economy of Blanca City, and Blanca City became a large construction site within the administrative area of Blanca City. 8 horizontal and 14 vertical main roads are planned, with a large number of residential areas and industrial areas built on both sides of the main roads. Staggered and well-organized, a large number of new immigrants and workers began to pour into Blanca City, and Saint has formulated many policies to encourage childbirth. Some families with 6 or 7 children were repeatedly encouraged and commended, and awarded the title of Heroic Model Family, and also received tax reductions and other benefits. Since October of this year, The number of newborns in Blanca City has broken historical records, bringing new hope to the city, and foreign young couples are most welcome in Blanca City. If they give birth in Blanca City, they can automatically obtain citizen rights, and if they are state-owned enterprises, they can get priority promotion. Any policy that is proven to be beneficial to the birth rate will be heavily experimented with. A rapidly increasing fiscal revenue and tax revenue every month also provide a backing for St. Hes's various ideas to be implemented. The population of Blanca City also officially exceeded 300,000 in early November. A large influx of people from surrounding cities and foreign workers has also increased the number of illegal immigrants in more than a year. Blanca City has built housing that can accommodate 200,000 people. The occupancy rate is not high. Many communities have even become ghost towns. Moreover, St. Hes strictly controls the rent level, attracting many people from surrounding small towns to live here. After all, there are also very abundant supplies here, and there are many jobs. Along with the construction of residential areas, there are also a large number of football fields, basketball courts, open-air bars, libraries and other facilities. The climate conditions are also good, which can attract so many people in a short period of time. You can even go fishing, hiking, and barbecuing in Blanca Bay on weekends. The amateur life is quite rich, provided that you abide by laws and regulations and don't cause trouble. Especially recently, the peso has appreciated, which makes it even more cost-effective. Even 3,000 pesos a month can live very comfortably, and the bank interest rate in Blanca City is much higher than in other cities, enough to resist general inflation. As the zoning adjustment of Buenos Aires province enters the public announcement period, and the official resolution documents of the presidential palace are issued to the 3 provinces, involving 17 cities, the administrative division of Argentina has also officially begun to be adjusted and handed over. La Pampa province now really has a C outlet, which represents the change of power in Buenos Aires province. Many justicialist party officials have stepped down because of this. The Radical Civic Union took the bulk of it, and the Republican Party and the Socialist Party also gained some benefits. The image of the poor and aggressive people of La Pampa province appeared in the newspapers, making the political correctness of the upper-class people of Buenos Aires province. Amidst civil servants who cannot safeguard the interests of their province are incompetent. Resigning is the lightest punishment. If they are driven off the stage by the people, they are truly and completely out of touch with power. High officials of Buenos Aires province resign. High officials resign. 3 senators resign. The officialdom of Buenos Aires province is in great turmoil, and St. Hes's development resistance has also disappeared a lot. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Only when the people of La Pampa province make trouble can many illegal resolutions and decisions in Blanca City be made. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cut it out, and even the free port would be cancelled, and the 3 districts would be re-established as autonomous cities. It would be too late then. A large number of La Pampa people are reported in large numbers in newspapers, sharing their personal experiences and miserable lives, which have earned enough tears. Even this has been acquiesced and promoted by senior Argentine officials, who believe that this can improve the mentality of urban people. Farmers in La Pampa province can only herd cattle and sheep every day, and the per capita income is only 1/3 of that of people in La Plata City. They are extremely poor, and there are no decent factories at all. A large number of cattle and sheep can only be sold cheaply to the compradors of Buenos Aires province in exchange for living materials. I didn't expect that there are Argentines who are worse off than me. I shouldn't go on strike so often. Maybe I should work hard too. They are really too miserable, a housewife in Buenos Aires said. Wiping her handkerchief. Miserable lives are relative. Buenos Aires residents who lose their jobs or experience wage cuts receive some form of social security assistance, while the people of La Pampa province receive nothing at all. This brought a sense of balance to the minds of people in Argentina's big cities, and the frequency of strikes even decreased. It must be said that this public opinion campaign was extremely important. Many Argentinians in the cities slowly began to sympathize with the pitiful brothers of La Pampa province. Even the people of Buenos Aires province felt that their province seemed too domineering, after all, occupying so many seaports and blocking the path to prosperity for the people of La Pampa province. The impoverished people of La Pampa province were previously unable to voice their concerns in newspapers. This time, as various newspapers criticized Buenos Aires province, they also extensively reported on impoverished frontier areas and interviewed farmers and ranchers. The image of Bahia Blanca also became more positive, no longer a traitor but a savior. Public opinion seemed to be slowly shifting. Originally, Buenos Aires province was supposed to compensate La Pampa province with land, such as ceding a portion of northern La Pampa province to Buenos Aires province as compensation, but this was met with much opposition after all. As the wealthiest province in the country, Buenos Aires province shouldn't be interested in these trivial benefits, especially since Buenos Aires province is already the largest province in the country. Moreover, it was just a division of some less desirable land. Really? With the Buenos Aires province's conditions, zoning, and the most funding, Bahia Blanca's development in the past 5 years hasn't been that great. One of the important reasons why Buenos Aires province has always been a developed region in Argentina is that it has a long coastline, allowing it to engage in import and export trade with European and American countries. Looking at La Pampa province, the climate and conditions in the east aren't bad, but it doesn't have even a sliver of a seaport. How can it do business with foreigners? How can it export? Also, Nucain's oil is sold at a low price to Argentina's national oil company, or even to the closer Southern Oil Company now. La Pampa province's economic development isn't even a fraction of that of Buenos Aires province's remote areas, and it doesn't even compare to some remote provinces. The lack of a seaport is a very important reason. Although this is the historical reason for Buenos Aires province's strength, allowing Argentina to integrate as a whole, times have changed. Buenos Aires province is so rich and prosperous, has it considered the poor brothers in other provinces, but now that they are all under the same country, Buenos Aires province can only obey, unless it becomes independent like the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. San José also manipulated public opinion in this matter, creating a grand Buenos Aires province illusion, a mix of truth and falsehood, so that many illegal policies could be officially implemented. La Pampa province is a small province merging with a large city. Bahia Blanca's administrative population is almost the same as that of La Pampa province, and its production and exports are far greater than La Pampa province's, which requires readjustment and integration. As for some negative reputation, that's perfectly normal. Just like the Americans in later generations, anything can be whitewashed. Besides, public opinion has a short memory. Buenos Aires province still has nearly 30 coastal cities. If a few more can truly develop, that would be a great thing for the country and the people. Under the established resolution, Buenos Aires province can only complain verbally. High-ranking officials in Buenos Aires province announced the construction of a new city east of Bahia Blanca, merging Coronel Dorrego and Monte Hermoso, and naming it Dorrego City, to counter Bahia Blanca and prevent the municipalities around Bahia Blanca from being merged by Bahia Blanca again. This is indeed Bahia Blanca's tactic. Just the municipalities around Bahia Blanca were taken away at once, a whole 17 of them, cutting away a large chunk. Although, apart from the former port of Bahia Blanca, the other small municipalities and towns were basically unmanaged and had no financial allocations at all. Buenos Aires province's essence lies in two areas, the economic belt around the capital and La Plata. The change began a year ago in Bahia Blanca. Among these cities, the most valuable is Bahia Blanca. The other municipalities are actually small towns. Originally, at most, they would form a combined city like Greater Buenos Aires, with the sovereignty of the surrounding municipalities remaining with Buenos Aires province. As a result, the area split off and the name of Bahia Blanca was 12,000 square kilometers, and the other 16 municipalities were mostly very backward. Bahia Blanca's jurisdiction has expanded to 12,000 square kilometers, completely solidifying the original annexation. This scale has already exceeded San Martin. Just for legalization, the towns outside the three major suburbs temporarily belong to a new administrative body, Bahia Blanca County. Such a large area is enough for development, and there is no need to expand further. In the future, several medium-sized cities will be built around Bahia Blanca to form a city circle and city belt, playing urban combination punches and getting rich together through industrialization. That is the next step. The framework has already been built. In order to strive for the provincial capital status, Bahia Blanca has conducted a series of negotiations in Santa Rosa. The people of Santa Rosa don't really care about the title of provincial capital. Santa Rosa has only been the provincial capital for less than 20 years. 20 years ago, when La Pampa province was still an administrative region, the capital of the administrative region was General Ochoa. Moreover, Santa Rosa's role as the provincial capital for 20 years has not brought any benefits to La Pampa province. In order to win the consent of La Pampa province, San Jose stipulated that for the next 20 years, Bahia Blanca would remit 20% of its fiscal revenue to La Pampa province to support the development of Santa Rosa and other backward cities. The presidential palace promised not to print new banknotes. In San Jose's view, this decision was the most beneficial to Argentinians. At least prices had actually decreased a little, inflation had decreased a little, and the peso was more valuable than before. The only worry is that Eduardo can't resist the temptation and secretly prints pesos, which would be disastrous. Chapter 246 Blanca, the new capital of La Pampa. Because Saint Hesser had made great contributions in this crackdown on the Justice Party, he climbed to a higher position in the Radical Party. Despite his young age, he was promoted by the Radical Party leader Arturo Frondizi to be in charge of the Radical Party in the two provinces of La Pampa and Rio Negro. Although these two provinces are not considered major provinces in Argentina at all, nor are they key areas for the Radical Party, they can still produce 6 participants each year. Therefore, the struggles in various places are now very fierce. You can't say that the Justice Party is a formalized political party. It is more like a grand political alliance, similar to Chiang Kai-shek's logistics and transportation team. Or even far inferior, of course. Chiang Kai-shek's logistics have now evolved. Since retreating to New Taipei, under tremendous pressure, they have had to learn from their opponents and have carried out land reform in New Taipei in recent years. In addition to this, there is also a large amount of assistance from the Americans, even more than some European countries in the Marshall Plan, although not as much as France or West Germany, but about the same as Italy. Now the Americans are very generous to New Taipei, with annual aid of $100 million, which is much more than Saint Hesser's fake investments in Argentina under the influence of gold and machinery, American economic aid, post-war reconstruction, land reform, and import substitution. New Taipei's economy is about to take off. It is worth mentioning that New Taipei's land reform was very successful, to some extent resolving New Taipei's economic crisis and transferring rural capital to industry and commerce, promoting the development of industry and commerce. In last year, the population of New Taipei exceeded 8 million, and its potential has already been demonstrated. With rapid population growth with these as a foundation, New Taipei can carry out extensive reforms in fiscal, foreign trade, and financial systems. New Taipei will become the strongest of the 4 Asian tigers, even more powerful than South Korea, until it is later surpassed. Compared to Chiang Kai-shek's logistics now, the level of the Argentine Justice Party is indeed a bit lacking. It cannot be said to be governing a country at all. At most it is just Perón's tool, and then everyone joins the Justice Party for power. And from the level of the Argentine army exposed in this Argentine civil war, it can be said to be indescribable. With the end of the war, Saint Hesser obtained a large amount of first-hand information. It can also be seen that as an army, Argentina is indeed not much at present, and cannot compare with the Brazilian army that has been baptized by World War II. Even the Cordoba army trained by General Eduardo is of low standard, probably equivalent to a simplified version of the South Korean strawberry soldiers of later generations, and the current equipment is not very good either. It is no wonder that it is so crotched now, and it had the courage to challenge the 5 great benefactors in the 1980s, and failure is inevitable, at least far inferior to the level of India. India is now invincible in South Asia and quite successful. Argentina can only embark on a path that has never been taken before. After all, American aid is not so easy to take. The Justice Party has freedom of entry and exit, and there are not many constraints. It also does not have its own rules and regulations, and is more like a product of forming cliques for personal gain. In comparison, the Radical Party is much more formal, a bit like a modern political party, at least not just for show. Now Saint Hesser has officially become the supreme leader of the Radical Party organizations in the 2 provinces, and the other 6 committee members must also accept his supervision and attention. These 6 committee members are all ordinary committee members of the Radical Party, basically without any power, the kind that is always in the last row at meetings, not at all like the committee members of large provinces like Cordoba. The Radical Party also does not want to waste time on a province that is not even as big as a city. The Justice Party had already divided up the entire Argentina. These Radical Party organizations are also very weak, and Saint Hesser intends to reorganize them according to his own ideas. He plans to summon these 6 committee members after a while, hold a meeting to get together, but now there is no time. Saint Hesser is very busy recently. Now the scale of the Radical Party in Blanca has expanded very greatly, almost controlling most of the power organs in Blanca. The Justice Party has been completely cleared out, or it has changed its appearance. If a member of the Justice Party newly joins the Radical Party, then they need to enter the internal political school of the Radical Party to study before they can. And if they are a member of the Radical Party, they also have an advantage in promotions in Blanca. The degree of rejuvenation of civil servants in Blanca is now very high. Most of those who do not have much ability retain their benefits and go to teach at the National University of the South, or become principals of new public vocational schools, etc., to shine and generate heat. After all, Most civil servants still have the ability, they just are not adapted to it. Being a middle school principal or something is more than enough. Moreover, retaining the same benefits means that the salary remains the same, just that the power has decreased somewhat. The transfer of power in Blanca is still okay, because many capable people have also stayed and been arranged by Saint Hesser to engage in industrial zone construction and the like. The development of these large industrial zones is not bad. The area under the jurisdiction of Blanca is now getting larger and larger, which has a huge effect on economic development. Most of the capable people have stayed, and the incapable have also been sent for transformation. Saint Hesser also served as a law lecturer at the political school of the Radical Party in Blanca and often goes to give lectures. At least Argentina is still very hopeful. On November 18, 17 municipalities headed by Blanca were formally merged with La Pampa and Rio Negro. The personnel of the three provinces formally signed an agreement. From then on, 14 municipalities in Blanca officially belonged to La Pampa, and 3 autonomous counties belonged to Rio Negro, greatly increasing the development potential of the two provinces. Not quite the same as the plan initially formulated by Saint Hesser. This time a total of 30,285 square kilometers of coastal area was divided and allocated to La Pampa and Rio Negro, minimizing the losses of Buenos Aires province as much as possible. This is also asking for the sky-high price and settling down to pay the money. 30,000 square kilometers is a number that everyone is more satisfied with. This was also the final plan. After 10 days of wrangling among them, La Pampa obtained 21,060 square kilometers, with a total of 13 municipalities, the main body being Blanca, and the remaining 11 cities mostly surrounding Blanca and some of the 2 counties in the south. La Pampa obtained 260 kilometers of coastline, which can calmly develop foreign trade. The formal jurisdiction of Blanca expanded from 1,274 square kilometers to 6,924 square kilometers, and the population increased by another 30,000 to reach 340,000. The small towns of Ardrich and Maidanes in South Blanca Bay were incorporated. The remaining 5 towns that make up Greater Blanca City, with a jurisdiction of 5,010 square kilometers, are temporarily unable to swallow at present. The development direction of Blanca is mainly the outer 3 districts, and now with the addition of the outer 5 towns, it is enough for Blanca to develop rapidly. Rio Negro obtained 3 municipalities, of which Buenos Aires province cut out an irregular polygonal land, with an area of approximately 9,225 square kilometers of Buenos Aires province territory south of the Colorado River, all merged into Rio Negro according to Saint Hesser's suggestion. Viedma merged with Carmen town across the river to establish the Carmen district. In addition, the city of Cardinal was merged into Viedma, and the area under the jurisdiction of the city of Viedma expanded from more than 100 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers. The city of Viedma established a new port of Viedma along the coast in the broad downstream area of the Rio Negro, transforming Viedma into a coastal city. Its population increased from 30,000 to 50,000. The capacity to control resources greatly increased, and it began to imitate others by establishing some processing industries. The Viedma State-Owned Assets Committee was established to utilize local resources and develop trade, including food and grain processing, leather processing, raw salt processing, shoe manufacturing, and the plastics industry. Additionally, the 2 autonomous towns of José Casas and Strota merged to form the city of Casas, with a jurisdiction area of 2,200 square kilometers and a population of 7,000. The remaining city, Emilio, has a jurisdiction of 3,000 square kilometers and a population of 6,000. After the administrative divisions were readjusted, the area of Buenos Aires province decreased from 308,000 to 278,000 square kilometers, with little change in population, remaining at 8.95 million. La Pampa province expanded from 143,000 to 164,000 square kilometers and gained its own wide outlet to the sea. The city of Bahia Blanca could also construct inland canals within the province. The population surged from 200,000 to 580,000, a dramatic increase in strength, with Bahia Blanca alone accounting for 340,000. Rio Negro province increased from 203,000 to 212,000 square kilometers in area, and its population increased from 410,000 to 450,000. With this, the administrative division of Argentina was completed. The main leaders of the 3 provinces, Lerida Arroyo, a senior official of La Pampa province, Nelson Crazer, a senior official of Rio Negro province, Nicolas Alberto, the new senior official of Buenos Aires province, and Sanchez Cohen, the mayor of Bahia Blanca, attended the meeting and held friendly discussions. With the completion of the zoning adjustment, Next was the negotiation work between Bahia Blanca and La Pampa province, which was to relocate the provincial capital to the more powerful city of Bahia Blanca. SYNOPSIS and senior official Herrera continued to sign various agreements, and Bahia Blanca became the new capital of La Pampa province. The newspapers of La Pampa province followed up and reported on this matter. The people of Santa Rosa City were not actually very sad. After all, that was the support of a big city of 340,000 people for a city of 40,000 people. Santa Rosa City can be said to be one of the poorest provincial capitals in Argentina. La Pampa province has a small population and no mineral resources. It can only raise cattle and sheep. Santa Rosa City's development is also very poor. It is not even as prosperous as the suburbs of Bahia Blanca. For example, the newly established Alta district, which is only a few months old, now has 60,000 people. The urban construction is very good, and there is also an aviation industrial zone, Sanchez supermarket, and the hospital is also very new. The agreement was signed in Santa Rosa City. Sanchez and the mayor of Santa Rosa City, Nice Carroll, signed a handover agreement. This was almost agreed upon from the beginning, and the specific details will be discussed in detail by the two city hall teams. Santa Rosa City was founded in 1892 and became the capital of La Pampa province 20 years ago. It has an area of 1,500 square kilometers and an altitude of 175 meters. Affected by the humid subtropical climate, the average annual rainfall is 685 millimeters. It is the trade and industrial center of the agricultural and pastoral area in the eastern part of La Pampa province. The industry is mainly agricultural and livestock product processing industry. It is also a transportation hub in the central region of Argentina. There are railways connecting Buenos Aires and Bahia Blanca, and the conditions are not bad, but compared to Bahia Blanca, it is indeed considered a dilapidated household. Even last year, Bahia Blanca had 90,000 people. Now, having such a large industrial city as a backing is of great benefit to the economic and social development of the entire La Pampa province. Strictly speaking, Argentina does not actually have much need for coastal defense. Therefore, a more powerful provincial capital can quickly lead the development of La Pampa province. Therefore, the coastal Bahia Blanca can also become a provincial capital like La Plata, and the conditions are met. After all, there are almost no enemies in Argentina that can attack the mainland. Only Chile and the United Kingdom have some territorial disputes, but no country dares to attack the Argentine mainland, not even Brazil. Therefore, the relocation of the provincial capital went very smoothly this time. Of course, next, Bahia Blanca will continue to develop westward and southward, which is also very necessary. This is also the reason why SYNOPSIS must merge the towns of Atrich and Maidenas. After all, Bahia Blanca Bay is still very large, and the eastern Alta district will continue to maintain development, but the land carrying capacity in the south is also very large, and it is normal to continue to expand the territory. Moreover, large-scale trade and economic reforms can be implemented in La Pampa province in the next few years. Bahia Blanca can better integrate into La Pampa province, completely transforming it from an inland province to a coastal province, without causing division, and developing the Santa Rosa Bahia Blanca dual core. A large number of highways will be built between Bahia Blanca and Santa Rosa City. Reinforced concrete is readily available. The hard-working Chilean workers and Bolivian workers make it possible to build more highways. La Pampa province agreed to move the provincial capital from Santa Rosa City to Bahia Blanca, and Bahia Blanca became the new capital of La Pampa province. The relocation of the new government is expected to be completed by the end of 1954. The current La Pampa province has less population to manage than Bahia Blanca, so the difficulty is not great. SYNOPSIS arranged for a construction company to build a new La Pampa province capital building, which will be located in the newly merged Atrich town of Bahia Blanca. He did not intend to arrange the provincial capital in the currently prosperous east and west districts, nor in the Alta district, but instead arranged it in Atrich, which is further west. Although the defense of the provincial capital is not the most important issue, SYNOPSIS still attaches great importance to it, and Atrich, which is more inland, is obviously more suitable than the east and west districts in addition to defense considerations. Atrich is also closer to the center of La Pampa province and not too far from the west district. It is adjacent to the Bosca district and can better exert its driving effect and drive the economic development of the entire La Pampa province. The straight line distance from the new provincial capital in the Atrich district to the west district of Bahia Blanca is 20 kilometers, which is not too far. A highway will be arranged, and a new round of large-scale construction can be carried out to connect the new and old districts and develop and construct on a larger scale. In fact, This kind of relocation is inevitable, and the city scale has expanded. Moving the provincial capital out is conducive to adjusting the spatial structure of Bahía Blanca and increasing the development potential of Bahía Blanca. Now Bahía Blanca is expanding too fast, and the area under its jurisdiction is 6 times larger than before, which will inevitably change the development planning and layout of Bahía Blanca to a certain extent. The cooperation with Viedma City in the south and the northward development of Rio Negro province must be considered one by one. Although the distance moved south is not large, it can very well develop the economy of the south bank of Bahía Blanca Bay. The south bank of Bahía Blanca Bay is now completely a vast wasteland, and a lot of industrial zones can be built if the planning is complete. He also plans to build several cross-bay bridges in the future to better develop the land in the south. The distance between the south and north banks is not as wide as the Rio de la Plata estuary, only about 8 kilometers. Moreover, the original La Pampa province was indeed sparsely populated, so the provincial capital Santa Rosa City was located in the eastern plains with a slightly larger population. According to Sanchez's idea, if several million people are to be developed along the coast, then the original plan will definitely not work. This is also the reason why the new provincial capital will be set up in Atrich Town. Bahía Blanca. Atrich Town now has less than 3,000 people and an area of 700 square kilometers. It can be developed quickly. The provincial capital will be moved over, and several industrial zones will be developed, and it will be almost completed. Chapter 247 Basic Industry and Summer Admissions Examinations. On December 1st, Saint Hessa, accompanied by the mayor of Nice and a team of senior officials from La Plata, visited the construction sites of the hot steel plants No. 1 and No. 2 blast furnaces, which were under construction. The two 1,000 cubic meter blast furnaces of the hot steel plant are expected to be capped in January next year, and they are almost completed. The sense of oppression brought by the two steel behemoths is very strong, and the construction site is full of construction workers. This can really be considered a miracle, the senior official from La Plata, who is over 50 years old, praised repeatedly. Actually, the steel plant in La Plata is even larger in scale. The United Steel plant alone has 22,000 workers, Saint Hessa said with emotion. After the hot steel plant is put into operation, it can solve the employment of at least 10,000 to 15,000 people. Good heavens, 22,000, almost half the population of our Santa Rosa. The mayor of Nice was also quite surprised, looking a bit like he hadn't seen the world. Even the Argentine National Railway Company is spread all over the country. Actually, this is normal. A large factory like La Plata Steel, covering more than 10 square kilometers, needs that many workers. It can be said to be a city within a city. The group of 3 visited several large factories. Looking at the hard-working people, they could only say they were very shocked. There are now many factories in the industrial zone, with buildings scattered in a well-organized manner because they often have to rush the construction period, and because Blanca City has sufficient land resources. Blanca City does not have many high-rise buildings. Most of them are rows of 3-story large factory buildings, with an average height of about 5 to 6 meters. Textile factories are mostly 1-story buildings. The floors of dormitory buildings are usually taller, mostly 5 or 6 stories high. Various supporting facilities are also ready, waiting for installation and debugging after capping. Unlike the construction cycle of La Plata Steel, which exceeds 2 years, the construction cycle of hot steel is expected to be completed in at most 1.5 years. Next year, Blanca City's steel production will exceed 900,000 tons, making it the second largest in the country, surpassing the steel production of Rosario. And in the year after that, the fully completed hot steel plant will have a production capacity of at least 2.2 million tons. The output of hot steel has also exceeded the 850,000 tons of the Belleville steel plant in Rosario. The Belleville steel plant is the 3rd largest steel plant in Argentina. It now has 2 new 550 cubic meter blast furnaces and an old 100 cubic meter blast furnace, built by Austrian United Steel and invested by the Belleville family of Rosario. And at the beginning of next year, the Blanca steel plant, located in the Alta district, will begin construction, building 2 brand new 1,580 cubic meter blast furnaces. It was completed 58 years ago and is expected to produce 3 million tons of molten iron annually. This is exactly the same as the first phase of the La Plata project, and the investment will be much less. The main reason is that the current loan quota at Barron Bank cannot be spent. More and more deposits are being absorbed. In the past few months, the El Patron copper mine project has also mined 5 tons of gold, which has allowed Barron Bank's gold reserves to continue to increase. It's just that the money hoarded there cannot be turned into wealth. It must circulate. The tobacco industry continues to generate profits and is still very considerable. There is no need to repay the loans early. It is better to continue building steel plants since losing the arms trade, a profit cow. The lessons of not investing haphazardly are still profound currently. Shipbuilding, automobiles, petrochemicals, diesel engines, tractors, and motorcycles do not need too much investment in the short term. It's not that SYNOPSIS doesn't want to engage in other industries, but Argentina is not yet qualified for industries such as electronics, electrical appliances, nuclear energy, electronic computers, and bioengineering. Currently, the hydroelectric power plants and thermal power plants built with the participation of Southern Energy are all importing generator sets. After all, it's not easy to do without a foundation. It will still die if it cannot form an industry. These are thorough high-tech industries for Argentines, and it's impossible to force them. After all, SYNOPSIS has a headache just trying to localize automotive parts, and there are still many problems to this day. Philip, the head of Leiden Motors, has taken $5 million to Germany to see if there are any opportunities to acquire parts factories. The development path of the Japanese automobile industry can still be used as a reference. Buy technology, buy factories, establish cooperation, and become independent. But Japan's technical talent far exceeds that of Argentina, and there are enough Japanese people. Last year, Japan's population was 86 million, an increase of 14 million compared to the post-war year of 45. In SYNOPSIS' view, rapid population growth is such a powerful advantage, not to mention that Japan's higher education is far more developed than Argentina's. The fact that Blanca City's population is growing so much now does not mean that Argentina's population is growing so much. It's all existing population. If Blanca City has more, other places will have less. SYNOPSIS is now pinning his hopes on new immigrants and having more children. Blanca City becoming the capital of La Pampa province can at least deeply influence La Pampa province. Rio Negro province, which owes SYNOPSIS a favor, can also formulate more aggressive population growth plans. New immigrants from neighboring countries are used to replace some labor-intensive industries and workers building infrastructure. Native Argentine immigrants in Blanca City focus on developing more technologically advanced industries such as automobiles, petrochemicals, and shipbuilding. This allows for industrial upgrading plans. Recently, the speed of new immigrants has also accelerated, especially in the textile and clothing industries, which require a large number of female workers and pay well. If they can marry and have children in the city, they can automatically obtain Argentine citizenship. Such publicity can be said to be very attractive. This also means that they can integrate very well into Blanca City. Anyway, Argentina is a country of immigrants, and the psychological burden is not that heavy. Argentina's wealth is still very attractive to Chileans and Peruvians. Perhaps this is the advantage of information asymmetry. Their impression of Argentina mostly remains in the prosperous 1910s and 20s, an era that could rival the wealthy United States, although Argentina is full of decline. Blanca City's prosperity and employment can still capture their hearts, so when the immigrant ships heading to Blanca City arrive, they do not hesitate to raise funds and choose to go. Compared to crossing the Andes Mountains, taking a boat is faster and more comfortable. They simply didn't know that places like Bahia Blanca were exceptions in Argentina. Once you were on that pirate ship, it wasn't easy to get off. When they left Bahia Blanca, they would realize that this wasn't the Argentina they had imagined at all, so most of them stayed in Bahia Blanca, feeling at ease. They comforted themselves, saying that Bahia Blanca was, in fact, Argentina. Staying here wasn't bad at all, the security was good, and they had the opportunity to bring their wives and children over. The future would only get better and better if they stayed in Bahia Blanca for a month. They would be filled with hope for the future. The speed of development here was too fast. It was as if the air itself was filled with the scent of money. This was a city of miracles. New factories opened in Bahia Blanca every day. Perhaps yesterday you were working on an assembly line, and today you opened your own small workshop in the new port area, becoming a boss. Stories of wealth unfolded here every day, especially since it had Argentina's most complete garment and textile industry, a garment trade transfer center. The Blue Cloud Textile Group alone employed over 6,000 people here and possessed a large amount of new production capacity, and with the official legalization of the Bahia Blanca free trade port, foreign investment in the new province increased again. Hot money began to pour into Bahia Blanca, further accelerating the city's development. There were rumors that the mayor of Bahia Blanca even planned to establish a futures exchange here to develop the financial industry. The rumors became increasingly outrageous, claiming that a Bahia Blanca stock exchange would be established, and the number of swindlers also increased. Unlike other people in Bahia Blanca, San Martin remained very calm and did not try to force other projects, such as building a transistor factory. He preferred steel and petrochemicals. He didn't want to end up in a mess. He remained focused on basic industries. Now, Argentina already had some foundation for developing the steel industry, making it relatively easy to start. Developing other industries could wait until there was real surplus, at least until the National University of the South and the higher vocational school had been operating for a few years. Just building a 100,000 vehicle automobile factory was already so difficult, it was better not to think too far ahead. Efforts were already being made in the petrochemical industry to supplement the foundation. As for atomic energy, it was actually about developing an atomic bomb, which might be possible to achieve without industrialization. Engaging in new technologies was somewhat like building castles in the air. It was better to invest more in basic industries now, such as petrochemicals, steel, and energy, which would naturally attract some capable people to invest, like the ROI fighter jet. Even though 10 years had passed since World War II, it hadn't been successful. Fortunately, now there was some progress. Being able to keep Dr. Tank and having sufficient funds, the performance of 304 stainless steel was acceptable, but it still needed to be improved for use in fighter jets. If they could get an order from the Ministry of Defense, then Argentina's independent fighter jet could continue to be developed. However, with a little money, it was better to build more blast furnaces. Other industries were indeed temporarily unable to develop, and the demand for steel was long-term. Building more blast furnaces and converters would also ensure the stability of Bahia Blanca's economy. Moreover, the profit per ton of steel was also very considerable now. At least this golden age could be maintained until the 1980s. With the profits created by these steel plants, many more things could truly be done. Blast furnaces number 4 and number 5 in La Plata were also under construction, with the same specifications as blast furnaces number 1, 2, and 3. Bahia Blanca Special Steel Plant also began to build already technologically mature large converters. Currently, global steel demand was huge, and countries were developing their economies. It was said that Japan was starting new blast furnaces at a rate of 10 per year. Argentina's steel industry level was still far behind. In addition to producing low-quality coal, the largest project in the Zapla mining area in Jujuy province was the production of iron ore. It was estimated that after completion, it could produce 5 million tons of iron ore annually, effectively alleviating the pressure on domestic iron ore supply in Argentina. The normal operation of the Uruguay iron ore project also created a huge amount of wealth. San Martin praised the Zapla mining area as God's gift, second only to the copper mining project currently under development within Thunder Mining. In addition, Argentina imported large quantities of coal from Colombia, Australia, and South Africa. Among them, Thunder Mining East Australia Energy alone transported nearly 8 million tons of coal in 11 months this year, alleviating the pressure on the steel industry and reducing the import share of British coal from 80% to 5%. Recently, British coal companies and York Energy Coal Company were putting pressure on the Argentine Ministry of Trade, but no one paid any attention to them. After all, everyone clearly remembered the price increase of British coal in the past few years. Thunder Mining East Australia Energy hired 37 10,000-ton coal carriers, transporting large quantities of coal to Argentina every month. Among them, 16 coal carriers belonged to the Plary International Fleet, and a number of shipping companies such as Australian Melbourne National Shipping, American Onassis Shipping, and Hong Kong Gannon Shipping also accepted Thunder Mining's transportation business. He vaguely knew that there were hands manipulating Bahia Blanca, and he couldn't let these small achievements go to his head. On the morning of December 22nd, the two-day Bahia Blanca Spring University Entrance Examination began. The joint examination of the 5 major vocational and technical schools would begin on December 24th. This time, the National University of the South enrolled 2,200 students at once, and the Bahia Blanca Higher Vocational School enrolled 800 students, totaling 5,000 students. The 5 vocational schools enrolled 6,000 students, all serving the needs of Bahia Blanca's shortage of talent. The tuition fees of both schools were more than half cheaper than other national universities, and the majors offered were more attractive. Moreover, the number of students enrolled this time was large, attracting nearly 20,000 people from all over the country to take the examination. The many schools built in Bahia Blanca also came in handy. There were no age restrictions for the examination, anyone under 30 could apply, which also increased the number of applicants. Of course, most importantly, from April, The propaganda machine under San Martin began to operate. The National University of the South quickly rivaled the established national universities in terms of public opinion, and deeply understood the essence of San Martin's propaganda. A large number of famous teachers were created by San Martin using newspapers. The complete teaching environment, the beautiful school, and the excellent teaching staff made the National University of the South popular. Even before it opened 10 days ago, candidates from other places successively came to Bahia Blanca. Local hotels, inns, and small hostels began to be fully booked. Fortunately, the city of Bahia Blanca now had no shortage of houses, easily accommodating 30,000 people. These candidates were all valuable talents. San Martin had issued a strict order to fully guarantee the various needs of the candidates. The surroundings of the two universities were quiet. The San Martin Aviation Industrial Park was arranged to be closed for 2 days. Fortunately, there were actually no large mechanical factories nearby. Chapter 248 Auxiliary Militia and Tax Police. From the 22nd to the 26th, the main roads from the eastern district of Blanca City to the port industrial zone were closed to car horns. Road construction was halted, and within a 10-kilometer radius around the two universities, it was as if a mute button had been pressed. This area housed the examination halls for the two universities, with the campus gates tightly shut and patrolled by police and volunteer militias. St. Jacques stood on the roof of the municipal building, looking at the somewhat silent city, with only the sounds of birds and the wind in his ears. The weather was fine today. 4 years ago, he was preparing for the entrance exam at the University of Buenos Aires. And the problems he'd practiced seemed to be still before his eyes. This year, he was providing security for the students of the National University of the South and the Blanca Higher Technical School. He drew 300 police officers from the police department, along with 1,200 auxiliary militia members, to maintain order and ensure the smooth progress of the entrance exams. These 1,200 auxiliary militia members came from all walks of life, mainly from several nearby factories, with daily financial subsidies provided by the municipal finance department, and equipped with riot control weapons such as batons and riot forks, but no firearms. The 300 police officers were all armed police, equipped with two-piece suits, MP-40 submachine guns, and P-40C pistols, attracting envious and respectful gazes from the citizens of Blanca City. The Blanca City Auxiliary Militia is a non-military organization established in May, under the jurisdiction of the Blanca City Police Department, somewhat similar to the Maria Militia, one of the predecessors of the San Martin City Police Department, but with many differences. Every adult male citizen of Blanca City over the age of 16 can register to participate in the militia, using weekend time to attend basic military training at the Blanca City Delta Security School. They can practice live fire shooting at the range for free, improve their physique, and make friends, which is very popular among young people in Blanca City. They also offer military and a series of other activities, and at least half of the eligible young people in Blanca City have participated, making it the second most popular place to go after soccer games. Of course, if given a choice between watching a soccer game and live fire shooting, most young people in Blanca City would choose to watch the soccer game. Moreover, having more than 5 children can also get commercial tax reductions in Blanca City. Even 1% is a huge benefit. What? You say tax evasion? Sorry, if you are a large factory, unless you move out of Blanca City, you must pay taxes. Small factories will be given a blind eye, as long as they don't pay nothing at all, then there is no problem. Of course, the tax rate here in Blanca City is actually very low, and you can also get tax refunds and financial subsidies. Moreover, Blanca City also has a new police classification called tax police, which is the invention of the new mayor. If you want to develop well, you should pay your taxes properly. As long as it is legal tax avoidance, no one will care about you. At the same time, in order to prevent gun crime, gun licenses within the scope of Blanca City have been suspended, and only a few security schools can provide guns for training if armed individuals are found on the streets of the city. Blanca City Police Department personnel are authorized to shoot them directly, even if they have a gun license. It will be defined as a violation of the city's public order laws, and the security of Blanca City has obviously improved according to Mayor St. Jacques. This is a lesson learned in blood, a tribute to the 17 citizens and civil servants who died in the 1/25 bombing, and a fulfillment of the wishes of the great Mayor Otto. And this kind of gun ban is also slowly spreading to the surrounding suburbs. For St. Jacques, this is the most effective way to maintain public order management. Otherwise, in a city of more than 300,000 people, how much danger would the police need to face every day? Not to mention that people are entering Blanca City every day now. Such a huge population management is still quite difficult for Saint Jack. He does not want Blanca City to become like Buenos Aires, a place to hide dirt and filth. Therefore, a strong police department is very important. Saint Jack also creatively created an identity certification system. As long as you enter the scope of Blanca City, you need to register with a police department. Even if you are a foreign illegal worker or even an undocumented immigrant, you can get a free identity and residence information certificate, which registers the Blanca City identity card and can get help from Blanca City. As for the problem of forgery, Saint Jack does not care, as long as they don't commit crimes. The identity documents are all in triplicate, and they can be quickly retrieved in case of an accident. Of course, this workload is indeed very large. Now is not the era of the internet Skynet. There are no fingerprints or iris recognition. Forging identity is too normal. Now he is using such identity certificates to quickly conduct a census. Each police department has an archive, and the original backup archives are located in the newly built underground vault in Blanca City. Speaking of tax police, in Saint Jack view, tax collection is a major event. Most people and factories in Argentina do not pay taxes. In order for the future of Blanca City to develop in a healthy manner, he has to take measures and means to allow Blanca City to receive more taxes. Therefore, he specially set up a tax police force outside the Blanca City Tax Bureau, which is also under the management of the police department, to cooperate with tax payment, especially the tax payment problems of large families and large factories. The tax rate in Blanca City is actually very low. But there are often problems with not being able to collect taxes, so in addition to the public opinion problems, he requires every factory to pay taxes, led by a group of factories under his command, so that the municipal government can operate better. Saint Jack formulated Argentina's most advanced tax management bill, and such a system will also be promoted to the entire La Pampa province. As the final bell rang at 5 p.m. on the 26th, the 4-day exam also ended. Most of the candidates were somewhat lost. Blanca City returned to its noisy state. Saint Jack did not idle, and began to let the teachers of the 7 schools start organizing the grading work. Philip, who is far away in Germany, seems to have acquired a large parts factory, called the German Alliance Automotive Company, and is going to acquire it wholly. The production line debugging of the Rheinmetall automobile factory has entered the final stage, and the first batch can be put into production as early as the end of April next year. The fertilizer plant of Maya Chemical has been debugged, and urea and synthetic ammonia will also be put into production at the end of February. This time, imported equipment is still used, and localization is still far away. However, it can also alleviate the agricultural fertilizer demand in most of southern Argentina. It just didn't catch up with this year's spring plowing. At present, there are only 2 large-scale fertilizer plants in Argentina. One is the Maya fertilizer plant in San Martin, and the second is the Maya fertilizer plant in Blanca City, which can probably meet the fertilizer needs of 1/20th of Argentina's land. Due to raw materials and equipment problems, it is temporarily impossible to achieve the localization of synthetic ammonia equipment. And some technologies have been accumulated. Now we have to wait for the technological breakthrough of Philip Industries and the material breakthrough of the special steel plant. Only importing equipment is still too expensive, and currently we can only consider the approach of Argentina's redwood fertilizer plant. Build ordinary fertilizer plants to produce agricultural organic fertilizer. Moreover, the overall power plant construction in La Pampa province is also very important, and the fertilizer and chemical industries are both energy-intensive industries. At this time, Buenos Aires, the capital, is staging a new round of coups. President Eduardo has joined forces with Vice President José to carry out the final decisive battle against the Córdoba military hawks. I don't know who will win the final victory. President Eduardo has implemented several good new policies, such as suspending the printing of banknotes, taking a tough stance against the Peronist party, and reforming customs taxes, which has made his seat much more stable. And the Radical Civic Union is also willing to have a moderate military figure as president. However, in the eyes of the Córdoba military, Eduardo's unwillingness to abolish the constitutional amendment and his unwillingness to completely ban the Peronist party are signs of weakness and incompetence. So now it is completely different from history, and the public opinion of the church is not as strong as in history, which has caused the hawks to lose some of their strength. As it stands, the two sides are in a stalemate. Saint Jack would prefer the moderate Eduardo to continue as president, and it is necessary to stabilize the new territory of La Pampa province. So he contacted General Thompson and slightly expressed his views, but General Thompson was also quite hesitant. Córdoba promised to let me serve as vice president, replacing José's position. Instead of the current Minister of Defense, General Thompson said to Saint Jack, In fact, he was very tempted. After all, that is the vice president, second only to one person. Above 10,000 people, few people can refuse such a temptation. If a head of state does not have enough ability to do such a thing, it may cause a disaster for the entire country, and the consequences of a military government can be said to be very serious, and may lead to disaster for the Argentine people. If you, General, can guarantee that the new president can stabilize the situation and guarantee the peaceful life of most people, I will fully support you. If you cannot make changes to the situation, then being vice president is actually not very necessary. St. Jack euphemistically persuaded he believes that General Thompson does not have the ability to rule the country at all. He is better at military affairs and he is an important weight on the current national balance, and both sides are trying to win him over. I will consider it again, okay, General. Chapter 249 New Coup and Crisis. St. Heracles ultimately did not receive notification from General Little Thompson. He had no choice but to order the director of the Falcon Bureau, Guerrero, to take charge in Buenos Aires and cooperate well with Aragon of Delta Security, and to protect the important figures in the capital at the same time. He prepared for the worst. Perhaps it was time for a strategic contraction and transfer such as the church's counter-offensive, such as preparing for massive losses of property in Buenos Aires, and it was not impossible to lose San Martin City. Fortunately, these debts and loans were invested in developing the economy of Blanca City and the productivity of La Pampa province, and were not used for real estate or anything like that. Most people didn't notice anything, except that Baron Bank's interest rate and a deposit rate from a bank called Blanca Commercial Bank offered a monthly interest rate of up to 6% and 6.2% on peso deposits, meaning that if you deposited 100 pesos last month, it would become 106 pesos this month, and 112.36 pesos next month. And the monthly loan interest rates of these two banks were mostly aimed at factories and the Blanca City government, and the interest rates for personal credit loans were also very low in the eyes of many. These two banks, one large and one small, had gone mad, as if they were doing charity. No one knew how these two banks were making money, but Baron Bank's profits were among the highest in Argentina. This caused massive deposits to pour into these two banks, and their scale expanded very rapidly, causing many banks to follow suit. The citizens of Blanca City also had the highest savings rate in Argentina, with San Martin City close behind. This also allowed Blanca City to continue to use various funds for crazy expansion. Many economic experts in Buenos Aires believed that such development had no future, but their factories were being seized by the aggressive Blanca City, which had low loan interest rates, many support policies, and formed a large-scale industry, resulting in high competitive pressure and production costs far lower than other places. It could be said that St. Heracles was raising cultivating Argentina's most competitive and internationally capable factories, which was why Blanca City's export volume was steadily increasing. As for whether Baron Bank was losing money or making money, overall it was still slightly losing money, but it couldn't withstand the various overseas remittances and the profits from several profitable companies being handed over. As for whether Baron Bank's development could last for a long time, that was a matter for the future. Nothing was more important than surviving well. On January 15th, under a delicate balance, President Eduardo successfully defeated the ambitious General Aramburu and the Hawks' coup attempt. He thwarted their political conspiracy, removed General Aramburu from the position of Minister of the Army, and expelled him from Argentina. General Little Thompson became the new leader of the Argentine Hawks. Eduardo also had to make a lot of compromises to ensure his presidential position. American penetration into Argentina was also strengthened. On January 22nd, Argentina and the United States exchanged military delegations and prepared to hold a joint maritime military exercise between the Argentine Navy and the United States Navy. Vice President General José attended the meeting on January 28. Argentina joined the Caracas Anti-Soviet Socialist Party treaty passed at the 1954 Organization of American States meeting on February 6. The Presidential Palace planned to join the International Monetary Fund and the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. American capital began to invade the Argentine economy on a large scale, acquiring a large number of Argentine local companies and establishing Argentine branches. The competitive pressure on St. Heracles companies increased unprecedentedly. Philip Industries tractors began to face American-branded tractors with good quality and low prices. Leiden tractors began to lower prices and promote sales to meet new challenges. 5 large automobile companies will enter Córdoba, Argentina, to prepare to build advanced automobile factories. The pressure on the Fiat Motors project increased unprecedentedly. If it failed, St. Heracles would suffer heavy losses, and the same automobile factory was on the verge of bankruptcy. Argentina officially signed an agreement with California Standard Oil to develop domestic oil, and the Southern Oil Project suffered the strongest resistance. On February 16, the Argentine parliament passed the first meeting vote to nationalize light and military industries, and it was passed by 80%. Light and military industries started the nationalization process. This move was opposed by many people, but under the strangulation of various forces, St. Heracles lost all ownership of light and military industries. On February 18, President Eduardo's office planned to abolish measures against the church, such as abolishing the civil marriage law, restoring church schools, and reaccepting the leadership of the Vatican Church. And there were rumors that the Hawks proposed dissolving the Justicialist Party and planned to militarize the trade unions to completely disintegrate the resistance forces in Argentina. This was opposed by most political parties in Argentina, and the contradictions intensified again. The Republican Party and the Socialist Party organized a general strike, which developed very rapidly. The production and living conditions of Argentine workers deteriorated again. The situation in Argentina was completely out of control, and President Eduardo's destructiveness was also very alarming. Except for Blanca City, most Argentine companies and factories were vulnerable to foreign companies under multiple blows. Several new development projects of St. Heracles fell into crisis, and he had to sell shares in some companies with unlimited potential in the United States to carry out strategic contraction, and the Andes cigarette factory still created a profit of $20 million for him. Although the original estimate was $30 million, and the planting scale was also expanded. The crackdown on tobacco smuggling in Chile alone lost $6 million. American Blackwater Security Company was sold and dissolved. The scale of the Thunder Cross security personnel was reduced from 2,000 to 300, only 200 people remained in the Blue Delta, and they had to develop some new businesses. The investment plan in La Pampa province was greatly reduced. Sequoia cleared $19 million of General Electric stock, $27 million of DuPont stock was sold, and $11 million of International Business Electronic Machines Company stock was sold. Sequoia Investment Bank cleared its shares in 3 major American banks, obtaining $24 million. While the acquisition price before the investment was $27 million, losing $3 million. St. Heracles even planned to sell shares of Honda Motor Company, Tokyo Electronic Industries and other Japanese companies, but had to suspend the sale due to the low prices. Many promising American company stocks were mostly sold by St. Heracles, but he also bought some new stocks, such as Miranda's counterparts Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, and Zhangjiang's HSBC Bank. With the support of these American funds, St. Heracles slowly eased up and was able to redeploy. Chapter 250: Nationalization of the Ren military industry. This time, the Rheinmetall tank factory, the Fletz light weapons factory, and the Rheinmetall artillery factory, all under the Rheinmetall military industries, were nationalized. The equipment and inventory of weapons and ammunition were valued at 1.5 billion pesos, to be paid in installments over 10 years, without interest. What is the concept of 1.5 billion pesos in Argentina now? It's probably only equivalent to $10 million, or even less. Last year alone, Rheinmetall Military Industries imported more funds from Italy than that. The technology transfer price of the Italian military factory that Horst signed with reached $3.7 million, and the purchase of mechanical processing equipment reached $4 million. Moreover, the investment in new weapons and equipment research by Rheinmetall Military Industries exceeded $15 million, which really caused St. José to suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the value of various weapons in stock also exceeded $8 million, and many of them have already been sold. Rocket launchers, RPG anti-tank weapons, new generation assault rifles, Italian pistol project, second generation main battle tanks, and naval gun modification projects that St. José had high hopes for have all vanished. Some new factories under Rheinmetall Military Industries were retained, such as the Rheinmetall Auto Parts Factory and the Rheinmetall Bicycle Factory, which gave St. José a little face. Of course, the Rheinmetall Military Industries branch in Blanca City was an exception. St. José asked Rheinmetall Military Industries in Blanca City to change its name, split its equity, and directly become the new Cohen Heavy Industries Company, transferring some important design institute personnel. St. José also saw for the first time what is called the characteristic nationalization reform of Latin America. Isn't this the so-called legal robbery? Although the nature of Rheinmetall Military Industries is indeed a bit different, belonging to the military industry manufacturing industry, It is different from the Argentine military aircraft factory and the Buenos Aires light weapons factory. Rheinmetall Military Industries now has two things that are most valuable: the core engineer design team and various precision processing equipment. The salaries of engineers are very high, and the employees of several large factories of Rheinmetall Military Industries also need to be laid off and reassigned. To these warlords, what are designers and engineers? Can they be eaten? This is also the reason why Argentina's tank, jet fighter, gun design, and warship manufacturing have not been successfully developed. The people in the military are a bit short-sighted about these things and are more willing to see the immediate benefits. It is impossible to be like the American military-industrial complex, the Soviet military-industrial complex, or the integrated military-civilian development of New China. Rheinmetall Military Industries is also the first local private company in Argentina to be nationalized, and it is the most RU-00260 capable and internationally competitive private military group company. Moreover, through a large number of military sales, Rheinmetall Military Industries' business crisis has eased, but it failed before dawn. Of course, after nationalization, Rheinmetall Military Industries will at least have no worries about food and drink with the orders from the Ministry of Defense. It will be able to survive well, but this Rheinmetall Military Industries will have nothing to do with St. Jose in the future. A large number of German designers belonging to Rheinmetall Military Industries still choose to join the newly established Cohen Heavy Industries, while most of the Argentine local employees who have been trained mostly joined the old Rheinmetall Military Industries. German designers choose to come to Blanca City to live. Blanca City has enough factory buildings, and Cohen Heavy Industries can start again. As for the choice of employees, St. Jose didn't say much. It's good to get together and break up. It took a lot of effort to train these local designers, which made him a little chilly, but that's it. What made him feel most ridiculous was that a group of factory leaders sold themselves for a good price. Not touching them now does not mean not touching them in the future. This nationalization incident of Rheinmetall Military Industries also reminded St. Jose don't lend money and give too much credit at will, and bad debts are easy to become more. It seems that the Argentine government in later generations often defaults on debts as a source. This time, supporting Eduardo's coup, things turned into this degree. It is also because too much weapons inventory was sold, and they could not afford the money, so they could only default on the debt, and even go all the way and directly nationalize it. A very important reason for this nationalization is that Horst, the head of Rheinmetall Military Industries, is far away in Germany and has not returned to his headquarters for a long time. He was taken advantage of. St. Jose didn't have time to respond. The impact of this nationalization is very bad. Trying to draw tiger but ending up with a dog. It is much worse than the original Peronera's practice of acquiring foreign companies with real money and silver for nationalization. Many factories began to move out of the capital. This has caused the economy of Buenos Aires to decline a lot. Simple reflection is meaningless, and the new provincial government building in Blanca City is almost completed. Might makes right. This means that La Pampa province can also form an army. In the past, La Pampa province was too poor and had too few people. The army was only at the level of ordinary militia. It is impossible for St. Jose to give up the military industry learned from the lessons and then take back what was lost. This is what he wants to do. Now he still needs to continue to expand the strength of La Pampa province. The number of armed police in the Blanca City Police Department has reached 800, and the number of ordinary police has also reached 2,500, and they are equipped with submachine guns and pistols. St. Jose secretly retains some core drawings and designs. Anyway, the three-piece explosive models have also entered the end of their life cycle, and a bullpup assault small caliber rifle, named Storm 3 assault rifle, uses 5.56mm rifle bullets, is a light automatic rifle, light in weight, easy to control, and can continue to fire. For St. Jose, it is now easier to rebuild Cohen Heavy Industries except for a small number of people. Most of the backbones are still willing to join the new Cohen Heavy Industries. As for the workers, St. Jose helps them provide new employment channels, such as joining Philip Industries, Cohen Heavy Industries Auto Parts Company, and other mechanical factories, especially the acquired German Auto Union Company. St. Jose almost thought he was wrong when he saw Audi's four-ring logo. Horst took down the famous Audi's predecessor, the German Auto Union Company, a parts factory with more than 10,000 workers. Although they only turned a profit last year, with a profit of 400,000 marks, St. Jose instantly felt that the $5.2 million was well spent. Horst took advantage of the German post-war general strike and promised high wages. The parts problem of Leiden Motors will be completely solved February 3rd. Rebuild Cohen Heavy Industries February 10th. The number of workers in Cohen Heavy Industries in Blanca City exceeded 2,000, and a new production line began to be established. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.